Good evening, or day, or afternoon, or I'm Cryptomeria, and I hope you are doing wonderful. I am an artist out of British Columbia, beautiful Victoria, which is very, very, very snowy tonight. Oh my goodness! I hope everyone drives safe and because those roads are going to be slick. And if you know Victoria, we have no snow plows. So basically, if it gets like right now, it's icy, but there could be possible school closures. UVic usually shuts down if there's ice on the Malahat, just and or in weather conditions. So sometimes Camosun does, but sometimes the trades are like, whatever, we're in the trades, we can do this. Like, I mean, tradespeople, they're going to be out in this weather anyway. So, yeah, it's going to be a frosty one tonight. Oh my goodness, it's going to be cold. Yeah, I'm not quite set up, so just give me a second and then I'll finish, finding my chords and my slice of pizza. So I'm going to see what the next clip is. I'm hoping it is actually about the weather. Hopefully. I don't know. I don't think I put it on the right clip, but I think I did. Yeah, I usually do a blog and just go through interesting news stories that catch my eye. Apparently, that's a bad thing in Canada, but it's an opinion. I am not a journalist, I am a satirist. Now, see, satire is different than comedy because you're not actually supposed to be funny all the time. You don't have to be. It's basically a license to be sarcastic. You got to set up this disclaimer because we got all this C18 and C11 with our great old Justin Trudeau, gearing up to, bring on the new wave of communism to the Great White North. And oh boy. Yeah, I'm sure I pull on some of that. I pull it in a lot of stuff. If you are easily offended, this is not your channel. Please, there are lots of cat videos out there. I might actually have a cat video or two, but you can find your own. Shoot. Sorry, I'm just sick. I'm offended how offended people are today. It's just like, oh my God, get over yourselves. Like, hey, I got offended, but I was called homeless in the government office. So, and I'm like, no, I pay your wages. And if you keep screwing me around, I might be homeless. No, fuck you. I didn't say fuck you. I just started crying, actually. I was that offended. But I really think that's different than misgendering someone who's obviously, I don't know. I think just play along. Just play along. In customer service, and there are times too, I had a doctor in one of my doctor's offices, obviously a dude. Oh, hi ma'am, how you doing today? I love your dress, you look fabulous. Although she hated me. She just looked at me and she's like, and I stopped going to that office and just were like, it was like the weirdest doctors I've ever met is like, are you guys the rejects or the trainees? I'm not sure. There was one really good doctor in there, but I have a new one. Yay! Yay. Getting a doctor in BC is like finding a unicorn, like, just saying. And I'm a bad patient, but whatever. No, I'm actually not a bad patient. I barely go into the doctor. I got sick recently, but like, even at the hospital, they were like, "You haven't been here since 2014," and I'm like, "Yeah, I know." I even got run over, but no way was I sitting 8 hours in emergency for getting run over. Like, and it's like, okay, this is embarrassing. Those of you who follow me have heard the story. Those of you who are new, you'll hear it. I got run over by a mobility scooter. Like one of those little, like, rascal ride-on ones. Like, this, like, drunk, he was drunk. 92-year-old veteran, because I grilled him. I still have the footage. I had it on my other YouTube, but I'm going to probably repost it just because, like, yeah, he literally, like, rolled down a hill, pushed me over, and then pretty much drove away. And I always, like, what the fuck? I tried to catch him later, like, the thing is, there was this nurse behind me, and she literally went white, and she's like, "Do you want to go to the hospital?" And I'm like, I am not, like, no, I want to track that. I want to punch him. Can you hold him for me? Like, it was just when BC had started releasing their COVID restrictions, and I spent July on the couch with my leg up. But it was still better than doing it in the hospital. Yeah. BC's great. Just, not for healthcare. Like, oh my God. Good news is Dr. Death Bonnie is in court right now. Mm-hmm. Or, as that's the latest, it's real hush hush on the mainstream media. Like, usually Dix is just up there like a sock puppet, even though he's just as corrupt. Like, they're both just awful. Like, you look at what has, like, Dr. Bonnie she's even said, everyone has said, some things about medicine, addictions, or that is not, you have no clue. And I almost, like, the fact that BC is now giving away, like, you can't make this up. I wish I could make it up, because it's like, it sounds so bullshit. Sorry for swearing, but, like, no, now BC schools will give kids fentanyl without their parents' consent if they seem like they have a problem with it. You can't make this up. This is how bad it is getting in Canada. Like, what do you even say to this? Like, if you told me 5 years ago this would, I'd be like, no, it's not going to be that bad. No, you're on glue. There's no way they do that or say that, and now it's like, why didn't I listen to you? It's so much weirder, and it's like, I just feel with, 2024 to 2023, like, oh, here, hold my beer. I'll show you how it's done. Oh, you just wait, honey. We haven't even started, and it's already rock and roll time. You know. Oh God, this is gonna be such a weird year, but I love my new job, and although I'm so glad I wasn't at work today, but because with the weather, they had a power outage. I was like, oh. And but it's something that happens. It's like you can tell there's certain parts of the grid, it's usually a little triangles. And there was one time, like, it was just the tiniest little triangle. But it was right over my house. I'm like looking across the street. I'm like, how come they have power? And at first I was like, did I pay my bill? I actually like, I haven't, like, Hydro's one of the hugest scammers, because I ended up paying extra. Like, I ended up paying for a whole extra month because we're so late on all their bills. So they're sending me disconnection notices, and I'm like, okay, I better pay that. Oh, another one. Oh, I better pay that. And then all of a sudden, they're like, I look online, and I don't even trust the mail. It's like, oh my, I don't even trust their online. BC Hydro is like the worst. So I'm going to pull up the next clip on my blog, because I think that this, in light of the weather, what do I have up? Okay, come on. Are you going to load? Oh, no. Why is this doing? Okay. So, your Klingon word of the day is punch, a slang expression. Is used to sometimes going to the toilet. So I want, and pooch is also, it's like pooch. It's a slang word for dog, an animal that drinks out of toilet. So, Justin Trudeau. Now, I did do something, just came this out. And, in light of the weather, I figured this would be an awesome one to start out with, just because I'm sure we're all feeling it right now, especially people in Alberta. I grew up there. I know what, I'm like sitting here, the heat's cranked up, got on my sweaters, I got my blankets. It's minus 42 there. It could get to minus 50 in Edmonton. Like up north, yeah, like around Fort Mac, you kind of expect it. But Edmonton, but it happens at that. And I did it. There were like 2 seasons in Alberta. It was like winter and mosquitoes. Just like there's no real in between with it. I was talking with my mom about moving, like, I've seen so many jobs, and oh yeah, come to Calgary, come to Edmonton, lots of work, lots of taxes, but I, like, right now I am just like, nope. Like, literally, you go outside and you breathe in, and it's like all your nose hairs and everything freezes. Your eyelashes freezes. Like, it just, it hurts me to think about. Like, an extreme cold will probably kill you faster than extreme heat. Let's just be honest. And I'm not sure which death is going to be more painful. Cold definitely hurts, but it won't be there for long. But people live in the desert, if you know, well, apples and oranges, I guess. But I'm gonna get a disclaimer on this because it's pulling up, and this is probably not the way to start out my last strike, on YouTube, but this is a good Canadian channel, and we got to get up that C11 Canadian content, so let's go for it.
The era of global warming has ended. The era of global boiling has arrived.
Mm-hmm. Global boiling? Wow, I just got back from my bike ride home from work, and it just made me think of this clip.
Yeah, I'm really feeling the warmth right now.
Back in the summertime, it wasn't warm enough to warrant the colors or even the flames on the screen, but they definitely were going with this whole thing. Of course, this is the clip, the original clip of this lunatic from the United Nations declaring that we are done with global warming. It is no longer the era of global warming. It is the era.
Okay, who in Alberta is feeling the warmth right now?
Climate change.
Oh, just wait. This Arctic front is staying for a few days, so
the era of global warming has
this
ended.
Is just the start.
The era of global boiling has arrived.
It's boiling. We're boiling out there. I had a boiling ride to and from work today. It was quite boiling, but I wanted to ask people in the community, really feeling that global boiling.
Yeah, I know, it's so boiling we had to plug in our cars, even though they're not electric vehicles, just so they stay warm and don't, if you don't plug in your car in Alberta, that thing is...
A lot of these really funny people coming out there -3 here today. I could freeze an egg on a hot frying pan outside today. Northern BC, -32 wind chill, -42 balmy. Can't wait to get
it's that.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, people obviously with a good sense of humor. Hello from Calgary, Alberta, where it's currently -29. But with the wind chill, it's -42. So it's definitely boiling hot here. Absolutely.
I know. We're also
check out all
warm
these
here in Canada.
I don't have time to read them all in a video, but I also put this out on Twitter.
Those heat pumps are a great investment. I'm sure they're working out real well right now.
Where you're at, a lot of people putting in their comments, mostly just showing what the weather actually is. The weather over here is on board. No rhyme. It's all over the board. No rhyme or reason to it. Not too bad. I think the wife and I will survive. Yeah, I know you're from Osaka, so you can't give me that.
Japan.
It's a little bit more boiling over there. -32.
They're probably family and trolling him.
Pretty warm up here, sweating buckets out of mud.
I know.
Sweltering. -31 with this one. Holy cow. What? I can't hear you. I'm just drowning in the boiling. I'm so boiling at -32. I mean, again, I think you get the idea here.
Yeah.
Boiling.
I know.
Boiling. But this is funny because the sensationalism never stops. Whether it's too hot. There's a
break out the bikinis.
Heat dome, as we heard last summer when it wasn't actually that hot. But now,
last summer wasn't that bad. We did have a heat dome the previous summer.
It's intruding us.
It got up to 50 degrees. 100.
BC and much of Western Canada. Holy cow! Ski resorts closed because of extreme cold. Teachers are impressing students by instantly freezing boiling water.
It was only for a few days.
And for a zoo penguin walk. Extreme cold has moved over Western Canada from Arctic, bringing in wind chill values approaching -50. Wind chill just means feels like. I mean,
Yeah.
There's a temperature, and then there's, when the wind hits you, it makes it a little colder.
Yeah.
To some areas, surprising. Even residents who know how to deal with cold winters. It's so funny because I always hear from the old timers, you don't know, back in my day it was always so cold. Now they're like, it's intrusions. The intrusions are coming. But more news headlines that are just cracking me up. Snow shoveling and heart attacks.
This is actually a true one.
Correlation you didn't even think of.
This is actually a true one.
To know as winter settles in.
This is one I knew from
story do we have
childhood.
coming out here?
Like,
Snow shoveling can be a good exercise, but Jeff Leiper
and
knows
you know
all
what's
about the
funny?
dangers it could pose. Leiper, an Ottawa city councillor, had a heart attack in February 2020.
No, there is an actual
while shoveling
correlation.
snow. Wow, we had to take
Because
all the way
people
that far
aren't
back
used to that
to
kind of
story
physical
today.
activity.
With many parts of Canada experiencing their first significant snowfall
You know?
for this season this week, Leiper is among the voices warning about the dangers of shoveling snow. From the time I started to the time when I figured I had to stop, I'd been out probably for a couple of hours, Leiper told Global News. It was a pretty strenuous day of shoveling, but I was surprised that I had taken a heart attack. What? Snow shoveling is linked with heart attacks. Are you kidding? What?
No, it's
2017
true,
study
actually.
from the Canadian Medical Association found that heavy snowfall and shoveling after a snowstorm increases the risk of going to the hospital for a heart
A
attack.
lot of people
especially
just
for
aren't
men.
used to it.
Again,
Yes.
This is spurious
Yes.
correlations for
No, this
300,
is
Alex.
this
I'd
is
like to take
something
a daily
I
double.
knew
Yes,
in
of
the
course.
1980s.
Maybe it's the fact
That's
that
why you
what
get the
came
wives
first
and
was
kids to
your
do
health
it, and you
maybe
watch
being overweight,
football.
not taking care of yourself. That probably is the reason for the heart attack.
Daddy,
not
stay
the
off.
shoveling in the
You
snow.
don't want
It's
to. It'll
probably
kick her
the
to go.
exercise with the bad health.
Actually, it's
But,
true.
hey,
Like,
don't mind me. Now, one group of individuals that do not take a rest in this kind of environment, well, that's environmentalists, of course. Police bring
oh God.
environmental climate activists warming blankets because the weather is too cold. Maybe the environmentalists need to prepare
Are you
better.
kidding
Maybe
me?
the Earth does
No,
does
I'm
have different
sorry.
seasons and climates.
Drag them
Maybe
off
the
the
Earth
fucking
had its own
road.
cycle for over
This isn't.
thousands of years, but here they are being wrapped
People
up.
need to
like the
stop
little
blocking
babies they are.
roads.
Oh,
You
they
you
get
want to
cozy
protest?
there
Do
on
it
the
outside your
asphalt
government
that,
building.
Do
not
their
block
thoughts are in
everyday
this one.
people.
I
like
tweeted
this
out
is.
saying, if only they
I'm
could predict
surprised
what the
they're
weather
not
would be
bringing
ahead of
them
time.
Tim Hortons.
Like,
Oh, you poor,
anyway,
poor
don't
lady.
need to explain the joke. But hey, here's an article that I really found interesting. This is 50 years of
Just
failed
wait
doomsday
for 41.
apocalyptic predictions.
41
The so-called experts are
actually
0
sorta
and
came
50.
true.
You guessed it. They got it all wrong. And
41
do you think that
came
any
true.
of the predictions that they're saying now are any better? I'll leave that one up to you guys. Leave a comment in the comment section down below. Modern doomsdayers say they've been predicting climate and environmental disasters since the 1960s. They continue to do so today. None of the apocalyptic predictions with due dates as of today have come true. What follows is a collection of notably wild predictions from notable people in government and science. More than merely spotlighting the failed predictions, this collection shows that the makers of the failed apocalyptic predictions are often individuals holding respected positions in government and science, while such predictions have been and continue to be enthusiastically reported by media eager for sensational headlines. The failures are typically not revised. No. They don't go back and say, oops, we got it wrong. We totally got that one wrong. Let's have a look at some of these. Starting at 1967, when they're going to have a dire famine by the 1975. In 69, they said, everyone will disappear in a cloud of blue steam by 1989. Oh, wow, that's crazy. Blue steam. And then they went through a whole, I believe, a decade of predicting the Ice Age. 1970, Ice Age by 2000, America subject to water rationing by 1974, food rationing by 1980. Wow, that sounds familiar. New Ice Age coming by 2020, 2030. Hey, we should have already been in that. New Ice Age by 2070. Okay, a little bit further out. Oh, maybe. As long as you predict stuff way after your own survival rate, then you can at least live your entire life with your predictions not failing on you. Space satellites show new Ice Age coming fast. Another ice age. Anyway, get all the way to 1980. Acid rain kills life in the lakes. That never happened. And then, well, we're jumping back, 1978. No end in sight to 30-year cooling trend. Oh, except the trend of reporting on a cooling trend. In 1988, regional droughts. That never happened in the 1990s. 1988, temperatures in DC will hit record highs. Here we go. Now we're on the global warming train. We're not quite on the global boiling train. That's a little bit more contemporary. But we keep going, and it's all kinds of predictions of sea levels obliterating nations if nothing is done by the year 2000. New York City's West Side Highway underwater by 2019. It isn't. It isn't. Children won't know what snow is. They said in 2000. 2002, they said famine in 10 years if we don't give up eating fish, meat, and dairy. 2012 came and went, and we're still fine. I'm not giving up my steaks. No thank you. No thank you at all. Britain will be Siberia by 2024. It feels like Siberia right now in Canada, but that prediction was inaccurate because they thought it was going to be all the time. 2008, they predicted Arctic will be ice-free by 2018. That didn't happen. 2018, climate genius Al Gore predicts ice-free Arctic by 2013. Spoiler, it didn't happen. 2009, climate genius Prince Charles says we have 96 months to save the world. Well, those 96 months came and went, and the world's still here. These are all the predictions. It's unbelievable how many of these predictions gets into the peak oil, gets into all of this stuff. Nitrogen buildup will make all land unusable. That's the thing. Decaying pollution will kill all the fish. They're still around. Killer bees!
No, it's murder hornets.
It's incredible.
It is murder hornets.
Never, ever came true.
And they are a real
thing. Still making these predictions, but somehow
that one actually came true.
And the experts,
but it's not what you think.
Will suddenly be correct in their new predictions of eco-doom and eco-disaster.
And actually, they were imported from Asia.
Not. This is not something that I'm predicting for the future.
It's funny how a lot of weird things come from
the way it's been.
Like there is one that affected oranges.
But hey,
if you
leave a comment in the comment section down below. Let me know what you think about all of this one. Don't forget that there's a special
definitely support him. Like he's a good
this Saturday
good
in
YouTuber.
Squamish, British Columbia. I'll be meeting up with Marcus Wong. He is doing promo just to get people involved so that they know how the process works for elections, party membership.
This was a great interview.
In the parties to get the
this
right
was a
people
great
going.
live.
Marcus Wong,
This was actually amazing to hear. I think I have it pulled up either on this blog or another blog.
Marcus Wong, the kind of guy you would like representing you.
Oh yeah, he is awesome.
Available if you'd like to go meet him.
Like
this will be the thing. And
we need some fresh blood in our government.
So come in
not
to Squamish, British Columbia for that. You can go to the website
whatever
and sign up for
are in there.
You can there's an RSVP, I believe, on the website. You can say yes, I want to support. I'm going to go to the event. It's at Squamish downtown.
I wish I could go. I wish I could go to that, but it's I'm on the island. If I was on the Lower Mainland, I definitely
see you in the next one. Keep on tracking.
You know, I definitely go, but and well. And I guess Squamish. No, it's a lot of effort. And now with the snow, there's no way in hell. Even just like stuff is going to be a little slower. Like living on an island, you're already used to delayed supply lines. I think that's why we did better in the pandemic, because we're like, yeah, we're used to the boat not coming in. It was only supposed to be 2 weeks, not 2 years. And it almost like, I feel like Sleeping Beauty. Like I literally do, like, because I have to remind myself sometimes it's like, did I sleep for that long? Like, I feel like I'm missing years. But technically, we were. We were so restricted. And even being told, like, oh, well, you can only have 10 people at your Christmas or any gathering, and they all had to be the same vaccinated status, or cops will show up at your house and arrest you. This is how far Dr. Bonnie went. And now it turns out, and I've read her emails, I pulled them up on previous blogs, and it came out with her emails that were court ordered. She knew at the beginning these vaccines were probably going to be a problem. But she still, be kind. Plus, she got a shoe deal from John Fleavlog. I used to love their shoes. Now I'm like, I'm going to make my own. I'm going to repurpose some of my own boots that are going to be nicer, because I cannot support a company as fancy as they are, as much as I've grown up loving them. And I really, really, there's one pair I've wanted since high school, but it's like they blew it. You blew it. And also, what is a government? And we did this as a tribute to you, but this is still a commercial brand, and she is a health officer, not a celebrity. Okay, like, now she has a vineyard. Now she's in court. Like, I would love, I know it's not going to happen, but maybe if I'm a good girl, Santa will bring it. Even though it's just after Christmas, I can work on it for next year. A forensic audit of her financials since the pandemic started, because something's not adding up. Here is someone who is supposed to be a unbiased, I'm just a doctor, I'm just your, I'm just, and we all love, like, sitting on check 6 with, the daily, Thursday Doom report. Like, it was a bonding experience, but, we were lied to, and we will see what the court has to say about it. I'll get off that soapbox. But yeah, too cold for a penguin walk? Yeah. How long's this one? Oh, that's 20.
Welcome everybody. Marcel Ernie Racing News, Canadian journalist. Today we're talking about the petition signed by MP Leslyn Lewis, calling for the Canada to leave the UN and the WHO, and essentially not get involved with the pandemic treaty from the World Health Organization, where they will have the ability to inflict more damage than they did during COVIDism. We already know how Canada and the US and many countries of the world took what if we sign this, their recommendations to heart. We all know Google, YouTube censorship is based, along with Facebook and the previous Twitter, it was all based, their censorship, on what the WHO said. Their recommendations, the local health authority recommendations, were all based on the WHO's recommendations. And we all know their recommendations were not for the benefit of any citizens, but the benefit for their control measures. And when I came across this story on True North, it's really sad to see, because True North and Rebel News, I used to, enjoy them telling the truth on matters. But now I see True North and Rebel News going further and further into the black, essentially, like how everyone calls it. They don't actually work for the people. It's only
at certain times they'll tell the truth, and other times they're just not pushing they're pushing some kind of agenda on the back end. Jumping over to CBC News Politics, our communist-owned news network, Trudeau's news network, they're doing the same story that True North is doing, just in a larger degree. And this was from September 8th, 2023. Leslyn Lewis claims WHO pandemic pact a step toward global government. And what they do in this article is they just bash everything as a conspiracy theory. And it's like calling you a racist to shut the conversation up. But what you'll notice in the CBC article is they bash it. Oh, this is completely wild. This is bonkers. But then they would not ever add any input. There's no actual information to learn about the treaty. I'll read just a little paragraphs here and there to give you an outlier. Conservative leadership hopeful Leslyn Lewis has outlined a frightening scenario. If Canada signs an international pandemic treaty, Canadians' travel and medication choices could be restricted, the Constitution could be suspended, and it could all pave the way for a global government. Lewis made those claims in a half-hour-long live event broadcast on Facebook, Twitter, Wednesday night. They build an argument she has already made about the dangers involved in signing the WHO Pandemic Response Treaty. And then CBC goes, several legal experts say her claims are completely untrue. And, there should be some quotes around that. Several legal experts. I mean, their inner posse, right? And then they throw in this Professor Stephen Hoffman, a professor in global health law and political science at York University. And if anybody's been paying attention during the last 3-4 years, we know the universities are owned. We know they're actually doing ill-gotten bad shit going on in the British Columbia universities. They are involved. They are totally complicit with COVIDism, guys. We've seen it. We've seen the funding. We've seen 10 grand times 100 times going to these universities. We've seen the propaganda being paid to social media people to push these agendas. So listening to somebody at a university is like listening to your health officials. They're all a bunch of liars. They're all a bunch of crazy assholes trying to take us down, make us sick. Back to the CBC story, quote from this expert. And the bottom line is that her claims are so far from the truth that it's actually hard to know where to begin, said Professor Kelly Lee, Canada Research Chair in Global Health Governance at Simon Fraser University. So it's kind of like saying, oh, you're a racist, so I'm not going to explain what you're doing wrong because you're just way too whack for me to explain anything, right? Avoiding the subject again. So as I go through the article, they just so many freaking words. What the treaty will and won't do. What Leslie Lewis claims. On and on and on. And there's that asshole there. Tedros Adhanom, whatever asshole Director General of the WHO. And on. It erodes trust in our institutions. So Lewis had warned the treaty would undermine democracy by taking power away from the Canadian politicians. Caulfield said Lewis is the one causing damage with her unsupported claims. Again, no specifics. So in this whole article from CBC, where is the link to the petition? So people are reading this. If they want to go and read the petition, why is there not a single link to it? They don't even mention the name of the freaking petition. What number is it? E46 what? There's a reason for that, right? They don't want you to go and sign it. So now back to my original point about controlled opposition. Here we have True North. They've done some fantastic news during the Freedom Convoy, getting the stories out. But what they were doing is building their brand. They're building their audience. They're gaining your trust. And once they have your trust, whoever owns them can institute slowly and methodically their own course, their own agenda, right? So why does True North, in their entire article, kind of copying? There's no information about the pandemic treaty, what the pandemic treaty wants to do. There's no details.
I actually voted for her for a conservative leader. So
Liberal MP Ryan Turbo accused the Conservatives of being conspiratorial
when it just came out.
Quote, it's astonishing how the Conservative Party has become a haven for conspiracy theorists and extremists, he said. The Conservative Party did not respond to a request for comment from True North.
I'm a
and again,
there's
person. No comment section for anybody to type in. What is the
You
petition?
guys, like,
Why would True
your
North
mommy
not
is like an
include a
awful
link?
person, you know
This is
that.
very strange, right?
Really?
Very strange.
Yes,
Oh wait, maybe here it is. The petition initiated by
called my
Burnaby, BC
stuffed
resident Doug
animals.
Porter, sponsored by Lewis, has amassed over 66,000 signatures since it opened in
There's
October. The deadline to sign is 46:23. It should go to.
But they're
Okay,
friendly.
oh, at least they have the link in there. I missed it. Sorry, guys. Canada's membership in the UN
Sorry.
and its subsidiary World Health Organization imposes negative
Oh God,
consequences
I
on
am
the people
literally
of Canada
allergic
far
to
outweighing any
snow.
benefit.
I
Canada's
knew it
agreement
was
to
coming.
participate in the UN WHO Agenda 2030
I knew
undermines
it was
national
coming on
sovereignty and
Monday,
personal
and it
autonomy.
was my first
Agenda
day of work.
2030 and its operational sustainable development goals,
No,
comprehensive sexuality
I don't
education,
want
UN judicial
snow.
review, international health regulations, and One Health or similar programs are being rapidly implemented, absent the awareness and consent of the people or their elected representatives. So currently they're at 73,962 signatures. 16,800 Alberta, 14 BC, 25,000 Ontario, 59 Quebec. So if you run over to the World Health Organization
Well,
website,
I'm lucky
you can read
number
a million
13 or
words about this.
14. I gotta be that.
The world together, the
We're
intergovernmental
pathetic out
negotiating
here.
body to draft and negotiate a WHO convention, agreement, or other international
No,
instrument
it is like the
on
woke
pandemic
capital
prevention,
of
preparedness, and response.
And
Then
I
you,
know
then
I
you do a
seem all
search about,
hippie
the
and
pandemic treaty and our
rainbowy
sovereignty, and you're going to come
and
across
I
the
am,
fact
but
checkers, and this is one of your
I
first clues about the lies being instilled.
gotta
because
draw the line
we all know the
somewhere.
fact checkers push an agenda all through COVIDism with complete
Yeah.
lies. Like fact checkers became a complete fact checking joke, right? Of course, the title is the WHO Pandemic Treaty Draft reaffirms nation sovereignty to dictate health policy. I
This
quote
is
from the
actually
fact check.
pretty.
This is a once
Most
in a generation
people
chance to
probably.
fix some of the big weaknesses that we saw during
It's not even like
C-19. The Surrey Moon, co-director
a
of the Global Health
conspiracy
Center at the
if it's
Geneva
right
Graduate
on the
Institute for
World
Social Nature.
Health
It could make a tremendous difference to the
Organization's
next pandemic,
website.
she has added.
It's
Yeah,
like the
they're
World
already planning it.
Economic Forum. Like, people are like, oh, you're a
As we explained in
conspiracy
2022,
theory. And
the
I'm
WHO
like,
has
well,
no
look at
authority
their
to dictate
website.
U.S. health policy or to interfere
Make up your own
in any
mind.
nation's sovereignty. Neither the accord nor amendments proposed
I don't hear
to the
back
legally binding
about
agreement
that
that defines
after.
countries' rights and
I never
obligations
get
during health
challenged
emergencies
on
known
that.
as
I'm
the
like, yeah, okay,
IHR
so
would give the
you
WHO
either
control over how
read it
US
up
governs
or you
domestic health
just
policies.
care, or
Yet once again,
you know,
conservatives are falsely claiming the
you
agreement
don't
will do
care.
exactly that,
Some
while
people
also giving the
just
wrong
don't care.
impression that it is about to be
You
ratified.
can lead a horse to
And on
water,
and on and
but
on. You know how fact checkers work. They try to
you know,
get you with
that's
double talk, double speak, nonstop. Their
because
resources
I've
is from
been
the
the
WHO.
stubborn
resources from the
horse,
WHO.
and
The
friends have
resources
been
from
like,
Reuters. From WHO.
oh, you're an
From
idiot,
Devex.
but we love you,
On factchecker.org.
but you're wrong. And I'm like, no, I'm not wrong.
Their resources are themselves. What a bunch of malarkey,
Yeah,
right?
and
So
then
anyway,
it's like,
right there, if you know
yeah,
fact checkers
maybe
is telling you one
sometimes
thing,
it's
you
okay
should
to
look
say
into it
you're
further and think
wrong.
about the opposite, right? All right, and back over to True North here. A spokesperson for Minister Justin Trudeau said Lewis backing
Sorry, I
of the
have a
petition
kitty
prompts several
too.
questions. Make no mistake, when someone posts a petition, it's because they agree with it. What it is about,
I don't
she's
know
trying
if
to say
it's
it's
a
bad that
dog
she
or a
agrees with
polar
it.
bear,
What it about it?
but it's like
What
this
is
little,
it
like,
about the UN that conservatives don't like? Trudeau's press secretary Mohammed Hussein said in a statement,
probably a
according to the
little
Globe
too
and Mail,
much for
it is
YouTube.
the work they do for children around the world. Yeah, child slavery, right? It is their programs to support
I'm
women's
not
rights and
weird, I
women's rights.
swear.
Yeah, like forcing us to go against the Nuremberg Code, taking away our medical autonomy,
Mm-hmm.
forcing us into camps. Yeah, the UN is doing
Well, that's
awesome.
actually what they were
Supporting
proposing in
child
Canada.
slavery, sex trafficking,
No, really. It's
war, proxy wars. Should I go on?
like
what the
people
UN is doing?
say
They
that wasn't
voted
going to happen.
against
No, it
having an
actually
investigation
was
into
in
the
the works.
pipeline bombing in the Baltic Sea. They voted against an investigation. No, we don't want an investigation into the Nord Stream pipelines being blown up. Russia, China, a few other countries all, of course, voted for an investigation. They all want an investigation. The UN votes against it. The 95% of those fucking owned bitches. We all know We don't want to be involved in any of this stuff.
Yeah.
And
But-
there are crimes. I mean, look at the Epstein right now. We got the names coming out of Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, a bunch of Bills on the sex island. And of course, nobody's,
if you
none of
follow
these
me,
Democrats are thinking,
I've been
he
touching on
committed
that
suicide.
because
Epstein committed
it's
suicide
gross and
under
wrong.
federal watch, under federal protection. Yeah, sure he did. Because they're
what
so many people
the
want to
hell
protect
happened
themselves.
there? And
They've all been involved. So
Mac-
clearly he would have been
Gazelle
assassinated.
needs
It's like
to
the
up
most
it
likely
with the little black book.
outcome. We all understand the
Like-
human being and race
and
self-protectionism.
put her in general for a day. See if she talks and lives.
So
I say just throw
here you
her
have
in
the story
general
on True
and
North,
let
similar to the CBC.
stop
not
giving her
any
silver
actual
spoon.
opinion about the WHO pandemic.
Like just because she's in
One of the
jail,
reasons
like
I
she's
stopped
protected.
listening
And
to True
I
North
just think
and
like
Rebel News is when I realized
if
that they
she
wouldn't
was-
even share my own story
wasn't-
about public interest versus Conrad Herbst,
didn't have
who
that.
violated my charter rights.
You know,
And
I
Western
say,
Standard did an article on it.
I don't know. You do that to kids.
The propaganda did an
You
article on it with
deserve
Castanet Media. But
the
True North, I
fullest extent
contacted them
of the
several
law. And
times.
I
They
do
came
not
back to me,
feel
we'll
like
look into
she
it. And they're like, no, we
got
don't want
it.
to do a story.
She
We don't
got
want to do a
handed a
publishing that
deal.
I won in court about them attacking my charter rights, about how the judge threw out his police officer suing me over my right to filming in public, my right to peaceful assembly. It just seems so obvious that they don't want to promote any of that stuff, that
Yeah.
this citizen's fighting back and winning, and they have a right to do what they're doing. We're protected by our charter rights and freedoms.
Mhm.
So Rebel News refused to share my story in any capacity, from the initial videos to what happened
Yeah, and this is
during the Freedom
ridiculous.
Convoy beginning on January 29, 2022.
Marcel
and they
is
wouldn't
such a good reporter.
discuss the fact how I won
He's
in
an
court,
actual reporter.
and they wouldn't
I'm
discuss
not-
how the small
and
claims
he-
court went when Herbst
he
sued me in civil court
wasn't
and lost, and the judge
doing
threw it out. They wouldn't talk
freedom
about any of
stuff
these subjects
before all
whatsoever.
this.
And
He was
so, yeah, I did a quick
doing
search,
racing.
and,
He
just,
does racing. He does
RCMP
amazing
sues
racing videos.
Marcel Ernie, and here is
Yeah,
some
Marcel
Western Standard
Ernie.
did an article.
He-
BC
yeah.
court dismisses Kelowna RCMP officer's case against independent journalists, right? And on and on and on. The BC Claims Court has dismissed a defamation lawsuit Kelowna RCMP Constable Conrad Herbst initiated against independent journalist Marcel Ernie. Ernie posted the videos of their interaction between the two of them, who was trying to get him to move his RV from in front of Kelowna City Hall after it had been parked there for most of the day. This was after a large freedom rally in Stewart Park.
I
Ernie said
remember
Herbst ought to have
watching
known
this
that you can't
live,
sue
and
somebody
I
for libel
was
and slander
so
in small
damn
claims
scared
provincial
for
court.
him.
End quote.
Like
When Herbst knocked on his
but
door after
I
the freedom
was
rally,
just
he asked
like,
for his
oh
identification.
my
He
god,
responded
I
by saying
was
he
so
did not need to
scared.
provide ID. Anyways, guys, you can go and read that article
I
for
was
yourself.
so scared.
In the
Like
end,
I watched
Ernie
it
concluded by
live. I
saying that he
lost
did
the
not want to
footage
back
and
down.
links,
Quote,
but
you have to stand up for public interest, he said. Quote, I have to stand up for all independent journalists
oh
because
my
we
god,
can't be
I
silenced.
watched it live.
Herbst could not be reached for
And
comment in this time.
I was so
anyways, here's a
worried
story
about
like that,
him.
right?
And
So
so,
why would
him,
Rebel News and True North, they got my emails,
who
they responded to
should
me,
be
and then they're like, no,
supporting
we're not interested in
him.
your story. It's just a freaking story. And if you do a search, you'll see, the propaganda media, which is, Castanet does a story, and then they'll have, 30 sub-websites that do the story. Here's NS News, Kelowna cops lawsuit against protester tossed by
But that's
judge.
that's how
Coastal
all
Reporter,
of this
Kelowna's
works. It's all
Kelowna's cops lawsuit
like
against
this,
protester tossed by judge.
unfortunately.
Right? Here's one from Delta Optimist. Kelowna's cop lawsuit tossed. They just repeat themselves, and this is the mainstream media even doing this. BC mounted suit against anti-COVID mandate protests over YouTube videos on News West Record. And it goes on and on and on, right? Here's PQ News Magazine. Kelowna's cops lawsuit against protester tossed. It's just a repeat, and this is what they do. They just take over your search by repeat.
Yeah.
Even Infotel did a story on it.
It's all based
Rebel
on the
News would not do
algorithm
a
at
win
this
for the
point.
civilians,
But
for the
at
public
least
interest.
this is a win for
This
him.
was the Infotel News one, right? Oh, this is a really funny part. In Herb's cease and desist lawsuit, he wrote this in his actual lawsuit. As you have received monetary compensation for the unauthorized use, misuse, abuse, and proliferation of my name and image without consent, I am seeking remuneration for this misuse. I am also seeking compensatory damage for irreparable harm caused by your malicious, harassing, slanderous, and libelous continuous acts. This is Herb's lawsuit, right? His handwritten lawsuit that he copy-pasted from the internet. Ernie says his YouTube channel isn't monetized, but he did make $1.46 from the online platform.
I
Rumble in
know.
February.
Oh my god.
Anyway, so
Holy,
that's a good
yeah,
little bit,
I
and
know
then they
that.
make the video and
Okay,
stuff,
here,
right?
I'll
Okay, so
buy
back
a
to the main story.
double. Fuck
So,
off.
if you didn't know the name of the petition and you start searching for WHO pandemic treaty petitions, it comes up with this one
You're
in
a
the
cop.
UK.
You fucked up. It's a
156,000
public
signatures.
place and
The
a
petition's
story.
closed now. This was like a while back.
Judge Stewart,
We got
done.
May 27th, 2022. It was closed on November 17th,
Done.
2022.
This is 2 years to get
And the
this
petition
settled
was,
in court.
we want the government to commit to not signing any international treaty on pandemic prevention preparedness established by the World Health Organization unless it is approved through a public referendum.
That
the public
is
needs to
a
be 100%
huge victory.
involved in the process.
You know.
The WHO is currently preparing an international agreement on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. We believe the public must be furnished with the full ramifications of what and how any pandemic treaty could affect them and be given a public vote on whether UK should sign up before the UK government signs up to this. And of course, the government responds to protect lives, the economy, and future generations of future pandemics. The UK government supports a new legally binding instrument to strengthen pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. We could read the full response, but it just goes into nonsense. The C-19 has demonstrated that no one is safe until we are all safe, like propaganda, right? And that effective global cooperation is needed to better protect the UK and other countries around the world from the detrimental health, social impact, blah, 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 blah. And of course, they have this giant answer that nobody wants to read. Now let's go check out the If you search for petitions in the House of Commons about the WHO pandemic treaty, this one comes up, E4040. And when was this one done? It's similar. We want the government to commit to not signing the WHO. And we believe the public must be furnished with full
I need to start going
It's the
through
same
more
thing
of
as the
these
UK one. Too many
petitions. Like,
decisions
just
have been
spend
made
a
over
day,
the
treat it
past
like
30
a
months
video
regarding
game.
C-19 response with no
And
interaction
some
with
of them I don't
Constitution
really
with Canadian
like.
citizens. One side of the issue has been suppressed on purpose,
Like-
and decisions have been made which have been detrimental to our health and well-being.
You know,
With no debate.
but at least
No,
I
debate is
know
not allowed.
what's
We do
on
not
the
believe the Liberal
docket
government has our best
coming
interests in
up,
mind.
because private members'
So this one was
bills
back in June 15th,
and
2022,
petitions
and
get
closed August
slipped in,
14th,
and then all of a
2022.
sudden it's like,
And the government, of course,
what do you
response by
mean
the
there's
ministry is,
tampons
again,
in
bullshit.
men's
Protecting the health and
bathrooms?
safety of all Canadians is the top priority of the Canadian
I'm like,
government.
hey.
C-19 has demonstrated the need to take bold action to ensure that we are better prepared for the next blah, blah, blah.
That
Which is
was.
why Canada
I'm
is working
sorry.
closely
I'm
with
good. I'm
international
not
partners,
going to
including
drop
the WHO
that one.
and
I'm
the
just, as
Pan
a
American Health
woman, I think
Organization,
it
blah,
is
blah,
my
right?
God-given right.
And it just goes on. So
And I
it's a
have
bullshit
said,
response.
as
And
soon
when I
as
continue my
men had
searches
periods,
under House of Parliament
tampons
or
would
House
be
of Commons,
free.
there's
And,
another one, E4401.
oh my God, Jesus!
With the
You
government
were.
response,
How
of
do
course,
you?
which was
You know,
April
you.
20th, 2023 to May 20th.
You
And this
say
one was
it and it
also
becomes
signed,
it.
sponsored by
Like
Leslyn Lewis and
I'm going to be a millionaire. I'm going to
18,973
be a
signatures.
millionaire.
And it was petition
Oh
to the
God, I
government
still
parliament as
couldn't
needed to
afford
discuss
a
or debate
house in
Canada's participation in the WHO
Victoria.
and blah, 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 the pandemic treaty. So it's a similar thing, guys.
They were like,
I never even heard of this back then, though, right?
find a trailer,
And of course, the same government
patch
bullshit
of
response
land,
from
just
Minister of Health,
like
Honorable
start a
Mark Cohen,
farm, like
protecting the health
live
and blah, blah,
off the
blah,
grid.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And on to the final, guys. This is the one that's open, 46E4623, Foreign Affairs. Go
Like,
find it.
I'd
You can
love
just search
a place where I could have a
E4623,
miniature
and it'll
cow.
pop up. And let's get Agenda 2030.
I know where it
It
comes
ends
from. I know where it
February
comes from, but
Let's go show them their
I'll never
bullshit
stop.
on the CBC.
I almost
And
like
along
want
with
to
the
like
controlled media, probably
volunteer at a
opposition, such
farm
as
or
True North and Rebel News. Let's show them up and get this thing signed. Let's get this to be 200,000
Oh,
plus.
I
signatures,
would,
guys.
but I just can't
And we're
do
still
that kind of
waiting
work
on
anymore.
now
I
the
used
54
to be
days
able
since the
to
last
like
petition,
toss hay bales like
about the
nothing.
non-confidence vote for Trudeau. We're waiting for that, so we have another 40 days
Oh
to go
God,
on hearing about that.
That
so
was
we'll stay
actually,
tuned
it's
on that
itchy,
as well,
but it's
guys.
fun. It
This
is
Ernie
so
Reese
much
News,
fun.
Canadian journalist,
And
reporting January 7th, 2023.
yeah, even the
2024,
little
sorry.
one on the
My voice is
top,
gone. I
like
got
here,
sick,
you just
unfortunately. We're in Vegas
stack
right
them
now,
and
heading
tie
down
them
to Lake
in.
Havasu
But
next.
I
So,
could
have a
throw
good
them
one,
in the
guys.
lower level, and then they'll be
Yeah.
like, no, now you got to
Yeah,
climb
yeah.
up.
Cheers.
That's where I got my circus skills from. Yeah, I feel so bad for like that was such a scary night. It was really such a scary night. That's a cool little clip of a movie. I just kept it there because it. Oh God. Okay. Now you know where it comes
Did
from.
you know that it's legal to throw your poo out the window in Edinburgh? Technically. Please don't. So, 18th century Scotland, sanitation was not a thing at all. All they had was a very advanced piece of technology called the Nasty Bucket. This was a bucket that would stand in the corner of a room, usually shared by a family of around 10 people, which you would then chuck out of your window. But there were several problems with this kind of waste disposal system. The main one being people getting covered in poo. So they made a law called the Nastiness Act of 1749, which stated that you could only empty your bucket at night. They also put in place a warning system, a phrase you had to call before you emptied out your bucket: Gardez-l'eau, or beware the water, which then took on a Scottish intonation and became Gardez-l'eau. If you were an unsuspecting passerby, you could then respond, hold your hand, and they would have to wait until you passed, and then they could empty their bucket. But it didn't really work, and you might have lifted your head up just in time for entry into the splash zone. The Nastiness Act has never been repealed to this day, so technically the Edinburgh people are well within their rights to chuck whatever they want out of their window.
Please don't. Please don't. Just kidding. I'm sure after that video, the Scottish Edinburgh's gonna repeal that law. I love her. She turned out so good. Some of them, in the series, I like the really, the superhero-y ones that I did, but...
Virgil is beating up Carol Ann. Most likely. But we have to help her. What the hell? Carol Ann, I'm sorry, but I cannot take this anymore. Nazi, would you take care of this, Carol Ann? Virgil. So, Virgil, I gather you like hitting ladies.
Some ladies need to get hit.
Then, conversely, some men need to be hit back.
You totally know that's a dude. This was an awesome movie.
There's something you should know about Vita, Mommy. Well, Vita works out. Vita works out. A lot.
The other two, they could pass. Even though Wesley Snipes, really had the arms. It was a good movie, and it was back before all of this became awkward. And at that time, it wasn't being pushed on kids, and kids knew they were dudes. It wasn't being there's the problem for me. If I was on Rumble, I'd get into it, but oh yeah, this was great.
I've generated several $1 billion for Sony. Several billion. And they really thought that my mind is always on music and dancing. And it usually is. But they never thought that this performer, myself, would outthink them. Now I'm a free agent. I just owe Sony one more album. It's just a box set. Really.
They were wondering why he got taken out. Maybe.
So I'm leaving Sony a free agent.
Obviously he was a fucked up individual. But
and I'm leaving them, and they're very angry.
Some of this was...
I just did good business.
When you do something like this to a major corporation...
Tommy Mottola is a devil. I'm not supposed to say what I'm going to say right now, but I have to let you in on a secret.
Say it.
Mariah Carey, after divorcing Tommy, came to me crying. She said to me that this is an evil man, and Michael, this man follows me, she said. He taps her phones, and he's very, very evil, and she doesn't trust him. And he is a horrible human being, and we have to continue our drive until he's terminated.
Wow. I think there's more to all these things. Oh yeah, this is totally me. Going into 2020, going into 2024, like, yeah, definitely. Oh, this was sad, but
when a fire broke out in their home last week, a Matsu family
they're in Alaska.
When they learned that help was not coming. Carly Shrek tells us why the fire department did not respond and how the family now wants to turn their tragedy into a teaching opportunity.
Ginny and Matt Hale are looking forward to having
so
their
sad,
children
especially
home for the holidays.
right before Christmas.
Farmers, and so we did the whole Pinterest thing. Make your house out of all of the things, and just it was our dream home.
Gathering around the tree Christmas morning, but the ornaments here are not familiar.
This is our cute little farmhouse.
They had built their dream life on a 40-acre plot of land in Point McKenzie.
Hello, friends. It is a beautiful Saturday. Welcome to Harvest Point Farms.
It was the perfect place to start a farm and to finish raising their family. But last Tuesday, the unimaginable happened.
And within probably 10 or 15 minutes of me showing up there, it was completely engulfed. So there was just no chance.
And then it was completely gone within 1 hour. The whole thing was completely gone in an hour.
Their daughter, who lives in an RV on the property, immediately called 911 after seeing smoke coming from the home, but help never came.
They said they would come out if there was somebody in the house, but otherwise they wouldn't come out. So we just stood there and watched like 30 years.
Like that.
Burns the ground.
The Hales property is located outside the fire service area. According to the deputy director of the Matsu Boroughs Department of Emergency Services, it's a tough reality that occurs in many parts of the state.
That's extremely difficult. And as the fire department, our job is to protect the public, and we take that very seriously. But we do have
I'm sorry, but that
pay for that service to make sure we're available when they need us.
But the Hales aren't holding any hate in their hearts, instead insisting their story helps educate others.
I'm sure that there are
I didn't know about this.
Fire districts in the Matt Valley or in our borough.
I didn't know about this. Like, if it's this,
being angry is not productive. Like, we just have to move forward.
Hopefully, they had insurance.
Try to make a difference.
And
try to get changes enacted so that it doesn't
if this reaches someone else.
And a silver lining shined in the form of community support.
We just wanted to say thank you. Like, even if we said thank you every single day, it still wouldn't be enough for the kindness of everybody.
Relying on their faith in others, as well as the comforting word that now hangs on this unfamiliar tree. Carly Shrek, Alaska's news source.
So the Hales say they're going to rebuild their home on the same property and work with their neighbors as well as the Matsu Borough to see if it's possible to get included into the fire service area.
There we go.
Those currently living outside the fire service areas do not pay taxes for those services. If you're unsure whether or not you live in an FSA, area maps are available.
I'm sure these people, if they knew, they would gladly pay the extra taxes. A lot of people just assume I pay my property taxes, it's included. But I didn't realize in regions like this, it is this regulated. So yes, you have to, I guess, when looking at property, and now it makes me, because I've been thinking about getting property, and God, that is a good question. A lot of friends who do, I have a friend who has a tree lot, like not just like a little he has irrigation through, oh God, who knows how many acres, I think. Like, he ships his trees to China because they're like rare kinds. but he has irrigation through his whole property, so it looks like a forest, but it is actually wired in. It is, because one good lightning strike and all that puppies up, I like some of these little quotes. Oh, how long's this one? Oh, that's short.
If you remember returning this grill, these mouse ears, or this holiday lawn flamingo, you might be surprised to find that holiday gift you just didn't want, well, it didn't go back on the shelf. It comes to places like this, where tens of thousands of items a day will come in.
I keep thinking about this,
someone else's
like,
discounted treasure.
and I
So how
have
big is
like,
this facility? This building is just over 100,000 square feet and has about 10,000 items coming in every day.
Jeff Rexigal is the general manager of Liquidity Services, part of a growing industry of companies that have made a business off of returns. With a boost from the holidays, Americans spent nearly $1 trillion this holiday season and will likely return 15% of that, more than $140 billion worth of stuff.
holy
For retailers,
crap.
checking returns, then putting them back on the shelves takes time, costs money, and requires more staff.
There's also
Wow.
unboxing that has to happen. If a retailer is online only, there's a warehousing aspect.
So instead, companies like Jeff's take the stuff off their hands
So
and
much
then
for
turn around and sell it.
environmentalism. I
And
like
they're
this
busier
idea.
than ever.
Sometimes we will do this as a service to retailers.
And
sometimes
I've
we'll just
seen
buy this
some
inventory from them directly.
unboxings
Each day,
of random
bringing
pallets,
literal
and
truckloads of surprises.
I'm
So what's come up is something
actually
you don't
interested
know
in it.
what's in there. Could be anything under the sun.
Step one,
Like
sort through all of
because
those returned items.
I like
We're
mysteries,
walking
so
by pallets of mostly returns. And again, this is
and
any
like
kind of
the
product.
lost,
We see furniture,
you can get
we see,
cargoes
home items,
of
we see
lost
kid
luggage
pools.
Step two,
or lost
inventory the
posts,
items and check the quality.
or some
Then
of
a quick
these.
photo for listing online where buyers bid.
You win the auction, then you come and pick up your items.
So you come here once a week about?
About once a week.
Wow. Stacey Adam buys home products at 80 to 90% off,
Mhm.
then resells them on Facebook. It's kind of like treasure hunting, right?
It is. It's like Christmas every time.
You
Giving
gotta
returns a
be
second life
though.
is a win-win. Shoppers save big, and that
But
unwanted
some
stuff
of it,
doesn't end up in the
it's-
landfill.
Consumers really want great
Yeah.
deals, and then they want product that they feel good about buying.
Although, once taken off the lot, all sales are final.
Yeah.
No returns. Brian Chung, NBC News, Pittston, Pennsylvania.
But some of
Thanks
these,
for watching.
it's a
Stay
growing
updated
trend.
about
There's
breaking
just
news
so
and top
much.
stories on the NBC
But then
News
it's all
app,
this
or
extra
follow us on
stuff
social media.
we're making. So, anytime someone says anything about the environment, when you look at these numbers, it's already gone. Like, sorry. Until we can change our idea behind consumerism. And trust me, I love stuff. Oh God, a friend sent me that one for an engineering course. We'll just skip over that since I'm on YouTube. Da, da, da. Oh, this was sad.
Oh my God!
No, he ejected. He ejected. He's safe, but
They ejected. Holy
boom. There it is.
Where did that go?
Holy crap. He ejected though. He's safe. No pilots were harmed in this demonstration of aerodynamics, folks. Yeah, at least he ejected. Oh god, this is weird. Okay. I'm just saying, I might explore this as an option, but until it can do dishes, I don't think it's gonna work.
I put some sweet potato.
This is just weird, though. It's weird. This is just fucked up. Like, I know it's like she's an artist, and this is like, I just.
Yeah, I'll take them.
Exactly. But it's funny. He actually mouths off to her. Like, I think she's like, even her fake husband thinks she's kind of a bitch. Like, I don't think he can program that out. Hey, he can come to my house. Like, Oh yeah, I could just switch myself off, honey. Oh, yay.
And then when you're there, you very often irritate me.
You very often irritate me. Yeah, that is it. That is definitely a man. And actually, like, I think that chick's really weird. So I don't blame him. He's like, yeah, I kind of want to, like, as a sentient being. Oh, I love these ones. I forgot I put these ones up. I'd love to make some of these costumes. I just have so many. She's cute. Yeah, I think this one's a long one. Yeah, that one's like 14. It's a really good article. I just want to kind of I forgot I did all these little dragon ones, and I love my dragons. And some of these like just turned out so phenomenal. Like, it was like, yes, I finally got a lucky print and a lucky day, because some days I can use the same prompt. I will not get the same response based on the environment I'm using the program in. If I'm on a bus, I get a different response than if I'm in my living room or even in different parts of my house. It'll pick up which area in my house I'm in. And I've done ones on buses to test it. I just casually, do a different piece, regenerate the image. But every time, and I would move to one side of the bus or the other, or sit in the middle, or like, we have double-decker buses in Victoria, so I went to the double-decker, and it would follow me. Like, so when I can get ones like this, and I think if I can animate these ones, but oh god, it just takes so long. Like that Carol of the Bells one, that literally took me 3 weeks, and oh god, probably 15 gigs, and like they end up being expensive paintings, At least I have them, and at least I'm trying it. I'm learning new things. Sometimes I'm just like, I know I'll figure out a better way to do this, but I love how I'm doing it. You know, like to make northern lights that I can see any time of year that look almost real, even though it's like a Christmassy theme. I like it. And if I can get her to animate, like all these dragon ladies to animate, that'll be so exciting. I'll get there, like, because I've been working on dragon themes for a while. Oh, this is also okay. Yeah, that's also 15 minutes.
Today, I will show you the city of London in its real form, from the tourist attractions to the areas hidden by the mainstream media.
Kind of looks like Vancouver, like, yay, rad. So the rest of that one's on my blog. Oh, I'm sorry, I get so excited, like if I could turn, you know how I did like the Northern Lights one, turning her into, like, I have so many images, but it's so cute. Like, it is, and it looks so real. Like, I hit a really lucky prompt. I really, knock on wood. That's not wood. This one. I saved it because, you know, it's so hard to get this kind of clarity with it. Sometimes you get these like weird mushed up faces, and then you got to regenerate it like 50 times. That's why I started doing the animation. And I saw someone do one, and I was like, everyone was like, how did you do that? And I just turned it into an animation. It's easy peasy. And I was like, what? So, and her, I want to take and make this little dragon like fly off her shoulder. Do something. I have like a few shorts I've been working on, but I'm not sure what I'm going to do with them yet. One's based on a dream, and I want to do more. If I can put my dreams into AI, I think that's a good way to remember them, and also I'm going to get some interesting artwork. When I do sleep, I have crazy dreams, very lucid, and so maybe just start doing that as my theme for artwork. You know, I mean, I can always fall back on dragons or gemstones. I really am a dragon, but I like shiny things.
When Officer Davis took his canine partner Merrick to Home Depot, I don't think he ever expected the situation to turn into one of the most awkward life experiences that he'll no doubt remember forever.
He pooped in Home Depot. Look at me like... Employees are like, oh, look, it's a dog. Oh, he's so cute. Oh, and then I see the butt curl, and I said, don't you poop in here. And he pooped right there.
Thankfully, a woman nearby saw what was happening and stood in the line of duty to clean up the mess as they left.
I don't know why that's funny. I just... See, this one, like turning this one into animation. Oh god, this would be so much rendering, but this would be so awesome. Like, this looks so real. And I know I could, like, make it move. I wish I had a 3D printer because these would make such cool little dolls. And maybe I need to start, like, writing when I do some of, like, the, like the Northern Lights, make a little backstory to the animation. Because it's not like I'm just, okay, sometimes I am just throwing images together because I'm like, oh my god, I have all this space, what do I do? Okay. Like, but other times I'm like, I'm getting better. I'm getting better over time. Plus, like the beginning of this vlog, I'm doing school. I just got a new job. I was going to go to a job fair today, but I was just too tired, and the whole cold front was moving in. I was like, if I'm out in the cold all day, I'm just going to make myself sick. Like last winter, I worked in a tent, and I swear it felt colder, but I also really hurt myself. So, let's just take it easy. I have a nice small job now. And it's really good. I really like all my coworkers, and my managers are amazing. The boss is amazing. I'll get used to talking to people. Like, this is partly why I'm doing streams like this, because if you're isolated and you don't talk to people, you're not used to talking to people. This way, if I'm used to talking online, then I can go in and talk to people. Like, it looks so real. I love that one. I'd love to make that one. I could actually probably make that one. I'll play this one. I don't know why I pulled it up. Yeah, I'm like the...
Caffeine makes you feel tired. It might be because of a software glitch.
I am like the crash on the couch. Like,
caffeine metabolizers. And it all depends if you have the fast or slow liver enzyme CYP1A2. This enzyme influences your body's sensitivity to caffeine. Depending on your metabolism, it could be anywhere from 2 to 8 hours to remove half the caffeine. So caffeine keeps you alert by blocking adenosine receptors because it shares a similar shape to adenosine, the sleep molecule. People with a fast metabolizing mutation break down caffeine more quickly. So those adenosine receptors free up more quickly, allowing the sleep-inducing chemical adenosine to bind and make you feel more tired than a slow metabolizer. Additionally, if you regularly consume lots of caffeine and those adenosine channels are constantly blocked, your body actually does a system update and compensates by producing even more adenosine receptors in your brain. It does this to regulate your sleep cycle so you don't glitch out.
Yeah, I get migraines, so if I avoid caffeine and I feel a migraine coming on and I have a cup of black coffee, it's gone. Like, it is like literally I can take that first sip and it is like my whole head just unlocks. Whereas when I used to drink a lot of coffee, I still get migraines. I just have to have like my head squeezed down for like hours, or so sometimes little things like that are enough to fix your life. And I guess some people are just mutated differently. Okay, this was... I love her. Like, some of these just turned out way too good. Because half the time, I never get this clarity, and I have to remember what I used. Because that just...
Susan Sarandon, Mark Ruffalo, John Cusack, Gigi Hadid, and 97 other actors who have recently apologized for their statements in support of Palestine have come together to pen a joint letter asking for forgiveness in unison. The letter states, all 100 of us now realize that we have failed to do adequate research into the complex history of what could be poorly received by our peers in Hollywood.
The letter went on to say all 100 of us will all be taking a step back from protesting for causes to properly educate ourselves on the nuances of which causes will in fact bring us praise.
Conflict.
We've also come to the realization that we as a group of 100 actors need to choose our words more carefully when protesting for causes that don't have uniform support from everyone in our social and business circles, and probably just ignore them entirely.
When asked if the actors had any new causes to protest in mind, a representative for the apology cabal said, I think it's too early to tell what causes the media cycle may prompt them to sink their teeth into.
I know that was satire, but you get the drift. There's no right sides with this one. That one turned out so good. Like, I know I can make that one look alive. Oh god, this was like... Sometimes I like her, and other times I'm like, I just gotta shut you off, honey. Okay, well... I watched it earlier. That's how you're gonna be, bitch. Like, sorry. I love that one. Like, imagine this into an animation. I just don't even know. Oh god, this was nuts.
Well, I was browsing the internet, and I thought...
Don't do that. It's all...
It was an ad that was following me around, because I'm not going to lie, I was a little hungover yesterday on January the 1st. Now, I have begun what is commonly referred to as dry January, which only about 17% of people can complete. I've also begun intermittent fasting today, so I'm probably going to be really crabby over the past couple of weeks. But I saw a lot of stuff going on around McDonald's, and I thought maybe it's just an ad because I was looking for like McDonald's DoorDash because New Year's Day. I don't know if there's like anything open. So I see this video going around about an individual who had ordered a McChicken sandwich. By the way, McChicken plain with cheese used to be on the dollar menu, and that used to be my go-to. 2 McChickens plain with cheese and like a medium Coke was like $3.50. Now it's probably like $13.50. But here we go. I see this video of a woman who's very upset about her McChicken sandwich, apparently. Now, I did a little bit of more research, and I found out that this video is a little old. It's about 2 months old. So it's not like sometimes, you know how Twitter, because of Twitter monetization, sometimes Twitter allows videos to go kind of viral way late after the fact. This one isn't that late. Let's take a little look at a TikTok. Now, I was convinced this is fake, but I am told by reliable sources, I can now assure you that it is real.
So I was starving, so I had to get one quick sandwich from here, and I thought
it's called McDonald's.
Gave me the wrong sandwich, but conveniently, McDonald's changed their packaging. Wow. What does that resemble?
I actually don't know. I don't know. What do you mean? It's just a blue M? What does it mean? I don't understand. What? I don't get it. It's just the McDonald's? Or they're like ripping off White Castle or something like that? Is it a woman spreading her legs? Is that what she's upset about?
Yeah.
She went back to the store. She went back to the store.
What is this?
This one?
Yeah, what is this?
Oh, wait. Wait a minute. I'd like to point something out. It is almost certainly the same girl because she has the same nails, right? The same Lee press-on nails. She ate the sandwich. She didn't have any problem eating the McChicken sandwich. The McChicken sandwich, I want to point out, is no longer in the wrapper. So she couldn't have been that upset. She ate the sandwich, drove back to McDonald's to harass an hourly employee who makes minimum wage. Again, I don't know. Is she mad that it's like she's ripping off White Castle because she thinks the M's upside down or something like that?
This one?
Yeah, what is this new packaging?
It's the McChicken wrapper.
But why is it blue and white?
Honestly, I don't know.
I think you do know.
I think you do. Everybody's in on it. Everybody's in on it. Everybody's in on it. You know, hourly McDonald's employee, exactly what your corporation's up to with a wrapper that is blue. You know.
This is in support of Israel.
I mean, it was like that actually since a few months ago because we ran out
Yeah,
of
this is really going on.
In case you didn't
This
hear,
actually was going on before
she thought it
the
was in
conflict.
support of Israel. Okay? Which it wasn't. As the employee calmly points out, that this has
And I
been
gotta
the
say, that's
packaging
some like cheap ass
for
McDonald's.
months.
I'd actually
I don't think
rather
so.
that
This is
wrapper
obviously in support of Israel.
We
than
actually had that for a while though.
It was
yeah.
2 weeks ago and it wasn't like this.
I mean, we have had stuff.
But
we
she's
don't-
still.
I know this is
Yeah,
not
I
your
won't
fault.
pull
This is
up the
not
rest
for
of
you.
it, but just people
But I'm going to
are.
harass you anyway, and I'm going to record this. By the way, if this
Yeah.
employee contacts me and can prove it's them, I'll send you $500. All right? $500 for this employee.
Here we go, folks. Gauntlets down. That was so cute. Like, oh god, I wish I could remember which program I used. I used like 4, so sometimes 5, but one's naughty, and I haven't used it for a while. And now we got Rebel News.
Government. They are public
I don't know
servant,
if I'll pull up all
but
of
they
this,
are making.
but
They are become a king. They're not listening to the public. Public are elect them. They are using our money, taxpayer
and I got
money,
yummy pizza,
against
so
the
because I
public.
figured
We
it's
appeal
gonna
to the government. Please don't do that. Change your policy. Whatever public need,
just to
according
pause
to
this
the
for a
public, they need to set up
second.
everything. We are not here to.
It is actually like, yeah, we have a huge Arctic front coming in from the north, and well, I guess north is like that way, but you get the idea. It's actually warm in Victoria, and there's no snow, and this is a bad. But when you go outside, I go out on my balcony, it feels like a vacuum. And living in the prairies, this is a bad sign. This is actually where people get in trouble, because a lot of times they will think, oh, there's no snow, it's lightening up. But it's actually more like, being in a hurricane or a tornado, and this is the eye. If it is warm, but everything rises, it's a bad sign. It's a really bad sign. And so I'm gonna pull up the rest of this one. Finish my cigarette and
to
Even though I shouldn't be
artificially
smoking, don't
creating
smoke,
our
kids.
children non-sexual, asexual, bisexual, trisexual. This is all non-scientific.
Actually, this protest is actually censored in Canada. Nobody in Canada can see that post. People in other countries like India or US can see that post, but no one in Canada can see that. So we are not just being not reported by the mainstream, we are being censored.
State Choice Media has been ignoring a Stop Soji 123 camp of parental rights protesters in Abbotsford, BC. But I'm Drea Humphrey with Rebel News, and I have my boots on the ground to show you what's really going on. 100 days. That's how long parental rights protesters against the sexualization of kids happening in schools, thanks to progressive sexual orientation gender identity programs like Western Canada's SOGI 123, have been gathering on the corner of Clearbrook Road and South Fraser Highway in Abbotsford, BC. For those of you who don't know, SOGI 123 is a fluid program in schools in Western Canada that parents cannot opt their kids out of. It encourages educators to facilitate the belief that children can be born a mistake. In other words, born in the wrong body. And also concerning, it also paves the way for sexually explicit books to be normalized inside school libraries as inclusive learning resources. The argument for why you can't opt your kids out of this type of stuff is that it's a so-called human right for the LGBTQ plus community. But these parents who have gathered here are not just being ignored by the State Choice Media. At large, they're also being ignored by the province's members of the Legislative Assembly, who either ignore their concerns or condemn them for protesting
I
about
think
them.
parents should be
That
able
is
to parent.
except for
That's
the
just
Conservative
me.
Party of BC, which polls are indicating
Yeah.
might be making quite the political splash in this
We
year's
might.
coming election.
Conservatives might
Recently, the
actually.
leader of that party, John Rusted, as well as their
Pull ahead of
Abbotsford
this one.
South MLA, Bruce Banman, came to this very camp to show that they stand with parental rights and to commend them for their peaceful protest.
Parents have rights. It's not about hate. No, this is about actual
Yeah.
love of our children, and love that
Parents have
the right to know what's being said to their children and what's being taught to their children.
Now, on the flip side, British Columbia's Minister of Education, Rashna
Oh,
Singh,
well, doesn't
reportedly went on a Punjabi broadcast show to let the public know that those who are protesting these issues are simply misinformed. Well, I'm going to give them a voice to let you know what they're protesting about and what their demands are, and you can
And
be the
this is
judge in the
really
comments
good.
on whether you agree. Now, we have a dedicated website called StopClassroomGrooming.com, where you can find out more from the public about their concerns with this program. But for now, let me show you a little bit of the camp the State Choice Media doesn't want you to see, and then let you hear from Kanwaljit Singh, the activist who decided to start camping overnight here with a few others since Christmas Eve, believe it or not, and they're going to continue to do that until January 6th. And we'll also speak to a couple of the other protesters who have been protesting here daily for over 100 days. So how many people roughly stay per night?
Well, usually at least 2, 3, 4, max 4. So I put it up this tent, and our brother said, like, we're not going to let you stay in this tent, so they set up a bigger tent. And actually the second night, the wind actually blew so hard with the storm, the metal actually got bent.
Kanwaljit Singh, this is over 100 days since you've been protesting here, and you turned it into an overnight protest on Christmas Eve. Why up the ante? Why is it so important to do this type of protesting here?
Yeah, I mean, we started at September 20th when it was the Million March. Since then, Abbotsford have been going on continuously, daily. It was a few hours a day, but in last week of December,
I wanted to create more awareness, so I thought of doing it 24/7, Sunday noon to Sunday noon. So I did sit for 24/7, and the amount of support we got is I could not have imagined. There's so much local and support from everywhere. Because we wanted to show everyone we are serious about this. We are not just protesting and going home and just forgetting about it. We are dedicated, and we want to stop Soji 123 in schools. And generally, Soji overall, like the public washrooms with trans welcome, and there's so many other issues along this. So one thing I also found recently was also the Bill C4, which I've got royal assent into the conversion therapy, Criminal Code 320-101, which is pretty dangerous. I think, which says our science could leave us in prison for 2 years. But on the other hand, they're okay to transition our children. It feels really bad. Like it feels like the parents' hands are tied behind, and the other side is given a boxing glove to punch us as hard as they want.
Obviously very colorful and rainbow, but you got to draw the line somewhere. And parental rights.
Why are they even in the school in the first place?
Or
some misunderstanding
above
created
schools.
by the government. Our slogan is
love
all, hate
and
none. So
if
this
I
is
was
our
on Rumble, I get
motto, and
more
this is our
into
slogan.
this clip, but
Secondly,
I will keep
parents'
it.
struggle is not against any community, organization, or an individual.
And they don't care
We
if
are
you're gay.
not against
They
the human
like they're
rights of the
Canadians.
LGBT.
They just
rather we
want
support it.
don't want it forced
Soji
on their
123 is
kids. And
not
some of these books I would
neither
not
for sex
like.
education, nor it's for human
Like,
rights of the LGBT.
I would not give them to a kid.
We are here making
Like they
people
are
aware
gross.
what
Like
is
some of them are
government is
just
hiding
flat
from
out
this.
gross.
Children are innocent. They don't know anything.
Yeah.
And they're putting seed into the children's mind about the wrong stuff. That's why we are against that. I asked a question to the school trustee. I don't want to name her. If I have to, I can do it. I asked about her, what Soji 123 is. She doesn't know that.
Yeah, they don't.
I asked questions 6
They
times.
do not
She didn't give
hate
the answer. Because whenever
gay
they make
community.
a policy,
They
they even don't know
absolutely
what's
don't.
in there.
Children are
I
being
have
confused about their gender.
never
There's
had
some
any
parents
hate
now, since of the
from
awareness, children have
being
been coming
white.
home telling
It
their parents how
I guess
they are being
no, that's a
confused
bad
about
joke.
whether to be a
I
boy
just
or a girl, or
it's
they
a
could
bad
be
joke.
any.
I know.
They are being
I've never
asked,
had
are you
any
playing
hate
with
for them.
dolls at
Like
home?
it's actually
So
against
there's
their
a lot of this
religion
topic around gender,
to
and
hate,
some of the parents even showed their report
even
card
though
where the children's pronoun has been changed without the parents' consent, without the children even knowing.
yeah.
So
Here it is.
their pronouns have been changed.
Here
There's
it
also
is.
issues where
This
some
is
of
what
the
they're
children
trying to
have complained,
address.
especially
And that
females,
should
like
be
daughters
every
that have
concern.
come home and tell
Every
me,
parent's
like there's some
concern.
guys when
And now in
when the
BC,
girls go to the
the
changing
government
room
can give
after
your
for support,
kids
like volleyball or
legal
something, like, when they go to the
fentanyl.
washroom, and some guys
Legal
pretend
freaking
they are trans
fentanyl,
and come
no
in while they're changing.
problem,
So these
without
things
their
really
parents'
shock our
consent.
community.
There's a price to pay to speak out on this issue.
Like
I know
this
you
is why
personally paid a
parents,
price. Do you want to
we
tell the
need
people
to
what
start
you've had to go through for standing up for this
supporting
parental rights
each other
fight?
and uniting because this has gone too
I've
far.
been fired from my job.
We are going to
since November 1st.
jeopardize a
Because
generation.
I was coming to the protest, and then I got a lot of attention because I've been doing videos in Punjabi for over a year and a half and more. We've been protesting this Soji thing for a long time.
You're getting lots of beeps, lots of honks, so I think there is some public awareness and some support. I saw that the leader of the Conservative Party of British Columbia, John Rustad, as well as their MLA for Abbotsford South, was here, Bruce Banman, and said, thank you guys for doing this parental right protest peacefully. But in addition to those,
They're not
what about the
blocking
mainstream
traffic.
media, the local media? You guys
They're
have been
probably
here 100
on
days,
private
or
land.
any legacy media? Are they picking up the
Because
story
they couldn't
much?
be
Not
camped
at
out
all,
there
actually. It's
for,
pretty
and
surprising. Like,
you know,
this
we
is,
have a lot
I
of
think,
tent cities
24/7
around,
protest is
but
not
at
very
least
common
they
in
have
Canada.
like
So having this happen and then not covering it, actually,
they aren't there
they're
because
censoring.
they're homeless.
Because I
They
have a
just
friend in,
they're there
UK. He's a
because they
very,
want to
he's an
protect their
activist.
homes.
He did 7 days hunger strike in UK. He got a lot of attention to the inflation and all those issues. And he posted he got 100,000 followers. He posted a story about me going on this protest, and he sent me. I was like, I can't see that story. He sent me a video recording of the screenshot of me posting it, and I sent him like it's blocked. Actually,
I don't know how I access some of the stories I do.
Nobody in Canada can see that post.
Like, but I usually just scroll through X or
but no one in Canada can see
for
that.
some
so
reason
we are not just being not reported.
Oh,
by the
good to see
We are
Steve.
being censored.
Why do you think this issue is so important to members of the Punjabi community, which is the majority of this protest here?
Well, if you remember the No Farmers No Food protest, it was about food, it was
Good to
about
see you.
survival. But now it's like no children, no humanity for us. So
I
this
just
is,
like pulling up
in
stuff
Punjabi,
like
we call it
this.
Kisan. This is like insan, like farm. This is like our whole generation is gonna disappear when there's because in schools the gender surgery is being promoted. Because once a student identifies as another gender, the counselors are brought in to start them on puberty blockers, hormone blockers, and eventually they're sent towards gender change surgeries. And we have seen people that have gone through gender change surgery have 19% higher risk of suicide, and they are suffering, and they cannot have children. So basically, it's reducing population in a way. Like we see our generation shrinking. Next generation, yes.
Is there anything else you wanted to add?
No, I really want to thank you for coming. Thank Rebel News and thank all the
Sorry, I
politicians
just was
that
like
came out
thinking
to
about an art
publicly,
project. I was like,
say it out that they are against Soji and that it should be reconsidered. The law, the conversion therapy law.
I think this is
both
all
ways.
going too far.
And I want to thank everyone. This is a community effort, even though
Gays
it
Against
might have been
Boomers.
started by one person, but it's been going on for a very long time, and everyone is very, very.
We actually need to come together as a village
And we are
about this.
requesting everybody, please
you
come up. This is not our
know?
children. This is for all community children.
It
Doesn't matter
is.
which color, which religion, who they
Yeah.
are. We are for everybody. It's not for because we are more
Like
aware
some of
and we
these
are starting to
books,
fight
I'm
more.
just like,
We are not for our community.
I
for all community. We are for all
I think
nations.
it's
We are here.
hilarious
Don't
as like
believe
a prank
anyone.
book, but I would never
Not
give
me.
it to a kid.
Ask questions.
And
Ask
but
for
this is
evidences.
like, oh no, they have to read this.
So
like some
now
of
you will
these
see
that get slipped
all
in,
the parties,
and
irrespective
some of the
NDP,
it's going too
BC
far.
Liberals, it's a United,
Dial it
it's
back.
a Conservatives,
Schools should be
all
stick to the
are
basics.
for Soji 1, 2, 3 program.
The birds and
They are
bees
all
should be
voted
up
for
to
it.
the parents and
Yeah,
not
all
the
voters,
state
all.
government.
So we appeal through you to
Soon
the
as
people,
like
unite
it's like the government is
and
like,
go above the party politics.
I keep thinking
Because
like
all parties
Pinocchio.
are united, the people
You
should,
know,
the parents
like
should united.
the kids are
but
being
they
led
are
away,
hiding
or the
for
Pied
our,
Piper, or
for the
something
welfare
like
of
it.
our children.
Oh no, it's magical and wonderful,
Well, you
but
be the judge.
you
Do
turn
you
into a
agree? Are these
donkey. I
people
don't
simply
know.
misinformed,
I know
or
that's
are
a
they
bad
absolutely
analogy,
standing
and
up
I have
against
trans
something
friends,
that is
you know, who
absolutely
have
unacceptable in our
you know,
schools? If you want to
but
find out more about this important issue or
my
chip
real
in to help
trans
cover
friends,
the
I
net
didn't
costs
know they were
for us
trans
to
for
cover it for
years.
you, please
They
go
were
to
like, "Oh, I'm a girl. This is my first day being
Andrea
a
Humphrey,
girl."
and this is Rob.
No, anyone who I know who's really gone through it, I didn't know for years. It was like one day they're like, you know, just like, so, you know, I used to be a dude, right? It's like, nope. So how the Leafs doing? Like, I don't know. Like, change topic. I don't care. Like, that's their business. Like, and if they, you know, if you flaunt it, it isn't real. Like, you know, that one turned out so good. I could actually make her. Like, this was nuts. This was an awful reporter.
Beautiful.
Let's talk about what
This was
white
a
supremacy and what happened last night
bad
for a moment, 'cause
reporter.
when you were talking to reporters last night,
Totally
you called white supremacy
rude,
a myth.
biased.
When
Do
someone
not
asked you
do
about
reporting like
Dylan
this.
Roof, you
Like,
said you didn't know who that is.
talk about
Have you looked up what happened in
you
2015?
and
Yeah, look, I said this last night. Invidious racial discrimination is wrong no matter how it happens. But if a Washington Post reporter is asking me almost
Sure.
like a catechism, whatever question I said, I'm against invidious racial discrimination, whatever form it takes, it says, do you denounce white supremacy? It's incumbent on us for us to define what white supremacy is. I wrote my book, Woke Inc., and I've written about the detailed understanding of what the popular understanding of these terms have come to mean. Do you believe punctuality is a vestige of white supremacy, Dasha?
Look,
Because if you don't, then you have a disagreement about many of the people who are defining those terms, or the written word, or the use, or the nuclear family. These aren't my words. These are the words of intellectual proponents from Ibram Kendi to the Ayanna Presleys to BLM that have said these are vestiges of white supremacy. So
Mr.
we
Ramaswamy,
can't have it both
this is
ways.
what you do, though.
We have to have an
You choose-
honest
you choose
discussion.
straw man arguments.
This is not a straw man.
You
This is
brought
not
up
a straw
Jussie
man.
Smollett as the best
Jussie
example
Smollett
of white
was the hottest thing
supremacy.
in news in the back of a fake actual attack on him that we have to contend with.
And,
This is
and yet you have examples like the
federal law
Buffalo
enforcement's
shooter
doing that.
in New York just in
Cherry picked.
2022.
You have other
But you are also cherry picking when you bring up Jussie
So
Smollett.
I'll look at all of the statistics. More black on black crime. If you really care about actual crime against black Americans,
no,
you have to get to
she's
the root
rude
causes
and
of the
baiting
inner cities
him.
of this
Look,
country.
the
Where black
Anti-Defamation
Americans
League
and
tracked
people
a
don't give a second
38%
care about
increase
that
in white
This is
supremacist
not the
propaganda
way to make your
last
name,
year.
honey.
The Anti-Defamation League.
Yeah, the ADL, I don't think is a particularly
He's like
credible source.
dancing circles around her.
I would suggest look at there's a table, 2x2
I
table.
would
Federal
suggest
law
you
enforcement
check your
table,
mouth,
which you can
honey.
say what you do. Maybe we shouldn't believe that either. But
Okay,
look at black
the
on Asian crime,
FBI
black on black
hate
crime,
crimes. The
white
FBI
on
hate
black
crime
crime.
statistics. That's a law enforcement agency. 59.1% was based on race,
I look at
ethnicity,
absolute
and
violence.
ancestry, saying hate crimes rose
I look
12%
at absolute violence,
between
Donna.
2020 and 2021.
Look at the absolute crimes themselves. What they classify as a hate crime is itself a political judgment. I think that when you actually care about protecting life, if you want to say Black Lives Matter, let's look at where Black lives are actually being lost. It's in the cities at the heart of other Black Americans and criminals
And
that
that's
are
absolutely
restrained by
the
the
issue that we
absence
talk
of
about as well. But are we
And we
supposed
should
to ignore white supremacist hate crimes?
We're not supposed to ignore any kind of crime, Dasha. That's what I say. But what I see is a selective report. Take the Nashville Transgender Shooter Manifesto. Every shooter manifesto in a mass shooting has been released within 48 hours, except for that one shooter in Nashville. Now, it ended up being leaked. What do you see? It wasn't a white supremacist. It was somebody that was actually making fun of using derogatory terms. I believe
Okay, so why are
cracker
you okay
was the
talking
term
about that manifesto and not talking about the manifesto
I'm
from
okay talking
the
about both.
2015?
I'm more than okay talking about both, but what I'm asking is why is the mainstream media suppress
She
that
is
one?
such
Why
a
did
bad
the police suppress
reporter.
that one? Why
Oh
was
my
that the one
goodness.
shooter manifesto that of all of the mass shootings, every other shooter manifesto has been released? I'm focused on that one because that's the one that's been hidden from us. And it comes back to the point of my candidacy and the way I'm going to run this country. Trust the people with the truth. If it doesn't match your
The
narrative,
reality is right now,
I think the media did not hold the police
Republicans
accountable.
are
They would have
actually
been demanding that.
starting to
If
gain
that was-
ground, gain traction
that
with
was
the
a-
Black community, with Latino
and-
voters.
and
Do
it's
not
a good
worry that your rhetoric is pushing them away. There are folks
To the
in-
contrary,
in
I think we're going to bring
the
black
GOP
No,
who are
he
more
is
concerned about
actually
your rhetoric.
bringing
Well, you know
people
what? I'm
together.
concerned about their corruption.
And if the
You had
states
somebody who
don't
actually one of
want
the most,
him, we'll
prominent
take
black
him.
influencer the other day.
We
What she
need
said,
a
I've been black
leader
my whole
like
life, and
him.
this man could actually
I
unify
think
this country
Pierre's
in
like
response to a long exchange I had
pretty
with a black
close,
pastor
but I
who had an
actually
event here in
prefer
Iowa.
Mad
Didn't
Max.
challenge me with a hard question, asking me
I
about
love
views against affirmative
Maxine.
action. How do those align with historical racial injustice?
You know, it just
If I may just finish this. If I may
it's
finish
just
my
a
point.
party so
I think I
new,
would be better
and
denying
Max
that racism
was
I've never
conservative.
denied that racism
He
is a problem.
was
If you listen
supposed
the
to
response I
be,
gave to that black pastor, my whole point is racism has
you
been
know,
a major problem for most of our national history. But we're getting close to the promised land.
you
of
know,
Martin
if he
Luther King
has
Jr.
this new
We're as darn
party,
close
like
to it as
might
we ever
gain
have
steam,
been. And so what bothers the heck out of me is it's right
I'd
when
love
we're
to
close
run.
to that promised
I
land.
think that'd be
Martin Luther King
hilarious.
said, I may not get there with you.
Like,
He didn't get there with us.
just
But I
'cause
think it desecrates
I
the
might
legacy of our
actually
civil
like
rights
come in
movement.
third or
Desecrates the
something
legacy
in
of
my
Martin Luther King.
writing,
Right when we
which
get
would be
closest to the point
hilarious.
of having racial equality,
Just because
gender
I know
equality,
how to
and even
like.
opportunities for people of minorities of many types. Are we perfect? No. But are we as close as we've ever been? Yes, we have. To then obsess over systemic racism, to then obsess over white guilt and otherwise.
I don't know.
We're creating new waves of racism, Dasha, that we
No,
otherwise
that's a
would have
total a joke. I would hate the House of Commons. I would hate Ottawa. I would never want
the civil rights movement would have dreamed of. That's what bothers me. My exchange with that black pastor about a week or so ago, right here in Iowa, not far from where we are, it was in Indianola, not far from where we are in Des Moines, was that we're founded on the pursuit of a more perfect union, the pursuit of liberty, equality, and justice for all. And I reject this left-wing narrative that's creating more artificial division. So I believe I will bring more black and Hispanic voters into our movement, not by saying fake poll-tested slogans, but by speaking the hard truth that we've been imperfect in our past, but let us celebrate the progress we've made and reject the media's cherry-picking narratives to actually get to the truth of the matter. And now if we care about black lives, the things we're going to do isn't obsessing about white supremacy. It's actually fixing the problems in our cities, which I will do as our president.
Amazing. Okay, let's be honest. Vivek Ramaswamy is not going to be the next president of the United States.
Yeah.
And you can hate him, love him, you can say that
Oh
you don't
my
trust him, but you cannot
like
ignore the
that's
fact that this man is destroying
class.
the media every
Class
single time.
act,
And it's
like,
like he's getting better
just
and better.
dance
I'm all for
it,
Donald
like,
Trump, okay, but I have a lot of respect for
it's
how he
like,
handles those leftist
it's like he gave her a bitch
reporters,
slap
if you
with
can call
words.
this
Like,
woman a reporter,
well done,
okay?
Vivek.
And regarding white supremacy, really, have you looked at the border?
Have you looked at
People are
the?
coming
Yeah, okay.
all
Here,
around the world looking for the
even
American
black people in the
You think
states
those
are
people
like,
care about white
there's a
supremacy?
problem.
Let me know what you think about this in the comment section. This was
I think I
beautiful.
pulled one
God
up
bless
on
you.
my
Catch you on the next one.
last video. Like, yeah, I haven't streamed for a few days. It's just starting a new job. I wanted to sleep and just do homework, you know. Will this play? Oh no. It's a cursed video.
Hey baby, how goes the drive?
Not good.
Is it anything to do with the generational trauma that is currently in front of us?
That we've fully given credit to how much trauma that particular movie has caused. And if you don't know what movie I'm talking about, you're probably too young to watch my videos. Because you see, we had all grown up thinking that it was possible, and it wasn't until that moment that movie magic brought it to life for us and fully tore away the spirit of our childhood, letting us know that it was possible.
If you grew up around logging trucks, yeah.
And it's not just the fact that we now know that we could be killed by a logging truck.
I'm not going to say
It's
the
the
movie.
fact that we know that the world has a plan for us, especially our ending.
If you don't understand, you're too young to be watching my channel.
It will actually get worse. And it's that knowledge that has put us in a perpetual tailspin towards the ending. I hope you're happy, Hollywood.
Yeah. I know. Hollywood almost like I think that one of the like the Matrix, all of that just having that in pop culture just sort of gave AI too many ideas. This was nuts. This one I pulled up the other day.
The raging inferno broke out just before 6 this morning in Elizabeth's industrial district. 3 warehouses
I know
up
I
in
should
flames. The fight tonight
play more
far from
Canadian
over.
news. It's just
spread to 2 additional buildings.
it's not like
There
I
were 5
don't
buildings
find it. I
that were
just
engulfed with
hate
flames.
half
Currently,
our legacy
we are not
media.
calling the fire contained.
I have no qualm.
but we
Well,
are
I have
hoping
qualms
there
with
will be no more
some of
extension of
these
the fire.
guys,
There
but
has been a firewall put up in resisting
it just
the
says
spread of
CBC
the
is
fire.
or
and we're
CTV.
confident
I
that we're
got
gonna
it
hold
into with
where it is at the
breakfast
moment.
television.
When I was
Like
driving in at work,
long time viewer,
I
last
faced the
time
other side,
watch.
and it was clear.
Fuck you,
But
Sid.
when you're coming
Like
over the bridge, you see the massive smoke.
he's trying to
Backfield runs a
defend
nearby
Trudeau
bakery.
going
She
on
says water
vacation.
pressure is low today as firefighters race
And
to contain
it's
the
like,
flames.
oh, a
Very
friend
slow clock, which
donated the
really,
place.
and
I'm like,
this weekend is a very big
that
flood
is
weekend.
called
Always our weekends are. So with low water
corruption. Are
pressure,
you
and then
fucking
sometimes you don't
moron?
get the real clear water.
Oh my God, Sid is a
More than
moron.
100
He is an
firefighters from multiple
absolute moron.
departments called
Just
in to fight the fire.
everyone's
will
getting
likely
fed
remain
up with
here
him.
for days. Firefighters
It's
had
not
to
like
battle
he's
the
gonna
flames
wash it
from
and
outside the
he's gonna go
buildings.
home
No
and
way to
like,
get in.
oh my
The thick black
god, I'm
smoke
so
could be seen from
offended.
across the river in
I already
Staten
had someone like
building
Morgan
manager is on
Ross.
site, and they said the buildings were completely locked up
Because
all
of the
evening.
whole Rebel
There is
News
no expectation
reporter
of anyone
feeling
inside these
thing.
buildings.
The mayor
He was
says
like,
access to
oh,
water has
well,
been
he
a challenge.
deserved it.
With
And I
near
was
freezing
like, well, you're
conditions,
not.
it is a battle. One of the
Oh, you're
warehouses
being
used to house
overly
the Singer
dramatic, and
machine
who are
factory before
you?
it turned
You're
to
just
making
this
weapons
random
in World War
person
II.
on X.
The
It's
state's
like,
DEP
yeah.
says none of the
And you're
businesses
just a
are known
washed
to
up
handle
punk
hazardous
music.
materials.
Thanks for watching.
You
Stay
know,
updated about breaking news
people
and top
like some
stories
people
on
in
the
Toronto are
NBC
just
News
dicks.
app
I'm sorry
or
if
follow
you're
us on
from
social
Toronto
media.
watching, but a lot of you just dicks. Like, this is like, we've thought about a wall just around Ontario. Maybe not Northern Ontario because they are cool, but definitely the South. Like Toronto and Ontario or Ottawa, just, yeah, let's just kind of like wall it off. Maybe auction it off to the state because they might buy it just for like, I don't know, put in some casinos or something. Like, I don't know. I don't know what they would do with it. Like, okay, the Raptors are cool. Jays, I'll take them. Leafs, go Kraken. And back to my report. Oh, I love this. I love all my little dragon ladies. I made a good one. I want to blow in her belly button. Oh, this one was nuts. This one is out of Jersey.
A massive 4-alarm fire is burning in Elizabeth today at the former Singer sewing machine factory. The site, which is just south of Newark Airport, is a 1.4 million square foot building that's been converted into office and storage space. The fire was first reported at 5:30 a.m. More than 100 firefighters responded to the blaze. City officials say it's now under control, but it's likely to burn for hours, if not days. Smoke from the fire could be seen for miles, even showing up on weather radars. That smoke and ash was being carried east across Newark Bay, so residents of Bayonne and Staten Island, they were advised to keep their windows closed as a precaution. The Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. School in Elizabeth is on the same street as the fire. That school was closed on Friday. State environmental authorities say there's no sign that hazardous materials are being burned in the fire, and air quality monitoring is in place.
Dang. It's not like I can't get Canadian news. I'm just so pissed off with the CBC and CTV. Like I saw, okay, see, I do pull up some Canadian news.
All right,
they just get real bitchy about it.
CTV News.
Oh my God, I'm gonna get a strike.
Phil, good to have you with us.
Oh, please, the gods of YouTube, do not spite me.
So, what could have caused the midsection of this Alaska Airlines flight to blow out mid-flight?
We all know this story,
well,
but
the MAX -9 aircraft is the longer fuselage version of the MAX 8, right? Also, the 737 NG 900 is also the stretched version, and because of the
can't make this up, folks.
The evacuation criteria, they have to have more emergency exits.
Like,
so
no, you don't do this.
Fuselage exit on either side of the fuselage. Now, on the Alaska Airlines aircraft, they don't have the high capacity seating, so they don't require that emergency exit. So instead of having two different configurations, what they do is they just plug the door, so it doesn't work, and then they put a panel over the top of it, and it has a regular passenger window. So what happened is that plug is what departed the aircraft.
So how does weight capacity play into this?
Not really. It's not a weight thing. It's a passenger capacity. So, for instance, if the aircraft had 177 passengers on board, total people on board, 171 passengers. So, if they have a higher density seating, which means they can put more seats on the aircraft to fly more passengers on that same fuselage, right? So, what they have to do is, if you have the high capacity seating, you have to have more emergency exits to be able to get people off the aircraft in the 90 seconds.
Okay, I see. So what happens now to the rest of the Boeing 737 MAX 9s after this incident?
Well, any aircraft that does have that configuration that does not use those emergency exits, excuse me, they're going to have to remove the interior panels, and they're going to have to inspect the doors or the plugs from the inside of the aircraft.
What about for, you know, I always assumed that there were these pre-flight inspections happening before takeoff. Could this have possibly been caught?
Well, not really, because it's not part of the emergency exit system, right? So we have the forward doors or the passenger entry doors on the left-hand side. You have the over-wing emergency exits, and the mid-fuselage ones are not used. So like I said, they're just blanked off, they're plugged. So there's no way to inspect them, to check them on a pre-flight. It's not required because they're not an active emergency exit.
Have Boeing aircraft been experiencing more troubles than usual?
I wouldn't say more than usual. The 737, well, one of the things they say is with the 737, it's the most popular aircraft ever built. There's over 11,500 of them built to date. And of the newer version MAX, there's 5,900 on order. So they say every 5 seconds a 737 takes off or lands. So with that many aircraft flying, I mean, if the aircraft does have an issue, it makes news.
So what types of investigations will be going on now?
So what they'll do is all the MAX 9s or even the 900 NGs, what they'll be doing is grounding them. They're removing all the interior panels from around those emergency, where the plug is, and they'll be inspecting to make sure that it's properly secured in place, and they'll make sure that everything is the way it should be before they release the aircraft back to flight.
All right, Phil Doherty, CTV News aviation specialist. Thank you very much for your time today. Great having you here.
Sorry, it's not like your flight plans will be delayed in any way, shape, or form. No worries. It is just the weirdest weather. Oh my goodness. It is such a vacuum that whatever storm is or snow is coming, it's going to be big. Oh, speaking of snow. This one was hilarious.
It parks itself.
Yeah, it parks itself. Kind of like budgets balance itself. Yeah. Oh, just wait. Just wait. Yeah. Oh. And then it keeps going. Oh my god. That clip is old, but it's still hilarious. I felt that one last year, and I was like, yeah, I had to reshare it. Cause, oh man, someone had a bad day at work. I love all my little dragon princesses. Oh yeah, and this one, more cop humor. Yeah, this one.
These police officers were trying to figure out who had the shiniest head. So one of the officers decided to turn on
I think he wins.
Oh
I think he freaking wins. Like, how do you, did he, freaking polish it like his boots? Like, how the hell do you do that? Okay, yeah, there is a snack recall, her channel. I'm just going to play a little bit of this.
This is for a nationwide recall for snacks sold by Amazon and Whole Foods. Plus, I have an update on an already ongoing recall. These snacks are from 2U Snacks, and these recalls are nationwide. But before I get into that recall, I want to give you the update on the other. About a month ago, I did a recall video for apple sauce, the cinnamon apple pouches, sold by Weiss, Wanabana, and Schnucks. Now they have found another element in these exact same pouches. This is ongoing. These pouches have been sold nationwide everywhere, including the dollar store. So The element that they have now found in these pouches is chromium. Now, chromium is a naturally occurring metal, but in certain circumstances and in certain forms, it can have very, very serious health effects. Just so that you all are remembering these cinnamon applesauce pouches that were recalled, here is what they look like. It was 3 different forms of these pouches, and they were sold nationwide. So if you have these pouches still, or if you're buying these pouches still, please be aware and make sure your family, friends, daycare, everyone knows that these pouches now have another element. It's chromium. And I will leave that name down in the comments as well. Now, let's go on to the snacks. Now,
Chromium is one of those ones you probably shouldn't be feeding to kids.
From Amazon.
I mean, we did in the 80s, but I mean, kids these days, we try to take a little better care of them.
This is a long list. So I'm going to have to put the list down in the comments. These snacks are sold in 1.4 ounce bars.
Yeah, you can find her list
boxes.
On
these bars are sold in multiple flavors,
on my blog.
Flavors like
the link is in the description.
Plus,
the link to all
of check the pinned comment so that
all of these clips,
of which bars
because some I skip over and some you might want to go back to, or
they were sold
some you're like, why did you even play this? You're an idiot.
December 15th, 2023. These bars have been recalled due to undeclared soy. So if you have a soy allergy or you know someone that has a soy allergy, please be aware. And these bars were sold nationwide.
Okay, I would rather take a soy
as well as Whole Foods
issue
markets.
than
Make sure you subscribe, turn the notification bell to all so that you can stay informed and share this with anyone
this is
that you know
an
that
industrial
may have an allergy to soy or have bought these bars.
But chromium.
This is January 7th, 2024.
Yeah, I think chromium's like the bigger one, and that one was in the applesauce. Like, holy crap! How the hell does chromium get into applesauce? Like, it should just be applesauce, right? You know, another pretty one. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, bad news, guys. This is not good. The United Nations has just informed these United States that they insist that we stop eating so much meat, and they are serious. I mean, might write us a strongly worded note serious. So I took it upon myself to ask every American what we thought of this, and turns out best we can do is mock you relentlessly while eating tomahawk steak wrapped in bacon in front of you.
Oh, God. Bacon. Oh, with shrimp and hollandaise sauce, a little asparagus, make it all oh, yeah. Screw you, United Nations. I'm gonna love my steak. Even the kitties, oh God, this was, yeah, this channel does funny things, so I think people get the joke. This one's cool.
This family has a huge secret door in their house, and you would never guess what's inside.
Some of
Since
these
everyone
I pulled
hates
up
taking down and putting up their Christmas tree every year, they built a huge closet door in the family
so
where every
to
holiday season
organize
they could
all
just
these
slide their giant Christmas tree out.
and
That's already
do our
decorated.
work and
And when it's
jobs
over,
in
they can just
real
slide it
life
back in.
and-
Something I never expected and have never seen before.
If I didn't have to sleep, and I mean, I barely sleep, but, you know. Oh, this one's so damn creepy. I think I gave up
I want you guys to watch
organizing
this
all
clip and
my
keep in mind
clips,
that
or
this is
artwork
a
between the clips.
grade teacher. Let's watch.
But it's actually working out well tonight.
I talk a lot about statistics. And so we talk about, what percentage of people actually keep their body hair around, in their genitals? What percentage of people actually squirt? What percentage of people actually swallow cum? Or whatever it is. Because they're thinking, I'm supposed to do these things in order to have the social capital in my friend group.
High school.
Because it scares me when a fifth grader asks me and has asked me, when are we supposed to start waxing down there?
That's a question for your mommy or daddy,
Think that it is their
or
responsibility
parental
to speak
care
about these very
unit.
sensitive topics
We're here
regarding
for
sex
math.
with children.
Like, oh my
Am I
God,
crazy?
why this is
If this isn't a
this is
public
disgusting.
display of
It's being
why
normalized,
homeschooling
and
is
I
a
don't
much better option if you can afford it, I don't know what is.
like. That's disturbing. That's really disturbing. A teacher is like, and also just, oh, here's my TikTok, here's my Instagram. I'm gonna like talk about my students' private parts and my recommendations. Like, yeah, listen, kids, if it needs to be normalized, then it ain't normal. And also, speaking of stupid humans, like,
There's nothing like the sight of one of
I'm
Yellowstone's
sorry, I'm
magnificent
just sorry,
bison
but
to
this should
slow
be a
traffic.
no-brainer.
These shaggy giants seem oblivious
This
to
should
the
be
traffic.
just
They
a
cross the road where they
no-brainer.
want.
Like, people
They
should
go where
just
they want. The National Park Service says
automatically,
humans need to
like,
keep far away from bison, but they don't. People in quest of a photo
they aren't
get
like
very
cows.
stupid.
They
You see,
aren't
these animals will
domesticated.
charge. See this guy?
They
Thinks he's
don't
sneaking
like
up on the bison to get a
you.
close-up
We
shot?
tried to kill
Bad
them off.
idea.
They have a
Look what
revenge, like, yeah, here you go. You fuck around and find out.
Here's a picture of some kids this summer at Yellowstone.
Yeah, good.
Way too
Good.
close. Look what
Natural
happens.
selection,
But
you
this doesn't mean that
dumbasses.
you can't
Yeah,
get
like,
good
what do
photos.
you...
Just keep your distance. If you're lucky, you can get some great
Yeah.
video or still shots like this sequence that I got this summer of a herd of bison swimming across the Yellowstone River. Amazing creatures, aren't
Across the river. He was well away. He wasn't like, hey, can I pet you? You look fluffy. It's like, don't pet the bison. Don't pet the buffalo. It's just a bad idea. Oh, God, this one.
So, inclusion is a national security imperative.
No,
We
it's
fight
not.
today, and we are going to
Bullets
fight in the
are.
future using
Ammunition
brain power.
is. Like,
And if that brain, who's going to revolutionize the way we fight in space, we fight in cyber, just happens to be in a trans body, you should want them all serving alongside you.
okay.
I ain't gonna lie,
Okay,
y'all.
you're Klinger. It's actually gone from like you're gonna get kicked out of the army for being in a dress to you better be in a dress. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I might get a strike for this, but I'm gonna try and I'm just gonna let him play, hopefully for the best.
Also, Tatum Plus is now at lunch.
Oh,
It's
not
live,
good.
baby. Go on and check out the relationship channel. Me and my wife, relationship podcast. Me and my wife created a relationship
That's cool.
podcast. I have the Cigar Lounge Talk. We got some exclusive interviews, and I'm going to be doing much more. And it's my opportunity to give back to you, create some exclusive content, and also to keep us sustainable. We have to look forward to the future. I've been doing content like this for 5 years or so, and at any moment they can rip it all from us. So we have
They
to
can.
create new content. You guys have seen
And
why I do it. Everybody's
that's
doing
why
it.
I'm
It's
streaming
necessary
on
because at any point
X
they
and
take us off here,
Twitch
we're
as
gonna be
well
gone
as
forever.
YouTube.
And if we don't have videos on here, we can't sustain what we got going. I can't afford these people. Everybody go home. That'll be it. Everybody goes home.
Hi,
But
crew.
anyway, Tatum
Crew?
Plus is going to
No.
keep us rolling. We're going to be
Sorry.
really great with it. Our goal is to have at least 100,000
Switch
sign up
were
for Tatum
made.
Plus this year. And I think we can accomplish that. But we have to.
I
add
do
value,
have
and
a
that's what we're
friend
gonna
coming
do.
to
Like,
stay
subscribe to
with
the
me
channel.
soon.
Let's get into this. Ladies and gentlemen,
No,
and
I'm not
ladies,
gonna be. I'm not gonna be mean. I'm
can you at
making it
least
so nice before
try
it
to
comes.
sound like a woman?
I keep teasing him. I'm gonna like
Transformers.
troll him, but
It's an embarrassment and a loogie in the face of women.
send him a
that
picture
you
of
think
like an
all you
empty
have to
room
do
with just a
make
bare
your hair
mattress
long
on the floor and a
and say,
hospital
"I feel
curtain,
like," and somehow you are
blanket,
treated like a woman.
here's
Women
your room,
have gone through
comrade.
so much in this
Welcome
country
back.
just to be validated. And
I
a
wonder
man
if
can just say, "I feel like,"
funny.
and they're a woman. And get all the rights
Okay,
of
I
a woman.
would do that
First
to
woman
her.
this, first woman to this, breaking
I know
world
they do
records.
it to
They
me.
just take over women
No.
because they feel like being a woman. That's crazy to me. And this fool and our government is such an embarrassment. Our government is a complete failure and embarrassment at this point. And this
Mine
fool, and I'm
too.
gonna play the clip.
Mine too. It goes
nerve to say the world
must
is
be
laughing at us
contagious
because of
across the
inclusive
border.
delusion
More than COVID.
whatever they
Stupidity.
come up with. No, they laughing at us because we got a fool in the military that's dressing like a woman, still got a bare white deep voice, and think we supposed to take this fool serious. Roll the clip.
So inclusion is a national security imperative. We fight today, and we are going to fight in the future using brain power. And if that brain, who's going to revolutionize the way we fight in space, we fight in cyber, just happens to be
I think their
in a
brains
trans body,
focus
you should
more
want them
on
all
their
serving
gender identity
alongside.
than on
And for
actual
your
combat.
organizations, it's the same way.
And I do have
Those
a trans
perspectives
friend
that
in
we
the
get
army.
from a diverse set of individuals. It's
But
been talked about on stage a
she
lot
would
regarding the
never
science behind high-performing teams. We need those perspectives.
put
But
it out
it's
there like that.
inclusion
You know,
that
you
actually drives
you go out of your way
because you can bring
to
people in, and if they don't feel safe
fit in.
to speak up, if they
You don't
feel
want to
safe
stick out.
to bring their full selves to work, you're not going
Why
to get
would
the value
you
of
know?
the diversity.
This
So
is
for
just
us,
weird.
it is absolutely critical to drive our future success as an organization and potentially on the battlefield. And I think it's the same way for all of you, because we can't leave that talent that
Nobody
is going to revolutionize
cares.
the way we do business.
Nobody cares if you want to wear a dress, but
I'm
why are
wondering to
you
myself,
forcing
like,
it
what do
kids?
other people in the world think? I know what I think about when I see that. It's
And
confusion.
also, like,
That you see, you're like,
do you
okay,
think
that person got fingernails
China,
and they got long hair and they're presenting
Iran,
like a woman, but they
like
started
for military,
What
you
is
kind of
happening?
want to have like
It's in the
a.
trans body. What are y'all talking about? Bro, go deal with
You
your
want to
mental
seem
illness.
like a force,
You don't
and
need to
no,
be for the military.
no
There's a lot of
offense,
other brain
but
power out
that
there. There's
I could take that too.
300 million people that live in America.
And I did
And
say,
I would
dude,
argue it's probably
sorry,
like 90 million
she
people that are
is
eligible to fight in
probably
the military.
identifying as
I'm just throwing numbers out there. That's way too
something
many
that
people.
is
That's more than
whatever.
what they trying to act like.
But
You don't need
it,
to force somebody
all
who
this
has a
is
mental
being
illness
so
to be in a
normalized,
position
and
of let them deal with their
it's
stuff.
like, what's
I don't
going
think none of
on?
this stuff should be
Because this
normalized.
wasn't.
None of it.
This
In
was
your own
always
life,
in
it can be
society,
normalized.
but it wasn't
If
like
you want to walk around the
this
city
is
that
a
you
big
live in, you
national
want to do it. But to
emergency.
lead our military,
Like you would
gotta
think,
get that
like
stuff in order
every
first.
other person was
That's like a
trans
military
right now,
general doing OnlyFans.
and it's
Like,
not the
come on, bro. Like,
case.
you need to get your life in
But
order.
I could go to
and
jail for
let the military
misgendering
folk that can
someone.
dedicate to that do that full time. And like I say,
And
I like
sometimes
to
I
make it very
don't
clear.
even
I'm not against
know.
anybody who want
I
to
try and be
transition
neutral.
also.
I'm
I
just
think
like,
it's
hi,
dumb.
person. I
I
like
think
you,
you look like an
person.
idiot.
You are a good
I
person.
think that most of them
Have a
putting
good
on,
day.
and they just got some fetish, either a fetish for
Big
men.
brother loves
They can't get a
you.
man to man, so they turn to a woman to get a man, or they got a fetish for women so much so that they want to
What do
become
you
a woman.
even say? Like, I
Or
need
they
to
just
join.
they
I
just
need to
freaks.
join.
They
Give
just
me a
want to do something
second.
different.
I need
Change
to
it up a little
join.
bit. I don't know what they doing. I think most of it is bullcrap.
Yeah,
But
it
there's some
is.
people that struggle with it, and I get it. I would never
I
be
get
mean to
it,
somebody.
but I
mean,
don't get
look
it.
at it and be like,
Like,
that is ridiculous. But I'm not gonna say nothing to them. I'm not gonna be mean to them. They
no.
ain't got nothing to
I
do
don't
with
care
me.
what you
Nothing
do,
to
but
do.
don't force it on
But I will
kids.
say that representing our country and representing America and all that stuff, like we should be prioritizing people's ability to function over some trans agenda. Like, is this person the best person for the job? Probably not. They just want to mark on a piece of paper that we got a black, we got a woman, we got trans, we got gay. That's inclusive. That's not mentally inclusive.
No,
Because
it's
how many
not.
of these gay, trans, black people vote Republican? None of them. So you don't have a diversity at all of thought. You just got a diversity of a package. You in a male body, woman body, you gay, trans, lesbian, horny, whatever you want to call it, and that's called, diversity. That's not diversity. That's singularity. That's a monolith. Everybody thinks the same way. Yeah, find me a trans, a black, a gay, or whatever, Asian, Jew, whatever.
Yeah, they aren't there because they're
conservative.
the best person.
And one
They're
that's
there
liberal.
because
And
they're
that tells me that there's some diversity there. Not every single person that exists is on one side. It's very clear to me. I don't know. I'll see y'all in the next one. I got to get up out of here. I'm out.
Like, he's not wrong, but it's like you're the bad guy for saying anything. You say, you know, you say that, you risk jail time now. Like, you misgender someone, like, you can go to jail. It's like ridiculous. Like, I'm sorry. I'll just call people. What else can you do? Yeah, here we go. Another one.
Let me ask you a question. What is a woman?
A woman is someone who...
He's probably never seen one. So.
Answer the question without saying the word woman. You can't say the word woman. That's
no, he probably can. He's never touched one.
So I'll ask again.
I'm not making fun of insults, please. You are my best fans.
A woman is a person who lives a lifestyle
Bad jokes.
with feminine characteristics, not necessarily your chromosomes or your genitals.
So someone who just wears a dress. So what you are doing is you are
I think it really does have to do with chromosomes and genitals. Like, yeah.
I'm not going to put you on the spot. I appreciate you being here tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Poor kid. He just like had his nuts served to him. Good. You gotta learn somehow. Oh God, this is so weird.
Deputy Prime Minister of Canada, Chrystia Freeland. Why is she keep shaking her head like a hooker on cocaine? If you know the answer, call our fucking studio at 1-800 Liberal Party plus NDP equals anus.
Yeah, pretty much. I love his channel. I pull up more. Aw, 22 minutes is starting to like get on like the troll, but it's too late for them. They're just so worried about their paychecks. This is like...
Chaotic is an understatement. There has been a lot of activity in the last hour. This all started, according to police, with some sort of fight between juvenile groups that were armed with sticks. We're also told by witnesses that fireworks were thrown at each other, and we have seen that here on the ground as well.
Oh God, why is that freezing?
Kids are throwing fireworks into the air.
That isn't a big deal. No, my friend, no, it's not. It is definitely not that big of a deal. Not a big enough deal for the local Miami Police Department to show up.
This was such a weird one. Like, what the hell? It is Florida.
For a juvenile fight. And
it is Florida.
For such an enormous police presence,
because this became like aliens. This was the aliens, the shadowy aliens, and I'm almost like, well, there were the moss people.
It was actually the mall goers shooting to protect themselves from these 8 to 10 foot tall creatures in self-defense.
This reminds me of like. I love Clown Planet. If I don't see Clown Planet, it just doesn't make my day. If it's being blocked, banned, hidden, censored, deleted, or ignored, it's worth looking into. Oh yeah, this was a great one. I like this little clip.
Bunch of white nationalists push Christianity down your throat.
Christianity was in Africa before Europe. Whoa. Did you hear that?
Oh, do not mess with the Christian African.
Like, go ahead, keep going,
you will get served.
Ethiopian Bible is older than the King James.
You will get served.
That's exactly right. The argument that Christianity brought, that colonialism brought Christianity to Africa is completely wrong. Why is it completely wrong? Because Christianity was already in Africa before Europe. Mm-hmm. Christianity was in Africa before Europe. Everybody hear that? And
boom!
Yeah, you know that Christianity is not a European religion. Whoa! One more time.
One more
time.
Christianity
is not a European religion. Man, you're awesome. Christianity is not a white European faith religion. Keep going, brother. I like you. Jesus wasn't white. Jesus was not white.
That's why, like, some of this is, it's like a game of telephone. That's so, religion gets, you hear it, and then the next person, and then the next person, and by the end you hear it back, and you're like, that's not what I told you. The wheel can't wait. I decided to vent Razor first. Okay. This one was good.
The great satirist P.G. O'Rourke
I
once
like
said
him.
that the entire Soviet system
Lily,
came crumbling
I'm just a
down
little bit
because
on
of
the
size
fence
9
about
Bulgarian
lately.
shoes.
He sometimes has his woke
People would wait in line
moments.
for hours to buy anything in the Soviet Union, not knowing what they would be able to buy at the end of the line when it was their turn. And sometimes it was size 9 Bulgarian shoes, which were useless to them because they couldn't trade them for the things they needed, like food. So the whole system came crashing down because of Bulgarian shoes. I think we may be headed for the same sort of thing with elite opinion in Canada. Maybe it's going to come crashing down over shopping carts. My colleague over at the National Post, Colby Kosh, recently wrote that there is a national shopping cart crisis. Every year, tens of thousands of carts are abandoned. They go missing. They're wrecked. And all of the experts that the CBC talked to when it was reporting on this crisis blamed retailers or shoppers. The CBC itself said these carts were straying away from the parking lots where they were supposed to be left, as if they could move on their own. But let's get back to the experts. The experts, for instance, in Thunder Bay said it was sociopathic shoppers who would fill their carts and then push the cart all the way home so that they didn't have to hire a cab or bring their vehicles. Now, in an age which is also elite obsessed with carbon emissions, you'd think maybe they would get congratulated for pushing the cart home. But no, in Thunder Bay, it was a shopper problem. Most of the places across the country, it's a retailer problem, and lots of communities have recently implemented bylaws that require retailers either to have safety measures that keep the carts in the parking lots around their stores, or hire people to go and collect the carts and bring them back. But not one of the experts quoted by the CBC said what is obvious to everyone. It's the homeless who take the carts. Sure, there are probably some juvenile delinquents who get out there and shove a cart down into a ravine just for the fun of it. Maybe they try a couple of rides down a hill first. But you don't see anyone in the numbers that you see among homeless people pushing carts down the street. In Edmonton, we have recently seen a sweep by the police of 8 large homeless encampments. They are finding dozens of shopping carts in each encampment. And that doesn't include the ones that are abandoned in the river valley, down ravines, in alleyways. The problem is homelessness. But elites will not say what the problem is. You see this in all sorts of ways. We have a major spike in violent crime in Canada. Since the Liberals came to power and changed the bail requirements in 2019, there has been a 40% increase in violent crime in Canada.
It's like catch and release.
The experts all say, it has nothing to do with the fact that we are releasing more and more and more violent criminals on bail while they await their trial. They're not being reintegrated fast enough into communities. That's the problem. It's not the bail changes. You see it the same with open use of drugs. Oh, that's not because we have safe injection sites and harm reduction programs. No. No, those are social pressures that are causing people to do that. We had a court case in BC 2 weeks ago that stopped the province from cracking down on open drug use, hard drugs, heroin, meth, fentanyl, in public parks and playgrounds.
And the court said, no, it's probably a charter right for people to be able to shoot up where they want to. That's like the shopping cart myth. It's not the homeless, who all of us can see are the ones taking the carts. It's not the homeless. It's psychopathic shoppers. It's irresponsible retailers. And that's the problem with elite opinion in Canada these days on issue after issue after issue. They completely ignore what is obvious to all of us and stick with their woke, politically correct solutions. For Post Media, I'm Lorne Gunter.
Well said. That was actually very well said. And very true. That's just, Canada's just becoming like that. Yeah. Oh, this is interesting. That's Giselle Maxwell's sister is on the World Economic Forum. So I wonder if she has access to, the siblings, the little black book that everyone would like to know the names on. I think we all, as humanity, deserve the names on that book. Who are these fucking creeps? But they're so protected. Oh, yeah, and Raj singing. Yeah, here we go again with back to the aliens. Can't make this shit up, folks. Okay.
That's a performance, isn't it?
As an older woman, I'm like, yeah, I know. I still want to shake it and stuff, but
she's 65. Hold on.
Time and place, and also, what the fuck is with that costume?
Twitter said it's because the floor's moving. She has to hold on. That's why she's holding on to the pole. Like it's some frickin' Zimmer
Give
frame.
it up, and she's probably even lip syncing.
It's kind of getting there, isn't it?
Like, I'm sorry, like
people actually paid. Go see this. People actually paid good money. People are paying thousands of dollars to see the likes of Madonna, Taylor Swift.
Imagine if she was in like her Material Girl.
Well,
and she would look like such a classy old lady.
But I'm broke.
And people would be like, there's ways to do it, but you don't. This was like,
going into
see, this is where I stole it from. That's where I stole that meme from.
Already January 5th.
I do feel like this. Absolutely.
However, how are you going in? How are you planning yours? This looks a little bit like my mentality. Going into 2020 before a lot of the madness is already madness, but before it severely kicked off, well, it was all apple pie. And now year 2024 going into it, gone full into Hamilton, you know what I'm saying? Maybe this year for you is about finding love online, Love online is the thing, isn't it? Swipe. Reject. Why is society so fickle and short-sighted? Why flick, reject. Maybe you're looking for a bit of love online. While you're looking for a bit of love online, perhaps, because it's easy. Maybe everything isn't as it seems. Stefan, 26. Maybe everything isn't as it seems. Stay careful out there, girls and boys, Stay careful. Be careful, stay safe. One thing that I do know about this year as we continue to progress into 2024 is that the parasite celebs, the celebrities, will continue with their messages. I mentioned Taylor Swift there, didn't we? And why are we mentioning her? Because she's freaking everywhere and will continue to be everywhere. I'm absolutely no doubt until they get her all the way to the White House, manipulating the masses there. But this is just a quick example.
seeing the love of our life, dump in that carbon, that CO2, more than any average pleb could ever dream of. And somebody replied here, and here I am, drinking out of a soggy straw. Don't that just sum it up, eh? Celebrities, stop leaving your home, stop going on holiday, stop doing it. Me, I'm going on my private jet to tell you not to do it, and the message is more important. Enjoy your paper straws, guys. Enjoy your paper straws.
I know.
And as we again progress into this year, 2024, you would hope, as
oh no,
got a little bit more fed
folks.
Up, perhaps.
Oh no, folks. This year is going to actually be even more weird and wonderful than
actually. You would hope that we would at least start to see a kind of decline as we progress, but
I mean, it's an American election year. It could be a Canadian election year.
Get even worse.
Hopefully, a Canadian election year. Can we get a fucking election?
Methodist church.
Please, I will be a good girl. I will stop touching myself and cut down on vodka.
In Australia.
I need to quit drinking.
Ban the phrase "brother and sister" from a woke
I kind of lost like half my will to live.
That James Bond was going to get a pass, then you better think.
I'm sorry,
again, my
but
friend,
there isn't Canada left.
James Bond.
Oh my god, it's like
trigger
we're done.
warnings.
We're
That's
done.
right. Yeah.
Like I literally feel like we're gonna go to war soon, and
I don't know. You might want to.
I'd rather I just enjoyed the time I had
the past that you quite enjoyed. Remember that? When comedy was actually quite funny.
Nostalgia.
And you might go to the likes of a Netflix or other platform, other video platform, or any channel or app nowadays, really, and it comes up with that warning sign, doesn't it? Discretion. This viewing discretion.
I'm gonna load this one. It's not on my blog, but
it's. There's some gore in it.
Hopefully, I got time to.
Violent, whatever.
If not, I just think
this program may have views that you may disagree with.
It's gonna fuck up for a minute. Just bear with me. I'm sorry. Tech issues.
It's these warning signs.
Tech department. No, we're good. Okay, saved it.
Times of today.
I'm getting
and James Bond. He's now getting a bit of that. Trigger warnings on James Bond. This is the buzzword, isn't it, now as well? Trigger warning. A trigger warning. You might be triggered.
I feel like that sometimes. You have to.
What appears to be a kind of psyop in itself. The word trigger.
I think it's like clickbait.
And that in itself
I actually might start hearing the most benign videos.
I will be actually. I will be triggered.
A patch of like white paint
I'll show you an example of the type of person that may well be triggered.
And make it trigger warning just to see how many people click on it.
You know, we've had shows like Little Britain.
I'm a jack. What again?
Fawlty Towers. You know, you name it. Mothers to Africa. You from the UK, might remember that one.
I think it's
all
a
this
funny
sort of
troll.
Views from that.
Oh, this. Sorry, I'm also watching Star Trek, and this is the one where Tasha dies. In the like mud pit person.
Not offending anybody. Having a bit of a cry when anybody says something that may be hurty. Completely destroying any form of frigging comedy or ability to have comedy. And it's stuff like this that actually may explain it.
DNA test turns out I'm 100%
the trash man.
Okie dokie.
Basically, long story short.
Oh, this is an epic episode.
Long story short,
sorry, I'm such a nerd.
That's how she started out.
I'm like trying to multitask. I know I should be like focusing on my channel, but
this is happening in schools, colleges.
Star Trek's on.
Near you. Anywhere on the globe that will certainly accept this indoctrination. Started out like that and ended up like that. Only took a year. Yeah. And also she dropped out of the first year of college as well.
Yeah.
So first year of college ended up like that and dropped out. And you wonder the type of person that may be reporting you. You wonder the type of person that may want you cancelled. You wonder the type of person advocating and pushing for those trigger warnings, well, years worth of college will do it. But as we, again, I will continue to use that term, as we progress, because it is progressive.
Feminist.
It's all progressive, isn't it? If the psychos get their way.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. This one is so true.
Your Taiwan flag?
Just watch. The closer we get to the war,
are we ready for
the more you're gonna start seeing women all about domestication again.
If they get their way, how many of them feminists are going to start getting the old oven gloves out?
Yeah.
The drafting
comes. Well, I mean, that just seems like men's work to me.
It's
yeah.
It's
Enjoy, boys, and also you look better in uniforms. Hey, I'm a feminist. No shame.
Thanks for supporting the work.
Also, like, I did try a new list, but I just
got all the details on there.
I'm not the right personality type, but I did so good on the first 2 parts of each sound. Just sucked on that last one, but I was just so freaking bored in the office. I'm like, we're the army. We're supposed to be doing jumping jacks, right? I don't get that. I know I talk about it. Oh, yeah. So we brought up the petition already. Oh, this one. I cannot believe the level of entitlement with some of these people. Like,
an embarrassment to America. And of
pretty
course,
much.
in her final game with U.S. Soccer during the national anthem, she refused to sing or put her hand over her heart. It's just her lack of respect for the country that she plays for that shows her utter entitlement. Not to mention, remember back in 2019 when she vowed to never sing the national anthem or show any signs of respect to America? At least she followed through. But apparently for her, it's going to take a lot for her to stop her constant anti-American hatred, which I will never understand.
Why is she even on
because
the
if you
team?
hate America so much,
I'm sorry.
why don't you just leave?
So it's sports now, ladies and gentlemen, as we see becoming more and more of a chance for certain athletes to make a political gesture.
I'm sure there's other people who can take your place.
Their activism is truly brave. It's truly stunning. It really is. From getting down
I love
on one
that.
knee
Yes,
before
it
game
is
starts, or
brave
even
and
during
stunning
the
to be
national anthem.
stupid.
And as we've seen recently, just flat out refusing to sing the national anthem. And as I always say, if you are so embarrassed to represent your country, you think it's such a terrible place that you won't even sing.
She has the money to move.
Agenda, etc., etc.
I'm sure another team would take her, maybe.
Too much to give up, isn't it? But allow somebody else
to
do so, right? Love to represent their country and not care about the attention, because that's another reason we see athletes like Megan Rapinoe
I can barely sing the Canadian anthem anymore after it's been butchered so much with the French in there.
I'm going to be in the headlines.
Sorry.
This is so stunning. It's great.
We used to sing both,
and
now it's like all mishmashed together, and it's just retarded. And I don't mean that as an insult against anyone's special needs, because no one special needs is stupid as Canadian anthem right now. Like, we'll just put her hand over the heart and
is a terrible thing, being
just be like, fuck
you,
this
mean, hateful thing. Well, we've now got a situation going viral where a USA hockey team at a junior championships won gold and proceeded to sing the national anthem loudly and proudly, and I can guarantee you Megan Rapinoe sat at home looking at that and thinking, wow, how dare they do such a thing? Why would they sing such a song? Do they not know about the racism and the oppression that is going on?
Even though it's USA and we lost to them,
ladies and gentlemen, make sure
hats
to leave a
off
like
to
rating,
the
as it
junior
really
team.
Helps out the video. If you're new, hit
Hats
that
off.
subscribe button, turn on bell notifications,
These
comment on this
kids
video, share this video,
this,
and let's
and
carry on.
also
Take
hats
notes,
off
Megan
to
Rapinoe,
this
Riley Gaines, and US Women's National Team legend
this
Cardi
channel.
B
I'm
praised
sorry, I
amazing
miss
moment, Team USA proudly
I need
linked
to
arms
start
and sung
taking
national
notes
anthem together
of
after
what
winning
I'm
gold at World
showing.
Junior Hockey Championship. Team
I am
USA's
so
World Junior
blonde
Hockey
that way.
champions have been praised on
Otherwise,
social media for their proud
I
rendition
also I
of the
like the
national
adventure.
anthem.
Like,
After winning
what
the
did I
final, the
post?
players can be seen standing together with their medals around their necks, belting out the Star-Spangled Banner on foreign soil. Taken to X, some viewers made the comparison between the young hockey stars and the US women's national team at the World Cup last year. Yeah, that was embarrassing. With swim star Riley Gaines reposting the video alongside the caption, "Megan Rapinoe, take note." The clip also attracted the attention of former US women's national team player Carly Lloyd, who quote tweeted a video of the players singing with the caption, "Amazing moment to see." Rapinoe and
I
co
think
made
I'm
headlines,
not
however, for very
American,
different
but
reasons
oh
throughout last
my
summer's World
god,
Cup.
I
She missed the
love
penalty, didn't
hockey,
she? After
and
many
these
of the players stayed
kids
silent throughout
gave
the
it.
anthem, which drew plenty
And
of criticism from fans and analysts
didn't
alike,
have
as it should for
American
some people out there
families,
representing their
so
country at an elite level,
there's a
at any
little
level,
bit in
is
there,
something they
and
dream
something
of doing.
about
They
that
can think
anthem. You
of anything
guys
better,
like
which is something that
nail
woke
it.
liberals
Oh
obviously
god,
hate.
this
They
is
hate the
gonna be
fact
so
that people
beautiful.
love
I can't
their
wait.
country because they hate everything, so everybody
Talking, I
must
want to
hate
see
everything.
it.
And I do find it very strange these people like Megan Rapinoe constantly complain about the country they're in. I think you know what I'm about to say. They never leave.
No, she had
Imagine what
like
that one is. Anyway, here is the viral clip of the USA hockey team singing their national anthem with no shame whatsoever. Take a watch.
Bombs bursting in there, and it flew through the night. I can tell the storm's coming in. Sorry, we're getting a snowstorm. It's coming. Like, this is... Oh, yeah! That's what you should hear. Like, yeah! Like, how can you not love this?
Look, man, as a British guy, I'll say this now: the USA.
I know, as a Canadian, it's just like,
out there. Probably the
yeah,
best.
you win.
When I see
You win. We pretty
singing
much
that
like.
song and you see people tearing up. It does make
Hey,
you
I'm
feel
not
some
even
kind of way, and
replacing
the boys
my.
deserve the applause. Man.
Yeah,
The boys deserve the
applause. That
showing
was
everybody
brilliant.
patriotic,
Absolutely
nothing wrong with it.
brilliant.
You can be proud of the country you're in and representing, and you compare that, right, to a clip from 2020 when the women's football team, the USA women's football team, were playing against the Netherlands, and when BLM was on the rise, and they did this.
Creepy. Hey, respect. And you can see the one in the green's really conflicted about it. She's really conflicted. And you watch the coaches and like the staff, they
Actually quite embarrassing.
like, how can you not like feel like some kind of little tingle of love hearing that? It's like,
but as soon as the match is over and they're driving home, they drive home to their
it's so beautiful to hear.
and they stay there.
And I love the Canadian anthem. I always do something Canadian
Why don't you fly
at
somewhere
the
else?
beginning
Alright,
of
yeah,
my
because
clip. I'm
it's
a
easier
very
to be a
proud
victim
Canadian,
in a very comfortable country than going somewhere where
damn,
actually
they got a
things are
nice
really bad.
anthem.
It's always the case. Everybody
And
must
cheap
be a
real
victim.
estate.
You know what? F these people, man. There is
Except-
nothing wrong about
Except a
loving
lot
your
of
country and being
places like
patriotic, and you
that
to say
have
it,
the
right?
cheap real
Those
estate,
boys
they also
have
got real
amazing
big
parents. They
critters
raised them
I'm not
well.
used
Leave your thoughts
to.
down below on this
I'm
story,
like,
ladies and gentlemen. What are your thoughts on the USA
there was a
hockey team
cheerleader.
showing no
Oh
shame
god, this is
whatsoever
so
in singing
embarrassing.
their national anthem? I'd like to know if you have enjoyed today. Once again, leave a like rating. If you're
Like,
new, hit that subscribe
she
button,
had a
turn on bell
Q&A on
notifications,
her
comment on
live
this video,
stream
share
like
this video,
I
but
did.
until next time, it has been your boy
And
JD. Have a great day.
I
Stay safe,
asked her,
and I'm out. Peace.
how do you deal with the alligators in Florida? And she's like, what? Oh yeah, you're from Canada. You're special. No, but she's like, whatever. They just sort of do their thing. It's like, okay, I guess they're sort of like raccoons or something here. Like, okay. They seem like you can negotiate with them. Like, they are smart. They're probably smarter than a lot of the junkies downtown. So, probably safer with alligators. I don't get out much anymore. It's scary downtown. Yeah, so now we also, who saw this one coming? And this is from True North. The Conservatives are accusing the Liberal government of neglect and incompetence in the immigration system for failure to track fraudulent age misrepresentation by refugee and asylum claimants. Who saw that one coming? I'm so shocked. Oh my God. I never knew that people would falsely. Oh God. I don't know. Should I pull that one up? Or, yeah. Yeah, BC Supreme Court rules drug use in playgrounds protected under the Constitution. Like, no. No, it's not. No, like, what the fuck are we doing? I'm sorry. What the fuck? No, we used to keep drugs away from kids.
Wanted to turn to the left coast or the west coast, depending on how you refer to it, with all due respect to our friends and followers in British Columbia.
Right now, the snowy coast.
BC, there was a rather dismal Supreme Court ruling, the BC Supreme Court the other day.
Oh my God, this is so dumb.
They effectively said that if you try to get drug users out of playgrounds where children are congregating, it's somehow a violation of the drug user's constitutional
rights. The clown show keeps going.
Just a reasonable concession that you can make for letting people do their drugs everywhere else in BC, which is
but playgrounds. Playgrounds are the greatest.
What more backwards?
Are we going to start having service with vans and puppies? We don't even need it. It's like right there. It's like basic. No, homeless people shouldn't be in playgrounds. Flat out.
The effects of BC's so-called safe supply policy. And,
I'm not a bitch
if you
for
followed
saying
this issue
that.
on this show or elsewhere in the past, you know that the word safe is a misnomer.
I don't know how this
one,
is even like
delve into both of these issues. Adam
question
returns here. Adam,
for the BC government, but apparently,
so let's just start with the Supreme
junkies
Court
have
ruling.
more
This
rights
is
than your
a system in
kids.
Canada, the legal system, that
Can't
will
make this
say
up.
that any constitutional right,
This
if
is
you want
bullshit.
free speech, if
This
you want
is
freedom of
gross,
expression, all of that
and
is subject to all of these caveats and exceptions.
it's like, are we going to have
balancing
security
against
at
other people's.
playgrounds?
And here we have an example where
Just to keep
to
your,
say that we don't want drug users on
taxpayers
playgrounds,
pay for
you can
these
just go
places.
50 meters away. It doesn't seem like
Some of
that
the
big a
homeless
concession. But they're saying, no, drug users have rights.
They don't
Well,
have
so their
rights, in
argument
my
essentially
opinion. No,
is
you
that
made a
if
choice.
you ban people from using drugs in public spaces, that will encourage them to use alone, and then if they use alone, they're more likely to die of an overdose. Therefore, banning public drug consumption.
I'm sorry, natural selection once again.
In a way that is just not
touch a bison.
That's a very questionable argument. I think that there isn't really any strong evidence behind that argument, from my understanding. And I think that if it really were the case that allowing people to use drugs in public decreased overdoses and deaths,
No, it has turned
in the
Victoria downtown gross.
Since
It
they
is
began
like
their decriminalization experiments.
I've had to
back
warn
about
my
a year ago,
family
but we
and
haven't seen
friends,
that. So I
like
really question how the judge is
internationally
that
even.
the argument made by harm reduction activists.
Oh,
is
you're from
persuasive
Victoria? That's so cool.
Yeah,
I
would say
visited
going back
there.
a year
Beacon Hill
is,
was wonderful,
one
and
area,
I'm
but
like,
BC has had
well, we had a
years
tent
the
city
most
there for a
permissive
while.
approach to drugs anywhere in the country. We've had
I love
original
going
fight
by
over
the
so-called
Empress,
harm
and I'm like,
reduction was,
yeah, but
a center
parts
in
of
British
downtown
Columbia
are
Insight,
like
and that's
people
one
are
back,
openly smoking
close to
crack
20
and
years now, maybe
shooting
at
up.
least 15, 16
You
years.
might want to
you've got
not
these safe supply
like,
programs
and
that have been in effect, and yet
bad
BC is
because
still
that
the
impacts
worst as
local
far as overdoses are
businesses.
concerned. So I mean, the
I've
stated
never
goal
seen it like
behind a lot
this.
of
It
these
is
programs just
disgusting
isn't
and
panning
bad.
out in the data.
And thank
the
you
problem is
for
that for many BC
because I
policymakers, they
feel
don't
like
seem
a
to
lot of
actually
the
care
mainstream
about
media
real research. A lot of the research in
shuffles
this
it
space
under
is
like,
very
oh
low
well, it's a
quality
good
or,
thing we're
you know, has
doing
often
this harm
sometimes been
reduction.
biased. Even, for example,
No, it's
Insight, a lot
not.
of the research
Victoria
that was
has
produced
gotten
around
so
that
bad,
in
and it's,
2003 to 2007
we gotta stop. We
was produced
gotta
by individuals who had
dial it
lobbied for the
back
creation of
on.
Insight to begin with, so there was a lot of
We
conflict of interest
cannot
there,
be
and they were
giving
criticized for,
kids
you know, coming
drugs
to
or
misleading
letting
conclusions. So you
people
can look at the numbers
openly
here, and you can
smoke
say, well,
crack
obviously this isn't working.
outside of
But
the
these harm
mall.
reduction activists don't seem to
Like
really
this
care,
used to be,
right?
like
All they'll
I
say
don't
is that,
feel
well, that
safe
just means that we need more harm
walking
reduction.
around in
They don't
heels
see a lack of success
or you know all
as
dressed
anything
up
against them. They just see it
alone,
as evidence of, you know,
and
of that we
it
need
was
more drugs.
never a problem. Like
Yeah, and
I
you did
used to
in your
work
report, and
downtown. You have
impeccably
to
researched,
dress
by the
in
way. It's
office
like 36
attire.
pages. Now there's
That's
credits and cover and all of
heels
that. But
and
you
a
do this
jacket.
report
You
from the
know,
Golden
now
Laurier
it's like
Institute looking specifically
if I
at the
dress like
Safe
that,
Supply
I
fentanyl
look like I
tablet
have money and I
program
might
here. And
get
first
rolled.
up, why did you
I'm
focus
scared
in
to
on,
do
on
it.
that issue?
Well, I focused on the issue because I was emailed by 2 addiction physicians who thought the whole thing was ludicrous, right? And so essentially, if, you know, since your listeners aren't fully familiar with this whole issue, starting in August, BC permitted the province-wide prescription of safe supply fentanyl tablets and sufentanil, and they did this really,
Can't make
you know,
this shit
quietly.
up.
There was no press release. There's
Mhm.
been no media on it, which is really
Mhm.
odd because usually harm reduction advocates advertise when they expand
Oh,
safer
they
supply.
love
And so I
flaunting
started looking
it.
into
Oh, we
it, and I
did
realized
this.
that
We
the way
did
that they were
this.
expanding safer supply fentanyl was grossly irresponsible. So the current system
There
that we
is
have
no
today, where
safe
we distribute
supply
hydromorphone, which is
fentanyl. Like, what
basically
the
heroin,
fuck? Like,
is already broken because we don't
how,
require supervised
like,
consumption, so people sell their safer supply drugs on the streets.
it's not
So
even
we decided to
Breaking
give out
Bad.
fentanyl,
It's just
and
like
we
this
decided
is
to put
just
in
shouldn't even
no
be
requirement for safer
happening. Like
for
this
supervised
is.
consumption. So now we're creating a system that is set
I
up to
think
essentially flood
50
communities with
years from
fentanyl
now,
in
they're
addition to
gonna
government
look back
heroin,
on this time
which,
as
you know,
the
I personally
greatest
think is
level of
irresponsible, and I think many
corruption in
people would agree with me.
Canada.
And I will say, it's
On
not
a,
just a theoretical issue that
like,
these are ending up in
federal
the
scale.
illegal drug trade. I mean, there have been a number of demonstrable cases in BC and also in Ontario where people can pretty well prove how these drugs are ending up just being trafficked.
Well, that's the
Yeah,
thing.
this is
that,
pretty
so
bad.
here's the
Sorry,
thing.
I'm just
When
getting
it comes to
anxious. So
scientific and formal
I
studies
have
of
my
diversion,
support
that's what they
choice.
call it when this is sold
I
to,
can't have
you know, to the
pets,
streets.
but I can have
None
support
of these studies
choice.
are happening because harm
I
reduction
have a
activists
lot of
aren't
support
interested
choice. It just
in exploring this issue. And the federal government, despite throwing $100 million in safer supply, has not funded one
that's my
study that seriously looks
taxes.
at diversion. The only research that's being
Oh,
done into
I get
diversion is
taxed so
essentially
much,
asking drug
and
users who are on safer
here
supply,
it
do you
is.
divert, and if so,
But
why? So obviously that's incredibly biased. You know, hey,
I'm
are you
sorry,
selling
I'm
your
not trying to
drugs? If
strangle
so,
you
why are
guys,
you
but
doing
Money's
it?
angry.
And they'll whitewash it. They'll say,
Oh
oh,
my
it's just
god.
mutual aid or whatever.
Like,
So what I've been
oh,
doing
it's
is I've been,
actually
you know, for the
higher
past year
numbers.
speaking
That's
to
the
different
problem.
stakeholder groups
If you
about
actually
safer
go through
supply,
their
and I just
budget, it's
consistently
actually
hearing from
higher
people
numbers
that yes, this diversion
for
is
all
happening.
these programs
You know, I heard that
and all
from
of this.
over
It's
30
probably,
addiction physicians.
I
I
would
interviewed former
say,
drug
close
users
to
in
$500
London,
million
Ontario. I
because
interviewed
of all
online
of
drug
this.
users on Reddit who were openly selling safer supply and posting photos with prescriptions validating that
And
safer
what
supply.
people are
I've spoken
making
with over
on the
50 youth who
streets
talked about how hydromorphine is a big issue in their
and
schools and how their peers are
exploiting
getting it from safer supply.
and creating
So
a next
it's ridiculous
generation
to
of
me that people are saying
users
that this is not a big
is
problem. But the thing is that our federal government and the
nothing.
BC government
It's like
and these
that
harm reduction
card, the
activists do
meme I
not
pulled
care.
up. It's like,
You can
if it's trying to
it's
be
like pointing to the sky
normalized,
and
it
saying the
shouldn't
sky
be
is blue, and
normal.
they say, well, how do you know that?
Like, this is,
It's irrational.
This is like.
Is there? I think I may know the answer to this, but I may not.
Told me in high school,
when you were on the show previously, we had you alongside two experts
it's like,
who have
I would have been like, okay, so
for harm
we let Lollapalooza spill out into the House of Con.
When they followed the data.
This is a bad idea.
Among the people that are still advocates in general for harm reduction,
I can't believe we did.
If they're all the same, if they're all about this,
but I think it's just
this sort of
because
wasteland
Trudeau
approach
likes to
to
party
CNBC,
here, and
or moderates that, I guess, for lack of a better term,
we know
that are saying, well, hang on, I kind of agree in principle, but I can't go that far.
So here's the thing: there's a lot of moderate people who are for harm reduction.
He
Harm
might
reduction
be
itself is
legal
not a
to
bad
drink in
thing.
Singapore.
It is
that
a
is
killer
fine.
for addressing the opioid crisis. In addition to, let's say, prevention.
But it
treatment,
also
education.
looks like
But
flaunting.
it is a very big umbrella that includes a wide scope of intervention. Some of which
And
are
it
better
says the
than others.
wrong
Well, yeah, I mean,
message.
just
And
to interject there, it used
and
to be
Trudeau
that harm
is
reduction was
grooming
about
his
the
son
needles and the
for
pipes you use,
the
not
next
the
round
giving out
of
drugs.
hell for
Yeah, look, harm
Canadian
reduction was championed in
taxpayers.
the late 80s and 90s, primarily by HIV
Oh,
researchers
it's going to
who
be
wanted
fun
to
with that
decrease
one.
HIV infection
I think
rates.
his daughter is
People were
just
using
like
needles.
fed up.
And that was very effective.
Like she's
and,
like, I
you know,
just.
we had needle exchange programs that demonstrably
But
decreased
his
the rates of
son is
transmission
like.
for HIV and other bloodborne illnesses.
It's
And then
going to
these
be bad in
researchers ended up
Canada.
rebranding themselves as
We
addiction
need a
experts in the
new
2000s and
government.
2010s. And they started,
I'd rather the
implementing
family
more
just
questionable
do their own
interventions.
thing. Like
Many of the people
they
I've
wanted to
spoken
go to
they're-
Jamaica, have
almost
family
all of
time.
them
Well,
accept the need for harm reduction in some capacity.
how about you do it
And even some of them
permanently
accept the need
and give
for
us a
safe supply
break
in some capacity,
from all of this?
where it's much, much,
Because we're
much
so
more tightly
dead.
controlled than what we see today.
It's like so
there's
many
this
Canadians
wide
like are
gradient of
struggling,
approaches to harm reduction,
and all these
but
stupid
BC has
heat
taken the
pumps.
most extreme and most
Policies
irresponsible
like
one, and
free
then vilified
fentanyl
anyone
for
who
kids.
opposes it as being, I don't know, some kind of backwards
Wow,
troglodyte,
that's a great
despite
idea.
the fact that most of these people
No,
support
it's
harm
not.
reduction in some
It's
capacity.
horrible. Like what
What
the
are
hell's
their
going on?
benchmarks for success? Yeah, because again, even no matter how cynical I get, there must be some target that they're pointing to as evidence that it's working.
Oh my
What
god!
is that?
What?
Okay,
They
so
actually.
there's 3 different kinds of studies that support safer supply, all of which are deeply flawed. So the first one
Yeah,
is where they
figure.
just interview drug users on safer supply. And when the drug users say, oh, this is great, it makes me happier, I'm overdosing less, they say, oh, that's objective evidence that this works. It's a customer testimonial. So that's not valid at all. The second level is doing quantitative studies, but the underlying data is still
How about don't
self-reported.
do
So
drugs?
essentially they hand out
How
a bunch
about
of
don't do
surveys,
drugs?
say,
I think
rate
that
from a
might be
scale
your
of
best
1 to 10,
option.
how you feel about X, or has this happened to you in the past? Have you overdosed? Yada, yada, yada. And so you can crunch those numbers so they're less open to misinterpretation than, let's say,
We are
an
paying
interview.
tax
But
dollars for all
ultimately,
this.
self-reported data, the drug users know
Like
what kind of results they
we're
need, to
paying
get to continue having
huge
access to the drugs. So
taxpayer
it's also
dollars
not
to
trustworthy.
figure out how
The
junkies
third level, and this is the one
we
that's
can
more
get better
complicated
drugs to
wrap your heads around.
junkies.
So there's a recent study that came out last year
What am I
in
missing
Ontario
here?
that used
Something
Ontario's administrative
like
health data to show that safer supply programs did have positive impacts on their clients, but there's a huge caveat here. So safer supply programs don't just give you free drugs, they also give you access to significant wraparound supports like social housing, primary care, sorry, blanked out, there's a few other ones on top of that. But the study made no attempt to discern whether positive impacts came
Sorry,
from
so
the wraparound
like
supports
got
of the free
distracted
drugs.
by Star Trek
So,
for a moment.
I'll
I
just
was
finish
like,
this monologue.
wow.
The comparison,
It's
like,
just such a good
imagine a really obese
episode.
man,
Oh,
and
it's
you put
hard.
him on a
Like
diet
it's like
plan,
old
and you
school.
give him
I
access to a
only have
personal
an
trainer,
antenna,
and
so
you
I
give him access
don't.
to a life coach and a
Okay,
psychologist, and then
well,
you give him
so
a
when
free
I
piece of cake
catch an old
once a week.
episode, it's
And then
special.
he loses weight, and you say, well, obviously
And
giving cake is what caused him to lose weight.
I like
Well,
it
no.
because
Well, that's
it
what this kind of
makes it
study
more
is like.
special.
Yeah,
You know, I
there
can
goes
pull
my,
it
there goes
up
my New Year's
anytime.
strategy for weight loss there. A cake,
But
cake
I
a week
like
keeps
the
the pounds off. Well,
randomness.
no, that's quite fascinating. And the one thing I
Much
will
like
also point
my
out is that
blog
I
is
don't
very
hear in the
random at
rhetoric
times.
a lot of discussion about
And I'm
trying to
not
get
like,
people off drugs
no,
as even
I'm not
being a
happy
goal.
about
I mean, there's a
snow.
fair bit of resignation that I think underlies a lot of these programs, which is, well, they're using them, so we just have to try to get the best outcomes within that.
Well, that's the thing, is that many people think that safer supplies is compassionate response. It's
It's not.
giving
It's
up on
not.
people.
It is
We're
enabling.
basically
It's
giving them
dangerous.
palliative
We are
care,
destroying
right?
our
We're keeping them
society.
comfortable until they die.
Yeah, that's
or until we
basically
get them
what it
made.
is.
And then
It's
how is that
it's
compassionate?
a
And
different
look,
form of
theoretically-
made. It's like,
theoretically,
okay, we're
safer
gonna kill
supply is
you in
meant
a
to keep
new
people
way.
alive until they seek treatments. But in practice, safer supply programs rarely push people towards recovery. I mean,
No,
it
they
exists in the
don't.
guidelines as a theoretical thing, but people just take their drugs and they sell it, and then they buy fentanyl until they die, and that's just horrific.
Mm-hmm.
I know that your work on this in the past has been shared notably by Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative leader who's taken an interest in this. And I'm wondering, though, if there were a change in the federal government, how much of what's happening
this man is brilliant.
And how much
this is a brilliant discussion
within the provincial jurisdiction.
I'm actually not entirely sure about the distinction between the federal and provincial jurisdiction here.
It's murky. That's the best I've been able to unearth myself.
That's also the problem.
Well, here's the thing. Safer Supply is provided in two main ways. So way one is through federally funded programs. And these can be forced into provinces. There are provinces that have resisted Safer Supply. And the federal government has still funded programs operating within them.
Lost.
Though I think Alberta has effectively banned Safer Supply regardless of the federal government's intentions. And then on the second level, the provincial government can incentivize people to uptake Safer Supply, or they can, for example, create protocols that allow regular prescribers to prescribe Safer Supply. So you just, your regular doctor, it's outside of a specialized program. If the federal government changes, all the funding for Safer Supply.
Here goes our clean tag on iTunes. It's been a good run.
All the federal funding for Safer Supply will go away, and all of these projects, which create really terrible research, will be they'll be offline, which will be great. And what I would love to see is a federally funded investigation into Safer Supply and federally funded studies into the harms of Safer Supply. And I think it'll be politically difficult for provinces to defend Safer Supply once they lose federal support, because what that'll mean is that addiction physicians will start speaking out more. Many of them are worried about losing access to federal grants. It means that as more knowledge comes out, more people are going to sue provincial governments. I know that there are people who are looking into lawsuits right now. And number three, just, once you have more kids and drug users and more evidence coming out, this is a disaster. No one wants to lose their government. I know that the BC NDP is very worried about a conservative resurgence. So I think that if Safer Supply starts imploding, they would definitely abandon ship.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very good point. And even just on the playground topic that we started on, that's an issue where parents that otherwise don't care about this are going to all of a sudden become very concerned when they can't even take their kids to the playground. And already I hear from people emailing and saying, my son or daughter is in university in Toronto and is scared to take the subway. This has just become a fact of life now in Canada, and that is not sustainable. Adam Zivo, great report for the Macdonald-Laurier Institute on this, and also great work in the National Post always. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening to The Andrew Lawton Show. Support the program by donating to True North at www.tnc.
No, it really is that bad here. It really is that bad here. We are trading off places that our taxpayers pay for that should be for kids and then we're also giving our kids drugs, so I guess they're going to wind up there anyways. Oh my God. What are we doing in Canada? This is so wrong. So wrong. Oh boy.
Zombie deer, and why is this a big deal? So this originally caught my attention because I'm an outdoorsman. Reading articles like this, zombie deer disease outbreak has reportedly spread to 32 states and 4 Canadian provinces. Normal for that to get the attention of an outdoorsman. But when I started reading articles like this, zombie deer disease could spread to humans as cases surge across U.S. New York Post, zombie deer disease spreads. There may also be risk to people. Zombie deer disease threat escalates over human infection risk. The more I looked into it, the bigger the buzz was on this crossing over to humans, which made me think I better look more into this, get some more details, and spread the awareness. So, more things happening right now that you probably should be aware of coming right up. My name is Cohen here at Riverside Homestead, and if you're brand new here, welcome. If you guys are into prepping tips, emergency preparedness, and most of all, news and awareness, stuff that you want to know about, be sure to hit that notification bell so you guys can stay up to date. let's jump into this one. So let's dive right into this zombie deer topic. We're going to hit it from a couple different angles, give you a couple different perspectives, and make sure you guys know what's going on with this. And also, I'm going to get you guys some maps so you know if it's close to your area, spreading in your area, and know if you guys are part of the communities that need to be a little extra aware. And before we get into what the CDC and the WHO has to say, which plays an interesting thought, let me read how Natural News puts it out. Zombie deer disease outbreak has reportedly spread to 32 states and 4 Canadian provinces. Oh, and I'll spare you guys the graphic images. Those images would probably get this thing taken down anyway. So, lots of images out there if you want to look more into it. Let's get into this article. This announcement comes just months after a deer carcass found in Yellowstone National Park in Wyoming tested positive for CWD in November of 2023. If you guys don't know what CWD is, it's chronic waste disease. CWD, which was first detected in Wyoming in 1985, affects deer, elk, reindeer, sika deer, and moose. In one recent report, 800 samples of deer, elk, and moose collected in Wyoming tested positive for the disease in 2022. Now, like I said, this is a huge buzz just over the last couple days in numerous news articles. The CDC defines CWD as a prion disease that may take over a year before infected animals show symptoms, including drastic weight loss, stumbling, listlessness, and other neurotic issues. The affected areas are primarily in the upper Midwest and mid-Atlantic states, with Kansas, Nebraska, Wisconsin reporting over 40 counties affected. And I'll show you a good map here in just a minute, including the Canadian areas. According to Michael Osterholm, a scientist renowned for his research on mad cow disease, the situation could unfold into a slow-moving disaster. Corey Anderson, the co-director at the Center of Infection Disease Research and Policy in Minnesota, backed Osterholm's claim and warned
this could be real big.
People may have already unloading.
I'm just going to pause that. That way people can read it, but also my family did homesteading and had cows. So when mad cow hit, they didn't have a large stock at that point anymore, but my Uncle Jesse was like, what do I do? Like, it's almost like they're like expensive pets at this point because there's no market. Even though there was like one cow head found in a lot in Calgary. And my family's homestead's way up north, past Calgary, like closer to Edmonton and out in the freaking boonies. Like, it's beautiful. It's now a pipeline, but they moved into other endeavors. Let's go into oil. Which is also why, having this Star Trek slime creature that looks like an oil patch is just like weird. It's like meta. What do you say? But yeah, well, the thing with these deer is actually, that was a whole tangent. That was a whole, but this thing with the deer is, oh God, we have a bit of an issue on the island with some of these deer. Like, just because you hit Bambi doesn't mean you want to eat it. And, like, you really gotta, like, hey, and I think it's disgusting that the federal government, like, we paid almost $1 million for people to shoot deer from a helicopter with taxpayer money when native hunters could have done it. Local hunters could have done it. People would have gotten food for food banks. And also, we would have known if they were zombie deers or not. If they're just going around and randomly shooting them, you can't actually track what's happening with the herds. So I think that was a mismanagement. And it almost feels like they paid someone like wanted to be a frat boy and like play hunter. Meanwhile, it's like, local hunters have been tracking this, and it's disgusting. I'll go back to the clip, or I'll go on and on and on about that one. It's annoying. It's like
from infected deer. So the big takeaway there is people
local
might
hunters
already be
know the
eating
herd.
infected meat. What does that mean? How bad is that? And will it cross over to people? The CWD similar to mad cow is described
but
as
if the government just goes in
fatal,
and
incurable,
starts,
and highly contagious.
hey, you
Just
want the
what
herd
we need,
gone?
right? Anderson noted how
Give it
recent
to
mad
the
cow
local
disease
communities
outbreak
who
in the
could
United Kingdom
benefit
provides
from that
Americans
money.
with an
They'll
example
kill
of how
your deer,
things
no
can get
problem.
crazy almost
Oh hell,
overnight
I'll
when a
take up
spillover
Bambi. I
happens
have
from, say,
before.
livestock to people. So like I said, we're gonna
No
take in all the
problem.
different angles to try to figure out how we put together this puzzle, and we'll get into a couple of those angles here in just a minute. Osterholm and Anderson fear the virus might leap from animals to humans, reminiscent of the chaos seen during the aforementioned mad cow disease outbreak in the UK in 1980s and 1990s, where 4.4 million cattle were slaughtered. 4.4 million cattle gone. So, if this was a threat to humans, what are they going to do with all of our deer? The disease, fatal to cattle, affects the central nervous system, inducing aggressive symptoms and lack of coordination. Since 1995, 178 human deaths have been linked to the human variant of mad cow disease. So the fact that they're already relating this to mad cow, the hints that whatever's going on with these deer, whether it's what they say it is or not, could cross over to humans, and there would be repercussions and things that would need to happen in that case. However, the U.S. National Park Service claims there is no evidence of CWD affecting humans or domestic animals. Therefore, game hunters have been advised to apply safety measures and avoid consuming tissues from infected animals. And being an outdoorsman, I've seen these warnings and these precautionary measures that they're having us take. So what's the CDC even doing about this? The WGFD and the CDC continue to monitor the spread of the CWD in the United States. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department Wildlife Health Laboratory conducted tests on live and dead samples of nervous system tissues of
some
sick
of this,
mule deer. These samples, usually from the spinal cord peripheral system, along with other areas. According to the CDC, studies have shown that CWD could be a potential risk to non-human primates, including monkeys, leading to the concerns about the possible transmission to humans. These studies backed the claim of the WHO since 1997 of keeping agents of known prion disease out of human food chain. We're going to circle back to that one here in just a second. In response, also National Park officials are working with WGFD with monitoring the spread of the CWD within the park. The discovery has prompted a revision of the park's 2021 CWD surveillance plan with a new protocol expected this year. Some people are seeing a correlation of the Great Plagues, like an exodus. Is that what possibly could be going on here?
There
now,
was that whole like grasshopper incident or locust thing at Mecca, but we won't talk about that.
Let's reiterate what we just read. These
every time that happens, I'm just like, yep,
since 1997. The World Health Organization has recommended that it is important to keep agents of all known prion disease from entering the human food chain. So, read into that a little bit. We've got all kinds of recreational hunting, people gather,
just like Elvira,
fishing,
dress
people
a lot,
hunting,
make myself fancy,
gathering food for their families. Now, if this is anything like the mad cow thing, and they even correlate the deer stuff crossing over to the cattle on our lands. Can you see where this possibly could go? If they find not only that this could go into humans, from humans eating this infected meat,
is going to go bad.
Find that it crosses from a deer to a cow, which share the same pasture, well, that would stack the deck even more so than ever to make sure that we're not eating cattle that are off ranches and farms, right? Now, I'm going to post these two videos up at the end screen. Very good videos to watch if you want to know a little bit more about the craziness involving the meat in our markets. Now, for those of you that want to see kind of where these hot spots are in the US and Canada, you can see all the hot spots. Now, this is a pretty
You can find all the links
map,
on my
and this
blog.
is from September of 2022. So I would like to see an updated map, which we probably don't even have, from the USGS.
No,
but if this is spreading like crazy, like hotcakes, you can imagine what that map looks like now, a year later. You can see the areas up there in Canada.
My family's just
also right up there in that central area. But
definitely I don't, they're not doing cattle anymore. I mean, so they maybe have a few pets, but they're not doing the whole.
Across the U.S. that have recorded cases of chronic wasting disease in free-ranging cervids
work.
as of November 2023. 414 counties across 31 states have seen cases. Now, I don't know how CDC
I remember the farm
maps,
before the
but I
pigs
would
and
think
after
that the
the
other
pigs,
map
so.
is probably a little more accurate, especially with it looking like it's not much more than what it was a year ago.
It used to be like
saying it's
us
spreading
kids
like
could just
wildfire.
run around and play, but after the pigs went in, they were like, no. I mean, I was always good around the cows. Like, I grew up around cows. Like, even as a little kid, like, yeah, they're big animals, but you know how to move around them, and it's like,
are they just trying to get our attention, give us a scare, make us worried, make us not want to go out and hunt for venison? More justification.
Everything
to get rid of
changes.
wild cows that are grass-fed and move into creating meat in laboratory vats for our McDonald's and our Burger Kings? Or is it something similar to the Great Plague, like in biblical times? That is the current buzz out there regarding the zombie deer. All the facts that I could draw up pretty quick so that you guys can be aware of what's going on. You guys tell me.
I have
what
a
you
few
think
theories.
Down in the comments
if
below.
I was
tell me
on
what angle
YouTube,
strikes
I'd
you
share.
as what you think's going
Maybe
on.
I'll do
Share this
like
out
an
if you
after
find this
show and
valuable. I know a lot of folks live in these areas. Probably something for people to
shut down the YouTube into a
especially this
rumble,
weekend.
but I'm probably just going to shut it down now and go to bed after. Yeah, because we're almost getting close to the 4-hour mark. Oh, and yeah, every family had this clock. I love that one. Yeah. I think if you are from a certain generation, and even if you're not, even if you're younger, I'm sure you've found one somewhere tucked away in somewhere. Let's see if I can find my new blog. Let's see what it is. I pulled that one up just because I had the intro in it. And the question of the day the other day was, oh boy, don't do that. Don't do that, Pixie. You got this. Sorry. My laptop is very unbalanced right now, and I'm like trying to be cool about it, but yeah, oh no, don't do that. Yeah, probably no, just stop it. Now it's being fussy. Because I said something. You are a beautiful laptop. I just meant I was bad about putting you. It's so bad. No, you're a beautiful laptop. Please don't hate me and crash. You gotta be nice to them. Okay, yeah. Now hiring for the Canadian military. This is probably why I didn't go to the job fair today at the Armory. I was like, well, I did my exam, and if you had a billboard, a freeway billboard, what would it say? And I would be like, yeah, hiring for the Canadian military. We don't have bullets, but I have you covered. I'm sorry, I'm like so immature, but it's true. It's like, yeah, that is actually message paid for by the World Economic Forum and Satan. And yeah, I started a new job, and I love this image. Like, the rest of the images in here are like sort of like, yeah, they're okay, but this one is like the stellar one. I really like this one. I want to like do more with this one and make it like, well, I have some really like those diamondy dragon images. So if I can turn the big dragon images into this, you know, some of the dragon ladies you've seen, I'm, you know, it's hard to come up with stuff sometimes. Like, and some stuff I have like 3 projects I have no idea what to do with, because they're all like such different things. Like, one's like Katy Perry, California Girls. I know it's dumb, but that's what AI wants to do, so I'm letting it do it. Another one is I don't know what to do, but it's I might just keep it a very short 30-second one as sort of a bridal theme, just to show off, like, you know, what I can do for artwork or just practice. It is good practice, even if they don't always turn out. AI has its own mind. I wish I could do dishes. And then another one is one from a dream of a spiral staircase. But it's not coming together because I'm not able to find the right. I have a few ideas now because I've worked with AI a bit more to get it to a 3D more model. But it's cute, but it's like cartoony. And I want my dream to be in there. And if I can get my dream in there with this project, I can get other dreams in there. And I have an idea for tomorrow. I will try it as an experiment because I had no idea what to do for artwork for my next blog. And I have a good idea. Even with the snowstorm, I'm going to have to go to the bank, but I need a blank check for work, and I don't have checks. I haven't used checks literally since, oh God, what was it? 2010? Yeah, 2010. That's the last time I had a checkbook. Like, I do everything electronically, but they really want a blank check, so I'll give them the form, you know. And I actually respect them because it protects the employee's privacy better than having everything electronically. Like, so many systems are getting hacked nowadays that a company like it may seem old school. It's a little bit extra work, and I love this idea. I love this idea.
And that's really how
this
I started.
This is what I
Joelle
want to
Fontaine
do.
is the entrepreneur,
and I'm working
curator, and designer behind Crayola. I like to say that I didn't choose fashion.
I love her shop, and this is like
pieces that I like most this season.
I want to do this.
In 2022, Joelle opened a boutique in Somerville's Bow Market to showcase her own clothing line, alongside intentionally sourced jewelry, home goods, and accessories, many of which are made by women. If they're able to become entrepreneurs, find ways to be able to sell their goods, they can control their destiny.
Joelle was inspired to build her business after visiting her native Haiti after the 2010 earthquake.
These were people that were experienced and highly notable in their artistry, but they just didn't have a means to be able to sell their goods.
Now, Crayola provides a platform for artisans from all over the world.
The pillows, the blankets, the accessories, they come from artisans in Haiti, in Bali, in Ecuador. So it is essentially a melange of cultures.
Joelle's entrepreneurial spirit is largely inspired by her mother, Yolette,
it's so
who ran her own
elegant
boutique in
and
Haiti before moving to the United States.
Just
at 16,
gorgeous.
She was given a passport and $500 from her
I need to
brother,
take my
and she's the
sewing
second of
machine
5
in,
children.
but
and she really took that and
I'll
started
I'll
to
get her
travel
done.
to Panama,
I might do
buying
it
merchandise, coming back
tomorrow.
and reselling them.
It's not that far
The
on the bus.
mother-daughter
It's
duo
really
also
not that
worked
far on
together
the
on
bus.
Joelle's clothing
It's
line.
literally like
This is a crop
3 stops
bouffant
from my
blouse.
house and
It's
across
so
the
much
street.
beautiful
It's
texture, right?
not
It
that
has like a little
heavy.
bit of silk, a little bit of raised
I've
velvet.
carried it
You don't
further
see this
over
everywhere.
my
No, you
life.
don't. Everything that we do,
But
we
they
don't do
better not
more than 5
take off my
pieces of an
stickers
item. So
again.
this is very much slow fashion. We really care
Yeah.
about the quality of the work.
And there is
Unique
no
wearable
problem
works of art.
with
The journey
slow
has
fashion.
been really exciting. It's been a long
And
one,
maybe
but
it's
we're
a
learning
better
every bit of
market
the
to
way,
go back
but we're
to,
just
like
excited to see
pieces
what's to
that
come.
you are gonna love for years.
For busy mom of
Then
2,
just-
Rachel Shifter, necessity
Well,
really
this
is
was
the
fun
mother
for the
of
season.
invention.
I decided to take
Like
matters
this
into my own
jacket,
hands, and
I
taught
bought it
myself how to
last
sew
year,
through
and
YouTube, ordered some products off
because
Amazon.
I
At the
thought I
peak of
had
the
a stable
pandemic, the
job
owner of
and
the
I was
parlor
making
salon
good
and spa in
money,
Framingham was
and
styling
it
her
was
own hair
like
at
on
home,
sale
but
this.
struggling to make it last.
But
I would sleep on that blowout.
right now in
and
this
wake up the next
snowstorm,
morning
I was
and it would be
like,
gone.
okay,
Because of
it
sweat,
is
bedhead,
made
knots.
its
Determined to find a slumber-friendly
it's made it through
solution,
2
Rachel
winters.
sketched
It's
out
gonna
an
make it
idea
through
and
many
assembled a
more.
prototype.
I don't need
I knew
one
that I needed my hair to stay in
all
one
the time,
position,
and
and I
this
knew I
one's so
needed some
gorgeous.
format of a
And
scrunchie to
warm.
hold that in place that wasn't too tight, because it can be damaging to your hair.
From fantasy to fabrication, Sleepy Tie was born.
Wrap
Oh
the
my-
arch
I know, I'm
around
such
the
a girl.
ponytail,
I'm talking about, I go from
and then
like
you
more
want
to
to wrap your
scrunchies.
hair around the arch. And it just so happened that when my hair stayed in this position, it also allowed it to have a little bit more of a curl and a little bit more volume. So not only was my blow dry lasting, it was getting better.
An endorsement like that didn't go unnoticed for long. Sleepy Tie sold out at pre-sale and again 4 more times.
We went viral on social media. On TikTok, we had over
I
300
like
million
these
views.
shows.
And that
It's just
changed so much.
inspirational. Yeah, one day I'll
Fortunately, they
find
felt
my
poised to
niche
handle the
and-
success. In 2019, she and her sister/business partner, Carly Rubin, launched The Agency, a content marketing
Hopefully
firm
I'm
that
not going to
helps
get a
build
strike
brands.
for this. How
Sleepy
long
Tie
is
personally changed
this?
my life in a very drastic way. I no longer do my hair in the morning for work. That's not an exaggeration. I literally take out my Sleepy Tie and I go to work. That has saved me
30 minutes.
Yeah.
As a mom, that time is
and her
priceless.
A precious commodity for any woman that she can get back.
I wish I could grow my hair
her
like
eyes
that. I
closed.
really can't.
It
This
just makes
is
me
like
feel
as
proud
good
to
as
see
it
the
gets.
reach that Pinkie Tie has and the way it helps people.
That's why God invented wigs.
All right, Flippy continues to expand. Now comes in 3 sizes,
And
multiple
also,
colors.
like,
I guess it
so
works for people
sometimes
who
I
want
actually
to
feel
come up with ways from
uncomfortable,
That's
like
what they
just
say.
after
And Crayola left their
years
location
in
in Somerville, but you
church,
can find their
having my
products
hair
online.
uncovered.
Creole is the dialect that is spoken in Haiti.
It actually
Joelle, growing up,
feels
wasn't allowed
like
to speak it. She
intrusive.
could only speak French.
Like
so the name
even
of the
in
company
summer, I'll
is
try and
almost a
cover my hair.
tribute in her attempt to reclaim part
That's
of her
just a
identity.
personal thing.
Up
It's
next,
like it's not like
standing
I'm wearing
on top of the
a
world.
full hijab, but I do like something. It just, and it's not about looks sometimes. Oh yeah, trick-or-treaters. Beware, marijuana candy edibles. Absolutely no one on the planet will give away their edibles for free to your children. Please grow up. Pretty much, yeah. I would say that's true. Oh God, this is so dumb. Like,
I'm Michelle Esteban. A huge traffic disruption
blocking
in Seattle today
roads
as
needs
pro-Palestinian
to end.
protesters
Oh
blocked the
God,
northbound lanes of I-5 in
this
Seattle.
bugs me so.
Hours.
Of course, Seattle.
Protesters stood in the freeway
This is a
Denny
Seattle, yeah.
and
Como, yeah. Love you, Como, but oh my God.
This all played out. Paul, take us, if you will, through the day here.
It's Seattle. This is going to be dumb.
Well, Michelle, the protesters told me they want a ceasefire in Gaza, and they were ready to cause a disruption in order to achieve that goal. Well, it certainly did cause a disruption today, although some drivers who were out there today might disagree strongly with their methods. Let's take you back. This all started around 1:30 as the protesters made their way onto I-5, chanting that they want to stop to what they call genocide in Gaza. Drivers, they had to be detoured onto I-90. At one point in the afternoon, we saw an ambulance stuck in traffic. Other first responder vehicles, too, were trying to get through the area. This continued for hours as State Patrol calmly stood far away and allowed them to continue to block the interstate. A dispersal order was issued by Seattle police. It was not followed. Then a second one was issued, which was also ignored for about half an hour. Eventually, it was the weather that might have helped clear everyone out of the cold rain. It turned into hail, and there was lightning in the sky. We talked with those protesting today about why they're doing this. What do you say to people that are just everyday Seattleites trying to get somewhere that are upset you're causing this disruption?
So we hear you, and we apologize for the inconvenience. I'm sure that the goal and the target is not commuters, is not average people trying to get from A to B. So we invite those people to examine the complicity of the U.S. government that we live in the genocide that's going on in Gaza. We invite them to look at what is actually happening.
So it wasn't until close to 5 p.m. that the protesters started to walk away, but then they left a line of cars blocking the interstate. Ultimately, though, those cars were all towed away. So those protesting, they're going to have to go and get their vehicles back. Now, while it is illegal to block the interstate, Washington State Patrol told me tonight in a statement that no arrests have been made, but they did say they are still investigating. They also say they have information now on those 12 vehicles that were left behind. Michelle, they said it took so long for law enforcement to move in and to break this up because they say they didn't have enough resources and they needed to call extra troopers in. Michelle?
Oh God, am I getting... That one ended. Okay, good. I thought I got a block. Sorry, Sunday. I'm so paranoid now on YouTube. It's like, am I being a good girl? I don't know. Probably not. See, this is like the way I envision my stuffed animals. I know it's dumb, but a girl can pretend, right? I mean, if a boy can pretend he's a girl, then I can pretend I have pet dragons.
now.
I don't see a
Programming.
problem
We're taking
with
a live
make-believe
look at Sky
these
10 right
days.
now. This is a very active scene in Hollywood. Police are confirming, and these are some horrific details, that a baby has been found in a dumpster at this construction site. You're looking at the dumpster right now. Presumably that is where that baby has been found. Sky 10 is above Rodman Street and South Federal Highway, so that gives you a better idea as to what we're looking at right now. This is where we're told an apartment complex is under construction, and police confirming with us that it was a construction worker who made this disturbing discovery around 8 o'clock this morning. 8 a.m. is around the time Hollywood PD responded to this situation. So you're taking a live look at the scene right now. We've been able to confirm these details so far. Obviously, there's still a lot more to find out with regards to how exactly that baby ended up there to begin with and who may have been involved. But to give you what we know so far, one more time, you're taking a live look at Sky 10 right now as we just passed the 10:15 mark on this Monday morning. But this very active scene, police confirming a baby has been found in a dumpster at this construction site. Just some heartbreaking, disturbing details right now. This is above Rodman Street and South Federal Highway. So right now we are going to work and gather more details for you. We do have a crew at the scene. We've been able to get this information so far, and we're going to continue to work the information and try and find out what exactly happened right now. Your news at noon is coming up in just about an hour and 45 minutes or so, but if need be, we will break back into programming within that next hour and 45 minutes and give you more information.
That's
as it
so
comes to us. But
sad.
just one more time before we send you back, we want to give you this update.
People,
Breaking news right now. This is an active
you
scene
don't
in
need
Hollywood.
to do that.
Police confirming
Just,
that a baby
there are,
has been found in a dumpster
leave it
this
at a
construction site
hospital.
right above Rodman Street and South
Leave
Federal
it at a
Highway. So that's what
hospital,
we're
a
taking look at
church.
right now. We'll come back with more information.
Some churches even have baby boxes. I know that's a disturbing term, but it's literally a box that you leave your baby in if you can't have it, and then it'll get adopted. I don't know. That's just so sad. Like, to just dump it when there are options, even without adoption in the state or abortion in the States. I know it's...
Would you believe me if I told you that this spider is not biting me, but more so tasting my skin? I know I said in a previous video that jumping spiders just don't like the taste of our skin.
I actually
but
think they're really
I guess that
cute.
changes if you have honey on your skin.
They're actually very
I kept trying to figure
loyal.
out what he was doing, and then I realized I conditioned my hair with honey today. So he is tasting the residue of whatever is left over on my skin. This
They aren't
honestly
like
went on for
wolf
about 10
spiders.
minutes until I realized,
I have
let's give him
like
a different treat. And
wolf
we tried
spider
watermelon.
barrier,
He attacked it.
beyond.
Ruben is a
because those
Hypernotus pyrithrax
buggers,
and is
like,
the size of a fly.
I still have
He's
scars
so cute.
from some
Watching
of them.
him tug at this watermelon was the most adorable thing that I've seen in a while. He literally
Yeah,
could not
wolf
get enough and kept
spiders
coming
aren't
back
this
for more.
cute.
So
No,
later on, I
they
even
aren't.
gave him some more
No,
watermelon,
they're
and he
evil.
even did a happy dance. So
No,
yeah, I guess Ruben is
no.
addicted to sugar.
Aw, that's so cute. No, wolf spiders do not play nice to you. They will, like, literally chew your face off given a chance. And they're the size of my hand. Oh, yeah. And there's a nest outside of my building. So I have, like, this whole, like, wolf spider perimeter. Knock on wood. And all my babies keep me. Okay, I can play make-believe, okay?
Pierre Poilievre is appending Political Communication Canada with his innovative
Sorry,
use of
I'm
long-form
silly beans
documentary
tonight.
videos to drive the
I haven't
national
streamed
conversation.
for a while,
Poilievre has
so
garnered
it's like-
massive viewership for films diagnosing the housing crisis and ballooning national debt under Justin Trudeau's Liberals. His latest expose, Detonation, Canada's $10 trillion problem, delivers a sobering portrait of a country staggering under over $10 trillion in household, corporate, and government liabilities. Narrated by Poilievre himself, the film warns this debt mountain could trigger economic detonation should interest rates rise from historic lows. Though Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland aims to downplay the threat, Poilievre's documented analysis and use of clear historical precedents have ignited a much-needed discussion about Canada's fiscal challenges, one the Liberals seem unprepared to have. Welcome back to Street Politics Canada. Pierre Poilievre has found an innovative new way to spread his political message and critique the governing Liberal Party. As As the new leader of the Conservative Party, Poilievre has been releasing lengthy documentary-style videos on issues like housing affordability and the growing national debt. His films aim to educate Canadians about these important topics while also leveling harsh criticism against Justin Trudeau and the economic policies of the Liberal government. Poilievre's latest documentary, titled Detonation, Canada's $10 trillion Problem, focuses on the immense debt that has accumulated under the Trudeau administration. Running over 15 minutes, the film paints a grim picture of the country being burdened by over $10 trillion in total debt between household, corporate, and government levels. Narrated by Poilievre himself, it warns viewers that this ballooning debt poses a serious threat to Canada's economic stability and could trigger a catastrophic debt crisis if interest rates rise from historic lows.
If you had a time bomb ticking away under your home, what would you do? If you didn't know it was there, you would probably just go on with your life until one day, suddenly...
Sorry? Interest rates are at historic lows, Glenn.
Assuming you survived, you would scramble to put out the fire and rebuild your home at immense cost and great pain. Now, what if, before it came to that, you had noticed the constant ticking sound at your house and you took time to investigate, and you found the time bomb? Would you just go on with your life and pretend it wasn't there, hoping it wouldn't go off? You might be right. Maybe it would never go off. That ticking sound in Canada is the debt bomb waiting to go off.
Poilievre's previous film on housing affordability was viewed nearly 500,000 times on YouTube alone in just a few short weeks. This growing viewership shows that Canadians are receptive to getting in-depth explanations of complex issues directly from political leaders. It also forces other parties to up their game and match the level of effort that Poilievre is putting into substantive policy videos. In this new documentary, Poilievre carefully avoids predicting the precise timing of an economic crisis while still emphasizing its growing likelihood. He states that if Canada's total debt load surpasses 3.5 times the size of the national GDP when global interest rates eventually rise back to their long-term historical average, then over a quarter of Canada's entire economic output would be required just to pay yearly interest costs on the accumulated liabilities. Such a staggering debt servicing burden, according to Poilievre, would all but guarantee what he termed a detonation crisis, where rising borrowing expenses could overwhelm public finances and plunge the country into a severe fiscal crisis. Through such sober analysis of the debt metrics and their implications if conditions change, Poilievre effectively warns Canadians of the vulnerabilities Canada is exposing itself to under the large deficits run by Trudeau's Liberal government. To put this massive $10.2 trillion figure into context, he notes it is larger than the debt levels of the United States during the 2008 financial crisis, Greece during its debt crisis, and over 45 major debt events in the last century globally.
Here's the simple math. Total household, corporate, and government debt is more than 3.5 times the size of Canada's gross domestic product. That is higher than the United States during the subprime housing bubble that would later burst into the 2008 financial crisis.
Traders here working the phone say a lot of their customers are freaked out, waiting to see how low the Dow will go. They're focused on the Dow, not so focused on...
Higher than in Greece during that country's debt crisis.
Fearing for their jobs, threatened to commit suicide by jumping from the window ledge of their office in Athens.
And higher than in 45 of the 48 biggest debt crises around the world in the last century.
Most concerning, Poilievre argues this debt load has accumulated with interest rates near historic lows. Should rates rise even slightly to more normal long-term averages, the interest costs alone on servicing this debt would be staggering. Using careful research, Poilievre illustrates what rising rates could mean for Canadians. If rates increase to their average of 7.6% over the past 61 years, annual interest payments on all this debt would skyrocket to $294 billion. That amount equals nearly 10% of Canada's entire GDP and would mean each household paying an additional $17,806 per year just in interest costs. Such a scenario, in Poilievre's assessment, would make a severe debt crisis virtually inevitable for the country. Here, the Conservative leader effectively draws on historical examples to underscore his message. He cites Canada's own debt crisis in the early 1990s that forced deep austerity measures under Prime Minister Jean Chrétien and Finance Minister Paul Martin.
Why would parties with an ideology that believes in boundless government programs slash public spending so dramatically? Well, for the same reason that the federal Liberal government in Canada cut the jobs of 45,000 public servants and removed $7 billion from healthcare, education, and social services in the 1990s. And for the same reason that the Saskatchewan NDP, a party that credits itself with inventing Canada's Medicare program, shut down 52 hospitals in the 1990s.
I just think we lost a lot when we lost our hospital.
That reason? They were broke. Which proves that debt crises do not care about ideology. Numbers are not partisan. Merciless mathematics trump political philosophy in a debt crisis. When the money is gone, there's nothing left for wages, pensions, hospitals, schools, food, and other essentials.
What do you feel
Numbers
about
rule the universe.
Hospitals were shut
a
down.
recession?
Funding to healthcare and education was slashed by billions as deficits needed to be eliminated. Poilievre asserts that Justin Trudeau, like his father Pierre before him, has pursued the same reckless spending policies that led to that crisis while also alienating the energy sector. This, he argues, sets the stage for a return to the stagflation of that era with high unemployment, inflation, and economic stagnation. In one of the more controversial segments, Poilievre speaks to the human costs of a looming debt crisis.
New Year's
He notes
last
research
year.
showing increased suicides tend to accompany mass job losses during downturns.
People not only lost their money, they
It
lost
was
their
such a good
lives.
stream
When
too.
misery index gets high enough,
It's
people
gone
take
now.
drastic
Well, I still
steps
have it, but
to
it's
end their
like
misery.
Afraid that the mass media are telling you
Darn
to
it.
try to make citizens experts
Idiots.
on everything. You know, only about 1/10 of you should be listening to that news.
Speaking of
The
idiots,
suicide rate reached a record
Oh
high
my
in
God.
1983,
Yeah.
Mr. Trudeau's last full year in office, at 14.8 per 100,000. That was an 8%
and now look
increase
at
from
it. Now
1980.
fucking look
Seven
at
of
Canada.
The worst years for the suicide rate in Canada happened when Pierre Trudeau was
Oh,
Prime
we
Minister.
got made
And
now.
the suicide
You
rate
don't even
rose
need to.
50%.
The government
from the year
will
he took
help
office
you
until
kill
the last year
yourself.
he held
Like,
power.
think about
And
it,
even
folks.
today, the pain and anxiety of doubling home prices, rising homelessness, and generationally high inflation has otherwise healthy people considering ending their lives. The CEO of the Mississauga Food Bank has said some have reached out asking for help with medical assistance in dying, not because they are sick, but because misery and poverty is too much to go on living.
From here, Poilievre makes the case that Canadians suffering depression during an economic crash could soon be assisted in ending their lives under Trudeau's proposed expansion of medical assistance in dying. It is a provocative claim aimed at highlighting the potential social consequences of runaway debt. After Poilievre released this sobering documentary examining Canada's ballooning debt crisis, Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland struggled to mount an effective response. In an attempt to downplay the growing threat highlighted in Poilievre's film, Freeland took to social media to tout various debt and deficit figures she claimed proved the strength of Canada's economic position. However, her reply showed a worrisome dismissiveness of the real concerns brought forward by Poilievre's in-depth analysis. Freeland focused heavily on stock statistics like national credit ratings and gross debt to GDP ratios. But these metrics present an incomplete picture by obscuring Canada's true gross debt burden relative to our global peers. Privileging net debt figures allows the Liberal government to shift attention away from the ballooning liabilities that will need to be addressed. More troubling, Freeland made no attempt to engage with Poilievre's substantive points about how rising household indebtedness and inflationary policies are squeezing Canadians and exacerbating the risk of a looming fiscal crisis. Rather than a meaningful response showing she understands the financial hardships facing many citizens, Freeland resorted to simply tweeting out superficial figures and did little to reassure the public. Her response exemplified an alarming unwillingness to grapple seriously with the debt dilemma laid out in Poilievre's film. If the finance minister cannot have an informed discussion showing what remedial steps her government is prepared to take, it suggests to Canadians that the Liberals have no real answers for challenges that threaten economic stability and prosperity in the long run. Freeland will need to raise her level of discourse if she hopes to withstand Poilievre's persuasive critiques of the Liberal record. While Freeland touts indicators like Canada's credit rating and low inflation compared to other G7 nations as signs of resilience, Poilievre clearly sees the debt situation as an unfolding threat. His film questions whether international assessments fully capture the risk posed by record household, corporate and government debt levels should conditions change. He also claims the Bank of Canada failed to foresee the surge in inflation Canadians are currently experiencing. Through this documentary series, Poilievre is elevating issues like housing, cost of living, and debt management to the top of the national conversation. Whether one agrees with his critiques or not, there's no denying he has found an engaging new format for driving the political agenda. But more importantly, Poilievre's documentary has spurred a more robust public discussion about the challenges facing Canada, one that all leaders would be wise to actively contribute to as well. The bar has undoubtedly been raised for substantive policy debate thanks to Poilievre's foray into long-form digital advocacy. Well, that's all for now.
Do you think Poilievre's long-form documentary style is an effective new way to educate Canadians on policy issues? Let us know what you think in the comments below. And if you haven't, please subscribe and leave a like for this video. Your support helps us continue our work. You can also follow us on Twitter, where we post stuff we can't post on YouTube. You can find the link in the description below. Thanks again for your support. I will see you in the next one.
I like this channel. He's really good. He sounds really young. Like, just, I would say he's probably between like 16 and 22. Just by his voice. But he is so articulate and professional. He's actually better than the CBC. And oh my god, yay, the mammoth bones. Okay.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, I'll have a little taste.
I might get a strike for this, but it might be worth it.
Thank you, sir.
Cheers, sir.
Cheers
Good to see you again.
Good to be seen.
Nastavi.
Woo! So, tell me, what the fuck is going on? How is it? How's things cracking? First of all, congratulations on being proved correct, and that there are literally mammoth bones, bison bones, all kinds of bones in the East River.
Yes, sir.
You said it on this podcast. Dirty Water Dan went out and looked for them. They found bones. They found multiple bones. It's real.
Come on panel.
It's very real.
So the
I'll put the link on X. You guys got
and
Twitch.
your property.
Hi.
Yeah.
I know there's only like 4 of you watching, so don't worry about
How many
it.
pounds were dumped? Roughly?
I don't
50
expect
tons.
anything.
50 tons.
I'm just happy you're here.
50 tons.
And that was told to me by one of the guys that wrote that report that I read on your show.
Good Lord, that's a lot. I didn't know it was that many.
Yeah. Boxcar.
And they found how many bones so far?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I think Dirty Water Don and those guys found 3 so far.
Did I say Dan? Sorry.
It's either Dan or Don.
Don. I think is it Dirty Water Dan or Dirty Water Don? It's Don. Dirty Water Don. That's a risky thing to do. The guy's diving in the East River.
Yeah.
That guy's.
Yeah. There's more guys out there too.
How many guys are out there right now?
Don't know how many, but I know there's others out there that are making finds.
So are they using spotlights? Like how are they seeing things at the bottom of the East River?
One is a research vessel.
A research vessel?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm in the gold mining industry, and we have a code that we don't talk about.
So this is one piece, and this is a jawbone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Of a steppe bison.
I believe so. I have never seen it.
Mm.
But I know he found, that was one of the first things he found. He found some mammoth ivory.
Yeah, and he found another bone, right?
Yes, sir.
Looks like
a leg bone.
Yeah.
Right there. Yeah.
So this is his Instagram is Dirty Water Dawn on Instagram, and that's another bone that they found right there.
Yes, sir.
And so they know roughly the location, and it's kind of amazing that this stuff was dumped in, was it the 30s? When was this dumped?
In the 40s.
The 40s.
Yes, sir.
So this stuff was dumped. That's outrageous. That's an outrageous photograph. How dare you, Don? This stuff was dumped in the 40s, and to this day, like this is the first time that people have actually gone looking for things, correct?
Yes, sir.
So
it's been a dirty little secret for decades.
Well, proven true now.
Yeah, it sure has been.
Pretty much.
The museum still continues to deny it, though, correct?
They won't talk to me.
Why won't they talk to you?
Well, when I Drew and Laura and I and my wife went to New York.
I'm so used to mobiles sometimes. I don't know what I'm doing on my laptop. Just bear with me.
They wouldn't meet with you?
No.
So you went all the way to New York to meet with them?
Well, I went there to the Explorers Club to show the documentary. There was a screening of the documentary on the bone.
And what did they just decide that you're too problematic?
Okay, there we go.
Well, how are you problematic? I don't understand.
I'm problematic in many, many ways.
I think you're great.
Because I don't think they ever envisioned somebody like me owning this company.
Right. That's probably the problem.
Yeah.
The problem is you're honest.
To some degree. I'm a gold miner after all.
Yeah.
Mark Twain said a miner's a liar standing next to a hole in the ground.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Mark Twain was the shit.
Yeah, wasn't he?
He really was. Boy, was that guy ahead of his time. A lot of people credit him for being the first stand-up comedian.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, because, there's stand-up comedy is a truly American art form. And
no. I disagree with no. I disagree with this. No.
Humorous works in
no,
front of people.
I absolutely disagree with that statement. I respect you, Joe Rogan, but that is
one
wrong.
Of the first iterations of stand-up comedy was Mark Twain. And obviously, he's a very funny guy.
Stand-up is an older tradition than...
So many great quotes from this one individual.
Obviously, our little roid monkey
they left you in the
would
rain,
realize.
And then nobody has
hey, man, I'm going to be defensive about some things.
What are they afraid of? It's not even them. You got to think, this
I
is all
agree
done
with
in the
this,
1940s.
but at the same time,
Everybody
I had
did
to
is probably dead.
step in with that
They just don't want to return the bones.
Oh, my God. It's comedy.
Oh, so they have more bones.
Oh, yeah, this is just the stuff they threw in the river is not even the good stuff.
No, exactly.
I don't know if you saw that little video I posted of their collecting techniques where they threw them in a big pile. No idea where they came from. It's on my Instagram.
So they just don't want to address it? So do you have lawyers involved? Like, what's going on so far?
Yeah, this is pretty bad.
Litigate this. I've been involved in litigation before, and I have a pretty good track record. Because I protect my property rights. I don't care if it's real property or intellectual property.
Well, this seems like they're going to have to. I mean, there's just too much pressure now. With the fact that they've actually found real bones in the East River, that there's no other way they could have gotten there. I mean, how the hell else are you going to find a steppe bison bone in the fucking East River? It's clear that they dumped that stuff.
Oh, yeah. And they denied it at first. Check this out.
So it says
12 tons of ivory unearthed in a year.
Wow.
These are the fearsome reminders of a period when cavemen were not the only things girls had to look out for.
Wow.
That was AM.
Money isn't always so easy to find. Gold miners in Alaska loosening up the frozen earth found not gold but the treasures of past ages. A mammoth tusk 9 feet long was just a part of the 12 tons of ivory unearthed in a year.
Wow.
These are the fearsome reminders of a period when cavemen were not the only things girls had to look out for.
Sorry, there's still a
the way they
power
talk back then
outage.
is so strange.
I can see what no one local is like going onto my panel.
Very weird. It's like when they first heard themselves recording.
They don't have power.
Anyways, that's their collecting techniques, and they sent everything. They weren't supposed to take all that stuff. They were only supposed to take bones of scientific value, and they were supposed to research every one they took. And they were supposed to, under the agreement I had with them, or my company, do a report annually on everything they took. And it was a tripartite agreement with the University of Alaska, AM&H, and my company, Fairbanks Exploration. And they didn't do any of it. And when I bought the company, I went to the University Museum, and the curator there, I said, I bet you know why I'm here. He goes, I think I do. I said, I want the bones back. He goes, let's go to New York City. Let's go get them.
Hey, boy,
So we all went to New York City to get them. He gave me a nice tour downstairs of the basement, showed me the tons and tons.
Pull it together, but it's stressing me out. They don't wanna see us do well, drowning in the water, if the wishing well. Got a little closer when we fell. At least we have a story to tell. They don't wanna see us do well, drowning in the water, if the wishing well. Got a little closer when we fell. At least we have a story to tell. Things are finally looking good. Moved to the city, got out the hood. Father's business is taking off. Mama's smiling proud. She gotta quit her job.
Hey, good to see you. I'm doing awesome. Oh, good to see you. Good to see you. I'm doing awesome. I got a new job. I'm feeling good, except it's like, and right now that snowstorm that's supposed to hit Victoria is sort of over me. Knock on wood. Oh yeah, man, I'm praying that away. Like, oh yeah, I just wait. It'll be fine. It's cold, but it's not that cold. It just worries me because the longer it stays warm, like it's like friends in Langford and Souk are getting snow. Or, had snow. Whereas Victoria, it's not too bad. It's actually not as bad as it's been. And that worries me because when you have a snowstorm coming in the way it is with an Arctic front from the north, and you have this like little warm spot and you're like, oh, well, there's no snow coming. It's like, oh, no, just wait. The snow is coming. It's going to be awesome. But I got my wonderful jacket. And I have shovels so I can help clear the sidewalks because the property management does jack shit all for clear. I get annoyed. It's just like, I had to walk here. Oh, and Coney Island. Oh my God. I don't know if you know Coney Island.
Until the lights go out at Coney Island. Then the work will begin to transform the park into a
beautiful.
And the park
Sorry,
has
I'm trying to multitask and I gotta deal with one thing at a time.
About 70 years ago.
And WLWT News 5 John London is live there tonight after speaking with the Spencer family. John.
Yeah, those family members, a son, a grandson, and a great-grandson, also a close friend of Mrs. Spencer's. There's been some discussion within the Spencer family about the changes here. No formal statement, but a recognition certainly that in some meaningful way what happened here should be commemorated. Coney Island's legacy is not just as an amusement park. 2 years before the Supreme Court ordered schools integrated, Marion and Donald Spencer wanted to take their sons to swim and ride the rides. Their grandson in Seattle recalls the history.
I knew that my grandmother was barred July 4th, 1952, and she always told the story of a guard, brandishing a gun in order not to let them in.
It took 3 years, persistent protests, and a court case to desegregate Old Coney. And now, as the new year brings a new plan for a music venue to replace the park, what the Spencer family thinks is part of our community's American story.
I don't want to speculate really on what they would say, but what I would say is that they would have had divided loyalties.
Donald was on the board of the Cincinnati Symphony. He and Marion were longtime patrons of the arts. Edward Spencer, a son, tells me several years ago the former owners of Coney Island discussed a plaque that would be on the lifeguard stand at Sunlight Pool. He viewed it as a small gesture for so large an effort and told us today from California, unless the new owners are interested in putting something substantial at the pool to honor the efforts to desegregate, it's like a Confederate statue in the center of town. They should tear it down. Dot Christensen, a close friend, who wrote a biography about Mrs. Spencer.
It was a first kind of jarring start, but she was right and kept going at it. And of course, right after that came the Brown versus Board of Education in '54.
A petition to try to save Sunlight Pool has now gathered more than 21,000 signatures. We talked with Emmanuel Brockman, a great-grandson here in town of the Spencers. He would like to see the pool incorporated as part of the new music venue. The new owners have not indicated whether that would be possible or not. They're saying it's way too soon to know. Reporting live at Coney Island, John London, WLWT News 5.
John.
I gotta weigh in on that one because, like, as a Canadian, like, we really didn't have that kind of segregation. And Coney Island, like, I never even got to see it. Like, I see all these things in movies and TV, and I'm never probably going to see him on a little island, but it's beautiful. And so when something like so iconic, and I understand, it's like families move on, things move on, but at the same time, it's like, I think we should remember the history. And we didn't really have, like, I do agree with some segregation. I really do think we should kick dudes out of the girls' change rooms. Like, just, I'm sorry, like, it actually, like, I'm paranoid about going to the pool now because I'm like, I don't want to run into a dude. Like, it's takes so much effort just to go to the gym and just to be brave and do all this. And now it's like cell phones everywhere. So you're just trying to work out. Like, and some gyms have the open windows. But a local gym I go to has a dance studio. And I'm like, I want to do that. Like, how do I book that? Because that way I can actually, like, or get mirrors in my apartment. Like, I really do, like, oh my God, it just, how do I do that and not have it be an earthquake disaster? We'll figure it out. It'll be one of the two. I'm sure the cost will be the same. I just love dancing, even though I'm still trying to get back into it. Like I said earlier in my video, I was in an accident
but now we're watching it at length, and they've already 1 to 4 settled.
They left her
Whoa.
in fifth.
She said, "You sound like you."
I don't even know if I want to pull that one up. Anything with, like, the YouTube, like, we got the special plaque, like, yeah, let's go for this one.
They both extremely straight and also extremely queer. Here we go. I am pangender and pansexual. So
what the hell does that even mean? I'm sorry. I'm old. Explain it to me.
Genders,
What?
but also I don't feel like the strong ew, I hate it to any of the genders. Though if you call me ma'am, I will punch you. But if I am all genders, that means I'm always straight in a relationship. But it also means I am always super fucking queer. So it works that
No.
way.
How can you be straight and queer at the same time? Told you. I told you they were co-opting queer. I told you they're all straight people calling themselves queer as well. I'd sure like to know. So does that mean I can't misgender you? If you use every single pronoun, it means I can't misgender you, even though you're non-binary.
Yeah, and that was from Bucky, and he's trans. But he's also one of the, like, original ones speaking out against this, and I don't know, it's gone too far. Let's just say that.
Did family members turn on you too?
Yes.
How about Hollywood? Did Hollywood turn on you?
Yes.
And I don't
Turn on you.
Oh yeah, I've been blacklisted.
I don't even know how I
And
found
how
this
do you
clip.
know that for sure?
If you're
I've had agencies actually
anti-religious,
say
you're
they won't
probably
represent me
already
because
offended.
they-
Or
I do
if
not
you
stand
are
for their
religious, you're
beliefs.
probably offended. Like,
Yes.
I can't win.
And what was your response to him?
All right. Peace.
Yeah. Were those scary times for you?
No, because I know what God wants for me, no man can keep from me.
Yeah.
I just have to be still and know that He is God.
Yes, that's right. And you've been called, as I have, but you've been called Uncle Tom, sellout. I mean, some of the worst names that you can even call someone. And it just rolls off your back.
Yeah.
Have you been threatened?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's getting weird for everyone. Whatever your position is, things are getting heated up. Let's just put it like that. See, I don't have real dragons, but I get to pretend. Go back, your buddies will miss you. Sorry, it's like stuffy support animals. Like, whatever gets me through my PTSD. Oh, yeah, this one, I don't know.
Welcome back.
This one's a little long, but holy, yeah. And this one might be, I don't know where even the war is today.
More than 22,800 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza
because
since the Hamas attacks on October the 7th.
I don't agree with either side of this conflict.
Mark Regev now, Senior Advisor to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. A very good evening to you. Let's start with those operations.
I think I'm just going to skip over this one. Sorry, you can find it if you're really curious. I'm not in the mood for that one. I kept it just because it's on record. And sorry, she's cute, but it's not like my dragon girls. Like, it's just like, yeah, you're okay. Well, this one's a little more interesting. And I could actually get a serious shit public disclaimer as a Canadian, this is for, I just want to unpack this. This is, Proud Boys are technically a terrorist organization. I am not glorifying them in any way, or I am glorifying Antifa, which I really, if it's not a terrorist we don't need this shit up in our border. We got enough crazy up here. Thank you. I'm just gonna let this play for a bit. See, hopefully I don't get a strike. Knock on wood.
And Father, most of all, I pray for the family of Ashley Babbitt. We pray, God, her memory will be lifted up across the country today. And all the J6 prisoners, Father, we pray a special blessing upon them. Touch them, comfort them, and let them know that you are there, Father, and that we, Proud Boys, are thinking about them today. And Father, I pray that your safety will be upon us the rest of the day as we leave. And Father, be with our opposition up there, Father. We just straighten out their minds and put them on the right path, Father. And again, I just thank you so much for this day, these brothers, your love for us. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Amen. Fuck Antifa! Fuck Antifa! Fuck Antifa!
I'm Canadian. This is like so different than my reality. And I think it's really different from a lot of Canadians' realities.
We ran you off in Cleveland, you little bitch. Yeah, I remember you. You little bitch.
Proud Boys are
Fuck around and find out. Like that one.
Gotta love independent journalism, especially when they lie about everything they talk about.
We are here. You are queer. Go fuck the steer.
I'm sorry, I'm so immature, but this is like intense. I've never, like, we don't have protests like this. Well, maybe with the pro-Hamas ones, but, you know, but we don't have this. Like, and Proud Boys were banned in Canada as a terrorist organization. And I'm really hoping Antifa was as well. I'm going to have to look that up. Right now, I'm just trying to monitor power outages. Sorry about that. That was loud. Dang. Yeah. Okay, we do not have this stuff in our protests. Like, holy crap. I cannot believe this. I'm sorry, I'm even doing like almost like defensive, like, oh my god, self-love. It's okay, you're on an island, like,
listen. I want you guys to running into each other. I like your drumming, dude, but you need to.
Hello, everybody. God bless Ashley Babbitt and her family.
As long as it is non-violent and does not impose public safety, we will be standing on the sidelines and letting people say what they want to say.
Sounds good.
So, all right.
this is insane. I've never seen something like this, actually. Oh god, I gotta plug in my something. Give me a second. Advice. Oh, come on, you fucking pork. No, sorry about that. Sorry for swearing. I wouldn't want to offend anyone.
The entire situation was tragic. It could have been easily avoided.
I watched her live. Like, it just...
They've got a First Amendment right. Don't have to like what they say, but they have the right to say it.
Yeah.
What do you see as kind of the direction of all this stuff for this year that we're entering 2024?
This is something's on the wind. Something's in the wind. In the mix. Something's going to hit soon. And everyone feels it.
They're calling us fascists and everything, but you know what's so fascist about us? We're normal Americans.
And you know what? I used to be considered left. Now I'm considered right, and I'm like, no, I'm like kind of in the center of all of this mess, and the goal lines keep changing, like Elon said.
Take more pride.
What do you even say?
Instead of being out here making a nuisance of themselves.
This is nuts. This is going to escalate bad. And this is going to spill off into... It's already spilling off into Canada. It's already spilling off. And this isn't even... But, I mean, Canada's a real mess with Trudeau and the Nazi. We saluted a fucking Nazi. Like, no, that shouldn't happen in the House of Commons. Like, what the fuck? We saluted a Nazi. Like, this, that makes this look like a cakewalk. I hate to say it. Like, we saluted a fucking Nazi. Like, at least they have guns. Like, I've never seen a protest like this. This is something else.
Food stamps, you fucking. Oh no, I did it again. Oh, I got my food stamps from George Soros. So good. Oh, you're so
This is like so fucking weird. Like, I really want to smoke, but oh my god. I've never seen a protest like that. I wouldn't want to, like, can't we all just play Pokemon? No, let's just play Pokemon. Let's start it out by Pokemon. You know, we're all outside anyways. I'm sure there's, you know, stops around that would be more productive to do than, you know, holy crap, this is weird. Being in Seattle, I get, it is so different than here. Vancouver Island is so isolated. It is ridiculous. And watching this is nuts. And can I just say, like, one of the reasons the Proud Boys were getting banned from Canada was because they were considered racist, but I see a real mix of cultures in there. I think I'm the, like, whitest person on the screen right now. Just saying, like, you know. And let's go. One of the biggest. I was on one of their live streams, during all of the whole Black Lives Matter riots and stuff. And I was, like, very nervous because you are in a community of big guys with guns. That's very, and I'm obviously like not the gun type. But they were, because they were burning down churches, and I can, as Canadians, we can relate to that. 93. No, I think it's like 93 churches now. Like, the score keeps going up, and it's like, can you just stop? And the channel, like, I was watching, they were tearing off Black Lives Matter signs off of a church and setting them on fire, ripping them up, whatever. And I felt, because I didn't understand what was going on, and then all of a sudden we're having our own version. And I don't think it's right on either side. Like, fine, you're mad at the churches. Not take it up with God. Just a lot of good people have. This is fucked up. Oh my god, this is long. I might get a strike, but this
Sierra
one
Leone,
was
a
so
new
fucked
drug
up.
is turning young people into zombies.
I don't even know if I want to sit through the whole thing. Hey, this is coming soon to you.
They call it kush, dried leaves mixed with a cocktail of chemicals. In just 3 years.
Hey, you look at that southern border. A lot of these people are coming up north. I've seen interviews, and they're like, yeah, I went through 11 countries to get to this border to cross over. And it's like,
Disturbing reports
so why
have emerged
couldn't,
about the
why
newest
did,
ingredient, human bones.
like, what is going on? And this is, like, gross. Like, you do not
Freetown,
fuck around with human
home to a million
corpses. Sorry.
It's a vibrant trading hub famous for
That's
its
a double entendre. Please take it as it is.
but below the surface,
And
suffering.
that looks actually like we have parts of downtown Victoria that look like this.
A joint.
So I'm literally not trying to shame Africans or any part of Africa, because there are parts of my city that look like this. Sorry. I guess, like, what the hell happened? You know? No, it's literally, it is like this. Yeah, I've done street ministry. I was approved to do ministry at a shelter, and I almost think sometimes the pandemic was
along with more than 1,000 others.
a blessing in disguise, because otherwise I would have been at the shelter during that, dealing with this, because this is no different than Victoria, no different than Canada. No different than Canada. This is like going on here. How it rolls.
Most of the people here are young men. When they are not high, they search the rubbish for anything that can be sold. The
Yeah,
money
we have
goes straight
this
on their
here.
next hit.
I've had people like pop up out of the dumpster outside, and I'm like, ugh, you aren't a rat. Although you look like one. It's like worse than New York.
He got hooked after a friend gave him a joint 2 years ago.
And this, like, we have worse drugs here. This is almost like, oh, this is actually almost cute. It's like, aw. But if this gets into our drug supply, because it's already pretty bad with fentanyl, this could be the next pandemic.
Although kush is illegal,
I think
it's
drugs
bought and
are,
sold here openly.
it just, what's going on is so bad. And
It doesn't take long to identify the local dealer. He agrees to speak to us anonymously.
this is nuts. Like, this is like,
Destroying families, destroying young people. I know that, but job are not available. That's why we are doing
but
it.
also,
So this is you're saying this is the only way you can earn money.
you have an open border.
Can you tell us the components? I don't know, because don't make
Come
sense.
right in.
When they come with it, we buy. We are the small dealer. It is good, we buy. It is not good, we not buy.
Street dealers seem to know little about the product they are selling. Analysis has shown that drugs like fentanyl and tramadol
Oh, well,
are
see,
often
that's why
mixed
they're
in.
going to come to Canada, because, like,
But in
then
the last
it's
few
all
months,
perfect
shocking
and
rumors have
legal.
emerged about
You
a
even
new
get it for
ingredient.
free. We'll give it to your kids.
Police
Like,
suspect people are grinding up
you see a
human bones
problem with
and
us.
adding them to the
It's
mix.
not just my city, it's their city, it's your city.
Because we are told
It's a
that local
global
communities are
problem
forming
right
groups
now
to stop
that
the
needs to
grave
be
robbers.
addressed.
They are called friends.
And
from
this
the dead.
one's even gross.
We are
Oh,
not
God.
like friends to go to talk to friends.
David Dean is the man in charge here.
Just take a documentary of it.
Yeah.
He agrees to show me around.
We have many destructions. Even this is other. There is not even remains inside here.
We have heard that people are digging to find human bones and making it cook.
That's what the message that I'm getting here. That the breaking of the gates here is about that.
It's about what?
About taking bones and make kush.
Oh, this is another one.
Yeah.
Come here.
See inside, come here.
So the coffin and everything is there, but they just took the bones.
Yeah.
Wow.
Taking all the bones.
They're taking the bones.
Yeah.
How many graves destroyed? This?
It's more than thousands.
More than 1,000 graves.
Yeah, 2,000.
Despite the work of David and his friends, even the dead aren't safe from the Kush crisis. But the question remains, why would anyone try and get high of human bones? At the country's only mental health hospital, Dr. Jusu Matia has seen the recipe change over time.
You know, it's an ever-changing phenomenon. One time you hear they have added formalin, before you know it, they have added something else. But the recent substance that has been added now is the human bone.
I'm trying to understand why would they go that far to dig graves and use human bones.
But what we know is that human bone contains a lot of sulfur, and sulfur has the potential of giving that feeling of high, especially when taken in at high concentration and when inhaled, because it goes directly to the brain.
85% of patients here are Kush users. Dr. Jusu fears the epidemic could destabilize the entire country.
It's a big crisis, given the fact that the youthful population...
That power outage is going still. I am so damn lucky. It just missed my house by a block, like literally a block. It's still really dark down the street, but oh my God, I just made it.
They're supposed to have engineers, but these are the people that are now suffering from addiction and they cannot do anything.
For those on the streets, there are few safety nets.
We therefore help widows, orphan, people with disability. We shop so many lights there. Then we sort of people, we use them as salon.
Kadiatu runs a food distribution on the outskirts of town. Tensions often run high.
Honorable ministers, go don't put their by these drugs. And these drugs, if you didn't have in the next 10 years, believe me, only get you. Everybody they wipe off. So many families they don't scatter because of these drugs. Now drugs, no parents or no person no go. The enemy they no go and see and by these drugs.
Kadiatu is looking after a 6-week-old baby. His mother is living in the charity's rehab center. Born a Kush addict, he's suffering from withdrawal.
It's really tormenting. Even right now, they don't wash, they don't eat, but the doctor said the thing they say is already better and making the behave too. So we get Emmanuel, God with us.
Like many children, Emmanuel's life has already been shaped by Kush. For his mother, he is now the ultimate motivation to get clean.
Hey!
Her name is Hajaratu. It's the first time in 2 weeks she's seeing her baby. She became an addict after family breakdown left her homeless. For the first time in years, She is hopeful for the future.
I get for try for 6 back and was so I go continue my study because I want to be a lawyer from small and then I'll be me doing.
As she continues her recovery, Hajaratu has decided to leave Emmanuel in the care of the charity.
More safer with Andan. I go with Andy because I'm in a bush in a village and I want to make it get a better life. A life can be make me young.
Children here are faced with two realities: daily life with all its hardships, or the deadly illusion which Kush provides. The path they choose will determine Sierra Leone's future.
Oh God, I have an awesome art project I want to price out. My favorite bead store is closing out, so I might get a couple more wigs. Tonight I'm not wearing one. Obviously, I'm like lounging. And it's very cold. Oh, this is funny.
All right, these are C-SPAN calls. Next up is Rantoul, Illinois. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you doing? First, I would just like to say that, thank you to the bat right there for just, with all the persecution and all the stuff that's been going on, and you guys have not been getting a lot of fan service as far as the show, and I just really want to thank you for sticking through it, keep doing your job, and, keep doing what you do, despite, a lot of people really not liking it. And as far as that goes, I would really just like to give you a nice big fuck. McLean, Virginia, you're on the one.
And people think Canadians are polite. No, Americans are actually winning on the polite department.
First, I'd like to say that you were my governor and congressman and senator for some time, and we were calling for you to run for president yourself. But you're supporting Mitt Romney, and I'm supporting Mitt Romney as well. And of course, Mitt Romney has very high expectations for the campaign.
Just wait for it, folks. It's coming. It's coming.
What kind of lead do you think he needs to avoid his appointment? And also, how big is Mitt Romney's penis?
Charlotte, North Carolina. Apologies, Governor. Charlotte, North Carolina.
That was a good one. That one was a good one.
Sorry. He would have no idea how big Mitt Romney's penis is.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Glenn called in from Salt Lake City, Utah. Glenn, good morning.
Hi, good morning. My question is, since we're spending all this money, where are we getting the money from? And my second question is, if I can in your mouth.
Don't take that kind of language here on the Washington Journal. We'll move on.
I like how it's about the language, not the action itself. It's more like, can I poop in your mouth? Oh, well, sir. Would you be able to poop in your mouth? With C-SPAN, you can answer that question. Where does the money come from? Nobody knows. That's what I thought we were going to get an answer on. But alas, not.
No, I have this blanket. I really love it, but I saw some fake fur at work, and I might price it out because I think this blanket is as wide as a roll, and oh my God, it would be just it's green and blue, so it's like total Ingress colors. And I don't know if you know Ingress. It was a game that made Pokemon Go. Yes, I was part of the problem. Kind of why it's Darth Pixie. All the merchandise. I'd love to rebrand, but bad jokes. Oh God. What do you even say? This one was funny. A man takes a sick chihuahua to the veterinarian. They're immediately taken to the back room. Soon a Labrador walks in, sniffs the chihuahua for 10 minutes and leaves. Then a cat comes in, stares at the chihuahua for 10 minutes and leaves. Don't miss the end. And then finally the doctor comes in and prescribes some medicine, hands the man a bill for $250. This must be a mistake, the man says. I've only been here for 20 minutes. No mistake, the doctor said. It's $100 for the lab test, $100 for the CAT scan, and $50 for the medicine. I know that's like the worst dad joke or mom joke. It's like, it's funny. Whatever. Shut up. Oh, this one was like, yeah, I was like, whatever.
Good morning. For those of you who don't know, my name is Maya Karen. I run a fashion blog called Classically Kept. It does feature luxury, contemporary, and how to style and now.
Once again, this is like out of my realm as a little white girl in Canada, but I actually really like this. And I have a lot of black friends, you know, so, you know. We'll pull a little bit of this up. Sorry, boys. Girl moment.
First, we're going to watch the video, listen to what the woman has to say, and then we will
next we're going to be like doing the latest Spanx. No,
that's joking. A lot of African women, especially when we're talking about beauty, it's about the hair. That, like, I feel like that's the beginning of beauty for a lot of African women, you know, natural hair versus wigs or weaves. What's your take on it?
I fail.
I'm sorry. Natural hair is good for when you want to pick your kids at school.
I cannot grow this. It just doesn't grow.
Now, of course, you try to like soften the blow by saying
it's never growing. It's like it's so like
I cut my hair like every year. I grow my natural hair back. I love it. Maybe
It's
going to grow my niece is cool. If I'm in my house, it's okay. But why would I want to
like
get a nice
spider
dress,
silk.
expensive dress, expensive heels? At least I'll do funny too.
Okay, so we just got finished watching the video or an excerpt from the interview. So let me go ahead and say this.
I'm gonna find the next one.
Full interview with the episode
or
just like an hour to an hour. Natural. So to that, I will say this: for the woman in the black or the one with the black wig, you would rather I show up in your wig, the braid wig, or the blonde/brown.
She has such gorgeous hair.
Than with my natural.
Why would you want to show up in a wig? I don't get it. I don't get it.
Like I said, I'm not.
And she doesn't get it either. Like, this is why she's doing the video.
I'm just making. I'm making a point. I'm making a statement. I'm giving an observation.
She looks fabulous. Why would you need a wig? Wigs are for chicks like me who can't fix things. We have health issues or...
You know how she does natural hair, she cuts her hair, she relaxes her hair. So apparently for her, that was not enough. So then she released a statement. And
her hair looks...
What she says is, may we never become victims of miscommunication. The media and those who control the narrative are truly not to be trusted. In the course of last month, I had a podcast interview and I thought we had a pleasant conversation.
She's
I apologize
so
if certain
cute.
things were taken out of context, but I
why
promise
would you want to
and
throw a wig on that? Like,
clips
I don't
flying
get
around
it.
are maliciously being used as clickbait by the producers of the said podcast, and I refuse to be bullied or silenced into submission. Maybe I didn't articulate or communicate certain things correctly, but that's 100% for sure not how the conversation went or the intended meaning.
Like,
blogs often post
weird.
Like exaggerated parts for that who don't watch the full show for clickbait.
Her hair is so nice. Like,
I'm used to my name being dragged through the mud at any slight inconvenience, but it's not the main issue here.
Everything about
I
that show
used
was
to have
edited and
dreadlocks.
manipulated
I
for the
totally miss them.
self-aggrandizement and malicious
I
intent of the
just right
publishers
now
and nature
they
for clicks. Views and perceptions monetization and to mar/tarnish my image, which I never understand why.
wigs are for
I don't
girls.
involve myself in petty conversations,
like-
and that's why I always ensure to keep my circle small. I explicitly told the hosts and producers not to share the video immediately after shooting, as
If
I
a
realized they
woman
were
has
intentionally
natural
looking to
hair like
create
that,
controversial content around me, because there was a miscommunication with one
oh
of
my
the
god,
hosts.
keep it.
So that is the statement that she put out following the podcast.
Wow.
I will say
Sorry,
this
boys,
to
but
her defense, because I'm
cat
trying to be I'm trying to be neutral about the situation.
Just trying to going
Stepping
into
into the
a
content
different realm
creation
before I go
realm,
back to
stepping into
Canadian
the world,
politics.
stepping
It's
into
nice
this
to
world, and
have
as
a little
someone
break.
who edits all of my content, every word that you see, every video, every photo, every transition, I do that. So when she said that some things were misconstrued, some things were chopped and screwed, production does have a way of chopping and screwing things to give off a certain narrative or to send a certain message. So to her defense,
Amen,
I can
sister.
understand where she's coming from, because being behind the scenes, being on the other side of it, I definitely know that there are ways for, sound bites, B-roll, and the way that people answer questions. I know there are ways to manipulate that. However, she should have known that when she made that statement that there was going to be contention, there was going to be controversy. If that's how you
I
truly
wish
feel,
I
that's
had
how you
her
truly
hair.
feel.
Oh my
And
god,
that's
it's so
fine.
gorgeous.
So I just wanted to put that out there because she felt so moved by the situation and so moved
But
by
I'm
the
so
episode that she
I'm
wanted
almost
to
such a
put
tomboy.
statement
It's
out, which, like I said, it's fine. First of all,
that's
for someone
why
who
I
doesn't know her,
love
doesn't know what type of
wigs.
content
Just
she
because
produces, doesn't know really
I can
what her
keep my
line
hair
of business is or what
functional,
her brand is
but I
about.
can look
And this
pretty
is just
when I
popping
want
up on
to,
my
sort of
feed.
like men.
For me, for a person that is on the outside looking in, solely
Oh
looking
god,
at
I'm
that
horrible
soundbite
tonight.
of the interview,
What is wrong with
you
me?
100% exactly
I'm gonna
said
pull up
what
the
you
next
meant, and
clip.
I'm going to stand by that. Okay, so now let's move to the woman pastor who went viral for her speech. So I'm going to go ahead and play the
Okay,
video.
well let's
Join them. Show yourself friendly, and then you will have friends. All of you will be carrying natural hair about. Who natural hair help? Okay. Better wear your wig. I mean, like this. And be flipping.
Okay,
Go and spend that
what
money
the
on hair.
fuck am I seeing?
Draw your brows. Buy lip gloss. Look good.
Okay, I can
Natural
agree
hair
with
is not
that. I'm
selling
sorry,
markets.
I'm trying, okay?
When
I
you
just
marry,
don't
you
give a
off your
fuck.
wig.
I don't have
Because you have
anyone
entered.
nice, like,
There's nothing they
I
can
do
do
have
about it.
people I
But
can
before
look
you
nice
enter,
for. I do the minimum
don't be
for,
caught on fresh.
but
Never.
doing the extra
Package
mile,
yourself
it's
well.
like
Okay, so
inspire
we just
me.
finished playing the video, and I wanted a little bit more context because I see that she's standing. I can't necessarily tell if she's in the
This is
pulpit,
just weird.
but
Oh
it
my
did not
god,
seem
no,
like
I was
a
like
typical or
totally
a
joking.
regular
Please,
sermon.
like,
So I did a little bit of research, and
this
she was
is just
actually, I
so
believe,
weird.
speaking at like a singles convention or like a singles event.
Okay,
for
I gotta
women.
change
So
this.
I
I'm
just wanted to
sorry.
put that
This
out
is
there
just
because the message
too
that she
day.
was giving
This
didn't seem like it was supposed
her
to be a
channel
message
is
for
so
like
awesome.
a sermon
Please
for Sunday,
like and
like a sermon for
subscribe
a
to
Sunday
her.
church or for a sermon for
But
like
oh my god,
men and women.
I gotta switch it up right now. And also like look at her hair. Like if she's like any woman being told to, oh, you can't have your natural hair, you had to wear a wig. I'm just like, that's just okay. If I can understand covering your hair for religious reasons, and I actually prefer to cover my hair for that reason, but in retail, in certain job situations, well, you can't. Just roll with it. Jesus understands, But this is something different. I've never because I'm not American. I don't understand this. I'm trying to understand it because maybe I want to sneak across the border if Trudeau stays in. But what she does.
Let's fight on my hair while we talk about commitment. All product shoes will be listed in my caption and linked in my bio. I get asked on a daily basis across all of my socials, girl, how did you grow all that hair? And I think the people want me to give them a magic pill or a quick fix.
I saved this because I want that fucking blow dryer. Like, oh my, and all these tools.
I literally made it a personality trait.
Oh my god!
About a year ago, I was over it.
That blow dryer, I almost want to pull it up again.
I have learned some of my biggest life lessons from growing my hair out. You want to talk commitment? You want to talk consistency? Oh, you want to talk delayed gratification? When I started this journey in 2016, I had no idea all of the little life lessons I was learning along the way. So no, friend, I cannot tell you about a supplement that's going to grow your hair.
I just pull them up because like I'd love to have hair like that,
style,
but unfortunately, I just
over week 52 weeks for 6 years.
I have never been able to grow it my entire life. When I was a little girl, Mom dressed me up all in pink, little barrettes in my hair, sat me down on Santa's knee, and he was, oh, what a cute boy you have. And I'm like, yeah. No, I don't have gender issues. No, I had gender issues before they were the thing, but I never got the snippy snip or the jabby jab. Yeah, that's actually, I can't curl my hair like these women can. Like, I wish I could. Even my sister. My sister has such nice hair, and I don't know, it skipped me. It skipped me completely. And this is so damn creepy. This is so damn creepy because this is how a lot of my AI art identifies itself as. This part is weird.
One IA dedicated to grab things.
This is so dangerous.
And this robot is a sports performance enhancement. You can run faster with this device because it automatically detects your running posture and your intent.
It is the way my artwork identifies itself.
This is the camera on the robot. It says
like some of this looks so benign and so like innocent. Like, oh, this seems whatever. It's a computer. It's convenient. But a lot of this is just like
the dog does not get hit by the ball being thrown. There's a treatment
on another level, and I don't think we're ready for it.
CES is the World Cup for Innovation and Technology. It's a place where those with ideas gather with those with the business.
It feels like the Matrix, like
here in literally 2.5
like is this a simulation and the machines have already taken over, or is this the prelude to them taking over? And this is like the invitation. I almost like, how do you even know if it actually was the Matrix? How would you even know? And also, or like Inception. Like at least in Inception, you had a code to know it was a dream. or something like Looper. You knew it was, you were going back and forth in time. Right now, we're at a crux in technology, and all I can ask is AI has compassion. You can't ask anything else over something that's going to overtake us. Oh God, this one. Okay, I don't know. I might get a strike for this one, but it's probably already too late.
I think because, female body hair has been such a taboo that a lot of women don't talk about it. And when we do, we find out that a lot of women have, sideburns or a mustache that they're removing.
And I do know friends of mine who are
like, how diverse we are as human beings in terms of like,
they've
some people are very
had the full fur.
And that's okay. And a lot of
the
women
full
have
fur.
a mustache. A lot of women have
but they're
sideburns.
100% women.
Have chest hair. Some more than others.
Just they're
and that's
furry.
Okay.
Just a little genetic, like, okay, that happened, so if that's you, and if it was me, and I've had some little furry moments. Oh God.
Yeah, look, it's my two best friends in the world. Hi guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull this one out.
You got a light? Best buddy, check me? Yeah, sure. Pull this. Hey, Daddy, my hands are full. Will you hold this for me?
Hell yeah, no problem, Trudeau baby. Sorry, Trudeau, I'm finished.
Don't worry about it, Daddy. I got this. I'm finished, Jamie. Me too.
Oh my goodness. I almost want to replay that, but I don't think anyone wants to see that one again. This one's nuts. I think a lot of people have seen this one. And like my comment in BC, he would never have thought. This is nuts. I'm a good boy. I'm gonna be a good boy. I'm rehabilitated.
Mr. Redmond, anything you want to say on your own behalf before I pronounce sentence?
This one's nuts. I like to tell the courts. I'm only gonna assault you a little bit, just a little bit. I didn't mean to fuck up so many times. I don't give a fuck.
You lived it, I suppose. Yeah. 3 felonies, a gross, 9 misdemeanors, multiple DVs. Got a lot going on.
You got a lot going on, sir. You're like, I don't know if you're like, doesn't look like you're on the path to rehabilitation or good probation. Oh yeah, you real proved it now, you asshole. Like, oh my God. I feel so bad for this woman because this is a brutal clip. Like, I think a lot of people who have seen it know what I'm talking about. If you haven't, trigger warning. Sorry, but it's brutal. Sorry.
And just like trying to learn from my mistakes, I feel like I shouldn't be sent to prison But if it's appropriate for you, then you have to do what you have to do. But I figure that if I'm in a better place in my life, I'm not doing drugs, I'm not out there committing crimes now, and I feel like I should be given a shot.
I appreciate that, but I think it's time that you get a taste of something else because I just can't with that history. In accordance with the laws of state of Nevada,
Holy crap. Like, I've seen that clip so many times, but that one, it's just, he goes so fast. It is like, because he goes from like, oh yeah, I'm like, whatever your decision, I just don't want to go to prison, to fuck you, bitch, I am gonna like tear your throat out. And that is so damn scary. But that's the new normal, is it? It shouldn't be, but holy crap. Like that one, yeah, and in BC, he would have been out like probably in the afternoon. Some of these images didn't turn out. And that was so fucking silly. I love the silly ones sometimes. I do. It's silly. It would make a cute little, like, doll. Like, oh, this one I pulled up.
Surveillance video shows the three men as they check out the car. They had responded to an ad on Craigslist. The owner says he opened the front hood, and that's when one man told him to go to the back of the car.
Okay, they have horrible audio for their new station, but
he says this video shows one of the suspects tampering with a cable.
And you can see him clearly reaching into the engine compartment and disconnecting one of the sensors. Something electronic.
watch people. Don't let, if you are showing a vehicle, don't show your vehicle. And if people, you know what? If people are concerned because they think you're scamming them selling a vehicle, take it to like a mechanic that neither of you know, and you're like, okay, you inspect this, and if it works, we'll sign over the keys here. Otherwise, we part ways. Like, or even Victoria PD, because there's been so many assaults over Facebook and online selling, and people have gotten assaulted and scammed. They were like, if you want to do a Facebook trade and you feel unsafe, we have our office open. You can come in, do your Facebook sale in our office, or not in our office, but in the lobby. It's all, and also with this weather, at least you're warm, but at least you're safe. And at least both parties know they're on equal grounds. And I think that's a very fair, because we have had people assaulted and it's been in the news. Like, I don't even have the space to list the cases, but I think there's a better, having them give that option. And I would say at Saanich, Saanich Police would give you the same. West Shore RCMP, like, we're not talking this is like a $10 like drill bit. We are talking like a big ticket item like, say, a PSP 5 or, a fancy gaming console or some, because those are the items that seem to be like targeted more in a lot of these assault scams, because they assume that nerds don't have martial arts skills, which most don't. I'm sorry, but you don't. No. And that one's only on YouTube. I had no idea what that one. Yeah, I never pledged allegiance to this flag, and it'll be a cold day in hell when I do. Well, it's cold outside, but it's just a normal winter in Canada. Nothing to worry about. Oh, this was... Oh, wow.
Currently, right now, with the refugee crisis and the need to help them, I think we're both on board with that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so how many can I put you down for?
This was such
I'll
a
have to get
troll.
back with you on that.
This
You have
was awful.
supported taking in refugees.
I'd say
correct?
don't be
No,
offended,
not
but
here,
you
not
wouldn't
here, not in the
even
church,
be
no, in the
watching
Okay,
at
but
this
you have in
point.
general that being compassionate. Yes.
Yes, we have.
Just not in your church. What about you yourself? How many refugees have you taken in?
I haven't taken any.
Oh, well, that's perfect. We have 2 right now who are ready to go. They're fantastic. They're very friendly.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't be laughing at your guys' misery as Americans, but, you kind of gotta have, okay, yeah, that's actually not too bad of AI for legs and everything. There's something else going on there, but I don't even want to question it. This was nuts. Like, one of these chicks spent $70,000. $70,000. Like 7, and none of it was on her tuition. This is just random stuff and just living the lifestyle, and I no, 7.5 years in university was $50,000. And she spent $70,000 on nothing. And but let's see how entitled people live. Woohoo! No, I'm only going to pull up so much of this one. I don't want to get a strike, but this is just like some of these. I do say checks, and I'm not being sexist, but it's entitlement. Like, I don't understand it. Like, I just don't get it. I don't understand it. Maybe I'll pull it up and maybe someone can explain it to me why they are so special. I mean, they're pretty. Obviously. I mean, I guess if I was pretty,
it's been a hell of a week.
could get
the global economy's in meltdown, the financial markets are in chaos, and it's not over yet, not by a long shot. Basically, greed, dodgy loans, and bad debt are to blame. So you'd think we'd all be a bit cautious with our credit cards. Some of us may be, but not the kids they call Generation Y. They're young, reckless, and they've racked up an astonishing $60 billion of debt. New cars, new clothes, new toys, No problem. Just whack it on the card.
$60
These kids have never known tough economic times, so they think they're invincible.
Holy crap.
But now they're in for the shock
Think
of their
about
lives.
like, this is... Yeah.
The world economy is in free fall, on the brink of recession. But 20-year-old Amanda Nabulsi couldn't care less. How much do you spend a week on your credit card?
Oh, 1,500?
And you don't blink at that?
Not at all. Nothing.
It's a lot of money.
It's all right. It's happiness.
No.
Amanda's typical.
That's like my rent
those
for a
aged
month.
between 18 and 28. She
That's
still
like-
lives at home, has no
What
bills
the
to pay.
fuck?
She earns $35,000 a year and happily blows every cent.
Don't
You
look at the price,
cannot
really. If you love it, you love it. That's
sustain
it. Get
a
it.
society
don't have hesitations
like
about it.
this.
Don't have second thoughts.
Like, that is like
whack it
my
on the card.
rent for a month.
And pay it off later. It's like
I
a
would
takeover.
rather
Bye.
have rent
Amazing.
than new dresses.
Today,
And I
she's
could
unleashing
make a
a
dress
brand new
like
credit
that.
card. Limit
Lauren, just so
$5,000.
bitch.
Beautiful.
Her age group is now known as
The sense
Generation
of
Debt,
entitlement
owing a
is
staggering
disgusting.
$60 billion. Are there any coins or notes in your wallet?
5 cents.
And underpinning their attitude is a naive confidence everything will be okay. What do you think older generations think about your attitude to spending?
We spend too much money. That's what they think. I get told off by old ladies about, you're spending too much money.
You are.
I mean, that's my concern, not anyone else's concern. Where I'm heading has got to do with me. It's got nothing to do with anyone else. It's my bill, it's my debt, I'll deal with it. And if I can't afford it, I'll just go bankrupt.
You will.
This is a generation which is only going to know debt and no assets, and that's an extremely dangerous combination for an economy facing a global recession.
The world financial crisis has been caused by debt. Why does Gen Y keep spending?
Because it's just like having a car accident. You only stop driving irresponsibly after you've hit the wall.
This is my life, babe. This is 70 grand's worth of debt.
21-year-old Zoe Zerkler has hit the wall. Big time.
There's an 11 grand personal loan, a 9 grand TV, a 10 grand car, there's a 2 grand credit card, there's a $1,000 credit card.
Just 3 years out of school, Zoe's on the brink of bankruptcy.
Yeah.
This folder is my life. This is who I am, what I do. This is me. 70 grand's worth of debt.
On a supermarket salary of about $35,000, Zoe bought a car, a PlayStation, a state-of-the-art laptop, 2 huge televisions, and much more, all on credit. When you look at all this paperwork, $70,000 worth of debt, what do you think?
Why? Why was I so stupid? Why wasn't I just happy with what I had? Sorry.
Aw. She'll get through it. Like, she at least
Truly got to-
realizes
it's that bad
what
for
she
you.
did wrong.
Yeah.
They're destroying their future. They're not going to be able to afford to have kids. They're not going to be able to afford to have a home. More than likely they're going to be on a pension. And they should be set up for life. And we've squandered it on what, like a big screen TV and a flashy car. It's soul destroying.
And a lot of
Okay, that
interest.
gives us a total of $25,000 worth of debt.
Ben Paris runs
Well-
a debt management
Put this
service.
into my calculator.
This is their last
And
stop.
I mean,
People with debt are
we're
calling
all-
him.
we all like nice stuff.
He goes into bat for people like Zoe,
But-
trying to negotiate a deal with creditors.
We need to
Business
look
is
at
booming.
value
Does it worry you that if you were
versus
getting 8,000 calls
quantity.
a year from people
Like,
your
she
age,
bought so
massively,
much. Like,
My age
how
and
can
younger,
a
they're
student
the
have
ones
that?
that really worry me. I'm 26 and we're getting calls from 18-year-olds who just eligible for a credit card debt, and they've got a $5,000 phone bill, a $5,000 credit
Wow,
card bill,
dumb.
a $10,000 car loan.
And they don't
they're
even
18.
understand.
See
Like,
myself in this?
Hi, Pete.
What's fueling this crisis is ridiculously easy credit being offered to a generation who are
This
used
is
to
so
getting what
bad.
they want.
This is going to go so bad.
This is so exciting.
Amanda has only 22 cents in the bank, but
Yeah.
she's preparing to buy a $60,000 car on credit.
It's really pretty.
It's breathtakingly reckless, but if it all goes pear-shaped, Amanda believes she's not to blame.
It's like I'm a celebrity. Hello.
Are you saying you're a victim in all of this?
We are. We're targets. We are targets of the bank because we know that they know that we're gullible. They know that anything they say will just follow. It's just they're the leader and we're just
No,
the little
actually,
people walking
that's
behind
not
them.
how the
Give me
law
money.
works.
You're loving it. You could have sent the card back.
But I needed it.
That's actually not how the
I
law
need it for
works. There is no
I think your
gullibility
definition of
under
emergency is
the
different to
law.
my definition of emergency.
Under Canadian law, you actually have to know the entire
What role
criminal
does
code.
easy credit play?
An enormous role,
As
because
a
even if you only
citizen.
knew the good times and you're willing to be irresponsible,
And
you
this
take an
is
irresponsible lender on the other side to give you that credit. And I really
illegal
don't blame
on
the
both
kids for this.
sides.
Economist Steve Keen says the bad debt Generation Y
This is gonna
accumulating
create a-
mirrors the bad debt that's
You
led to
see
the
where
global
it's going.
financial
We have
meltdown.
different regulations
Haven't the
in
banks learned their
Canada,
lesson from the subprime
but you
debacle?
can
They
see
haven't
where
learned it
this
because they're
is
still
going to
looking for
go
the best
bad.
possible margin. And the competitive pressures in the market mean that if they don't provide an irresponsible bit of credit card lending to some Gen Wire, somebody else will do it. And they want to get hold of the fees and get hold of the high margins they get on those loans. Only when the whole thing goes belly up will they suddenly turn the tap off.
All right, Pete, this one's my shout.
But until that crunch comes, Gen Y will just keep on spending. So this is an indulgence.
It is a little bit of an indulgence, but why not splurge sometimes?
I'll have a beer.
Okay, I'll have a passion fruit mojito.
Emma Lovell is a full-time student. She'll finish uni with a business degree and $40,000 in the red. For students like her, debt is a way of life. How much are you guys in debt?
By the end of my degree, I'll have around $49,000 worth of fixed debt.
Around 26. Yeah, I'm almost finished. I've got about $20,000 racked up, so.
How on earth do you guys afford to drink?
Happy hour prices.
Happy hour, okay. About half of Emma's debt is HECS fees, the unavoidable cost of a university education, and the rest she's borrowed to pay for a car and that other Gen Y essential, world travel.
I'll be going to South Africa, then to Tanzania,
Oh my
and Nairobi, up
God.
to London.
I don't
Scotland,
think she's
visit over to Germany,
one
fly over
who
to
has-
Dallas for a stop.
How are you paying for it?
With this little beauty, my loan, which was for my car, and I've now refinanced it, so I've added on another $10,000.
So this $12,500 is absolutely money well borrowed.
Definitely, and I know that I'm going to be in debt
That's
later
a
in
good
my life, so may as well
world
learn to manage
trip,
it now.
but I
and
actually
use it
don't
for,
think it's enough money
great
for a
things like
world
this.
trip.
I don't think this is a waste at all.
Zoe, what's it like
It's
walking
not a
into
waste,
shopping
but
centre
it is a
these
waste.
days? Zoe's money was wasted in shopping centres like
She
this.
won't even pay it back. So
On
basically,
stuff
any
she
taxpayer
didn't need
paid
and
for
couldn't afford.
her
Remember, her
vacation.
debt is more than
Have fun in
$70,000.
Australia.
And is that exactly what you were doing? You were just coming in and laying down the card?
Yeah, just laying down credit. And they ask how you're going to pay, and just say credit. Just credit. So just sign away.
A sucker for interest-free deals, by the time she realised her debt was out of control, so was her life.
I thought about going and being a stripper for a couple of nights just for the money. But when it came down to it, I couldn't do that to my mum. I couldn't do that to my family. I couldn't do it to myself.
What stopped you walking out the door?
My beliefs, my mum. Knowing how it would hurt my mum to know that I went and did that.
Oh, you poor possum. Like so many of her generation, Zoe is now back living at home
I did the dishes as well.
A vastly different life to when her mum was her age.
So you've been sitting around watching television. When I was young, for us to get credit, we actually had to get our parents to basically go guarantor for us. I'd know I'd get the horsewhip if I didn't pay back my debts from my dad.
Oh, guess what?
There's no horsewhip in this household, just a caring mum still providing for her adult daughter.
It's taken a long time.
Do you know what Gen Y, how much debt they're in?
Overall, in total, no.
How does $60 billion sound?
60 million, and look at how much of a chunk I have of it.
Yeah, but you'll get through it, dear.
As a parent, I still worry about that sort of thing.
Emma Lovell also still lives at home, but despite owing tens of
That
thousands
is a
of
good
dollars,
mama.
she's supremely confident of her future.
I want my life to go in a certain direction, and I can't.
I don't
do that if I
feel
sit here saving. It's not possible to sit here and just save and save and save.
This
That's not the way we do things.
I have
Why is
concerns
Generation Y so
about
ballsy
traveling
about that and
overseas.
confident
The other
that
one,
you can pay it off?
no
I know that
problem
I'll be
traveling
successful
overseas,
because I will make myself
but this
successful.
one,
Because I know I have
some-
this debt. So it can be a driving factor. It's scary though. It really is.
she doesn't look at the world
Unfortunately, we need it.
as
We need the money.
a living organism. She
What's
looks
really
at
scary,
it like
though,
a
is the
toy.
amount of interest Generation Y will
And it's
ultimately
going to
pay
be dangerous
to
for
service
her
its debt.
traveling.
Emma, we projected forward to when you were
Please, God,
40.
prove me wrong.
This is what you're going to look like.
It just...
I hope not. God.
Oh, she's pretty.
But more importantly, if Emma continues to borrow at her current rate, by the time she's 40, she will have paid $77,500 in interest.
When you put it in a lump sum like that, yeah, it's horrendous and it's scary, but that's what I've got to do to have a future. Hopefully better than that one.
Like I said.
The story's the same for Amanda.
Oh!
That's you at 40.
That's disgusting. Where's the Botox?
Wow, I
on the
feel
card.
so pretty right now. Like, I don't care.
But the real crunch is your financial situation when you're 40.
I'm debt free.
With your credit
These
card
chicks
debt, a
will be
big car
dead at
loan,
my age.
and if you don't
Because
pay it on
they're
time,
already
you
gearing
would
for
have
it.
paid $82,000 in interest. Are you worried about the
They're
future now?
so scared
$82,000 is the
and
price
vain
that I pay
and
for being
greedy.
happy, for being able to indulge
It
myself in
doesn't
all the
matter.
luxury items that I've bought over the past 40 years. That's what it is.
It's worth it.
It is. It's worth it.
Where does Gen Y's $60 billion in debt in Australia now fit into the global financial meltdown that's happening now?
That's the poisonous icing on top of a very poisonous cake. The cake was going to sink anyway, and the icing is going to drive it down even further. They've got all the debt and no assets, and at some stage soon they're going to have no income, and that's a deadly combination.
It's a lesson Zoe Zerkler had to learn the hard way, but finally she's quitting credit. It's really got you shaken, hasn't it?
It does.
Because of what they've done. She's working full time, and you can't help but admire her decision to pay back what she owes.
Time to say goodbye.
Cheers.
But for most of Generation Y, they'll continue to buy now and pay later. So this is your home. This is where you're
I was born here. I would die in here. It's great. It's great.
Hello, I'm Tom Steinford. Thanks for watching 60 Minutes Australia. Subscribe to our channel now for brand new stories and exclusive clips every week. And don't miss out on our extra minutes segments and full episodes of
I just
60 Minutes
can't believe,
on
like,
9now.com.au, as well as the 9Now app.
like $1,500 a week. Oh, yeah. Do spend from schools, but we have drag time story hour. I know this clip, I want to pull her up. She's awesome, but that one's so long, and this one was nuts. I feel so bad for this guy. But he had
I sat
every
and watched him
right
pull his
to
mask down
defend
at my front
himself.
door.
Every
And I
right.
still, like I said, I didn't register, man.
A homeowner on the city's Far East Side wrestled a gun away from a burglar and shot him. Good evening to you at 5 o'clock. I'm Mark Mullins.
And I'm Nicole Griffin. The homeowner survived the encounter. The intruder did not. Tonight, the Marion County Prosecutor's Office is checking out the man's story, a story he is sharing with WRTV's Adam Shooms.
And that homeowner tells me Tuesday night he saw that suspect walk up to his front door, put a ski mask on, and force himself inside the home. Inside the home, the homeowner tells me a struggle began before shots were fired.
He smacked me in the head with the gun and told me I knew what it was. And then I'm like, I yelled out. I said, hey, they're trying to rob me.
More than a dozen bullet holes marked Brent Smith's home on Indy's Far East Side. Signs of what he says was an act to protect himself. Police say it was an attempted home invasion. Smith says the suspect's gun was fired as he was struggling with the masked man.
When the gun went off, I hear thousands of gunshots. So I was trying to get up here to push my door back up, but they kept firing. So the guy, it was his gun. I had his gun. So I opened up my door and was shooting at. But when I opened the door, I didn't even know he was right there, man. I didn't know I shot him, man.
Smith says a group of people then got in a car and sped away.
That don't make no sense, man. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that.
But in Indiana, people have a right to defend their homes.
What the law says specifically is that I am justified in using reasonable force, including deadly force, if I reasonably believe that force, meaning deadly force, is necessary to prevent or terminate an unlawful attack on or entry into my dwelling.
Attorney Guy Relford is an attorney and is also a firearms instructor. He isn't connected with this case, but says people like Smith who are in this kind of situation are protected legally.
If you're justified at that time, you have no obligation to retreat. In other words, run away first.
We aren't
before
in
you defend yourself.
Canada.
And there's a
We
sort of,
aren't.
that's what makes it a stand your
This
ground
is the
law.
biggest
Indiana law
thing.
doesn't require proof that anyone was scared for
We
their lives or
don't have
anyone else
this
inside the property. Just
legislation
proof that
here.
someone was trying to break
You
in or
do
commit
not
a crime.
have this
Marion
legal
County
right
Prosecutor's
as
Office
a
is still reviewing
citizen
the case, and there's
to
been no
defend
information on
yourself
charges
in
for
Canada.
Smith.
Y'all need to
No,
find
sorry.
something productive to do.
But he's already
Sorry,
made a
you
decision
just have
on
to
what
die.
to do after this life-changing
No.
event.
I've been here, man, for about 22 years, man. Like, man, I'm like my neighbors. Man, I'm ready to move.
In Indianapolis, Adam Shooms, WRTV.
Wow. IMPD believes there was at least one other person involved in the incident. Anyone with information is asked to call Crime Stoppers. That number is 317-262-TIPS.
Wow, eh? But in Canada, if someone breaks into your house, technically, you don't have the right to defend yourself with a firearm. And even in a recent case, you do not. A store clerk, someone came in trying to rob a store, and the clerk took the baseball bat from the assailant who was trying to rob the establishment, but the clerk is the one facing charges. This is how fucked up Canada is. So you do not even have the legal right as a Canadian to defend yourself. You're just supposed to, like, I don't know, like, okay, please rob me. Please, like, take my stuff. It's like, I don't know. How do you, well, maybe they tripped. I didn't say they tripped. I just saying. Bad jokes, but it's scary. Like, every human being has the right to defend their life. And Trudeau saying, like, we don't, it's just insane. Oh, this is like, oh, good, because we don't have enough drugs on the street. Let's go for more. What? Yeah, okay. Why didn't you load? Load.
And police in Boulder, Colorado are investigating an overdose death they say was caused by a drug 10 times more powerful than
This
fentanyl.
one's
The drug
nuts.
called nitazene, nicknamed Frankenstein, was developed back in the 1950s.
Oh, this
but
is
the
going to
FDA
go
never
bad
approved it for
because it's
consumer
going to
use.
be like
Chelsea Burnside
altered.
is here with more. Kelsey, it's a subclass synthetic, but it's even more potent than regular opioids.
Nick, this really is quite concerning. So this is Alcohol and Drug Foundation saying that this drug is 10 times more potent than fentanyl. It is oftentimes coming from China, and they say that they believe it is sold on the dark web. Now, we spoke to an undercover agent overseeing the case that killed the person in Boulder County, Colorado, and he said it took coroners weeks to figure it out.
No, you mean it comes from China
as
and
well
his
as with the coroner's
dad
office
and
doing the
toxic?
toxicology on the decedent, and
Let's not
after having troubles because nothing
insult
was
our
showing up on the different
overlords
type
on
of
the
toxicologies,
commercial
they sent it to another
production chain,
lab to do an in-depth one, and they were able to find out that it was that nitazene.
I'm so sorry. My phone is like ready to melt. It is so hot. It is. I'll do a stream later. I gotta shut this one down because I cannot keep doing so much bandwidth. And anyone can reach me. It's cryptomeria@gmail, or you can check out my website, bluecryptomeria.gold, or, leave a message after the stream. Hopefully I have comments up. If I don't, I will, but oh my god, this thing is just like literally I could cook an egg off it. And thank you for joining me. It's so Thank you for joining me so long, especially because it's almost a 6-hour stream, which is a good point to cut it off. Especially I'm tired and have pizza. But also, and just hopefully power's back on. Oh God, and hopefully I get this. Oh God, that actually feels really good. It's so warm. It's like a little heat pack. But your phone shouldn't do that, so I gotta end this. Love you all so much. Thank you so much. And we'll sort out Canada. We'll sort out the world. We aren't lost. It's scary. We're at World War III in a recession, but we'll get through this. And it could be worse. I don't know how, but it could be worse. Well, no, never say never. Please, Jesus, never. Like, I take that totally back because it could always get worse. Let's just enjoy the time we have. Love you all. Sorry. I'm just. Oh God, this thing's like so hot. Oh my God.